Chapter 1. It was dusk and the clouds were as red as blood. In the wilderness, 2 black horses with wings galloped in the air, pulling a carriage behind them. The carriage shuttled through the mountains, creating a gust of wind. On the steps of the carriage sat a valiant-looking old man who wore armor. Although his hair was white, his eyes were like a tiger's and gave off an intimidating aura. In the carriage there was a mother and son. The mother was young and beautiful. She wore a long dress with jewels and a hairpin with phoenix feathers, making her look like an empress. Her face was covered in tears. She hugged her son tightly and her body trembled slightly. The son in her arms was only 2 years old. His face was exquisite and he wore a golden robe. He looked like a porcelain doll. At this moment the 2-year-old boy's eyes were dull. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness that did not belong to his age. "I've only reincarnated for 2 years and I'm going to die again?" The 2-year-old boy roared in despair in his heart. In his previous life he came from Earth and died young before he could enjoy life. The cause of death was that he stayed up all night on his keyboard. After reincarnating into this world that looked like Shenxiao from ancient times, he still retained the memories of his previous life. Compared to his previous life, the difference between this life and his previous life was like heaven and earth. His father was the emperor of the great Zhou Empire, Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was an immortal being. He controlled dozens of kingdoms, billions of people, and millions of soldiers. He swept across the northern wilderness region. His mother was one of Emperor Yan of Zhou's concubines. Her name was Lady Zhao Xian, and she was extremely favored. Even after she had a son, Emperor Yan of Zhou often went to her palace. Until a month ago, when Lady Zhao Xian's father was accused of rebelling, which enraged Emperor Yan of Zhou. Lady Zhao Xian pleaded for her father, claiming that she was wronged. However, the evidence was irrefutable, and Emperor Yan of Zhou banished her to the cold palace in a rage. 5 days ago, Lady Zhao Xian found out that the empress was planning to poison her, so she sought help from her sisters and escaped from the great Zhou imperial palace. During this period of time, Emperor Yan of Zhou visited other empires and would not return for a few months. If Lady Zhao Xian did not escape, she and her son Zhou Xuanji would die. Zhou Xuanji saw that his mother in this life was crying so pitifully, and his heart ached. He raised his little hand and touched Lady Zhao Xian's face, and said, "Mother, don't cry." The physique of the people in this world was much stronger than that of the people on Earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was only 2 years old, could already speak. In order not to appear too shocking, Zhou Xuanji usually did not speak for too long. In the imperial palace, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, Lady Zhao Xian choked with sobs. "Your Highness, there is a large river in front that can flow into the desolate river. If we throw the little prince in there, he might have a chance of survival." The old general outside the carriage suddenly said in a solemn tone. "Throw him down?" Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. This old man was really ruthless. When Lady Zhao Xian heard this, she immediately took off a necklace from her neck. The pendant was a wooden bead. The wooden bead was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary. She tied the necklace around Zhou Xuanji's neck and kissed his little face. She said, "My child, this wooden bead was born with you. It is also the symbol of your identity as a prince of Great Zhou. In the future, when His Majesty finds out the truth, he will send someone to look for you." After that, she pressed her right hand lightly on Zhou Xuanji's body. A translucent golden light appeared and enveloped Zhou Xuanji. She carried Zhou Xuanji out of the carriage and onto the platform. She looked down. Below them was a canyon that was hundreds of meters wide. The river flowed continuously, and the water splashed onto the rocks on both sides, splashing countless water droplets. If an ordinary person were to fall in, he would surely be smashed into pieces. Zhou Xuanji felt dizzy looking at it. He died suddenly in his previous life, and he was going to be smashed into pieces again in this life? "I'm sorry. In my next life, if I can still be your mother, I will surely make it up to you," Lady Zhao Xian said softly. She had already wiped away the tears on her face and she looked determined. After that, she threw Zhou Xuanji down. The little Zhou Xuanji spun in the air and looked up at Lady Zhao Xian. Their eyes met. There was no fear in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, but a deep reluctance. Lady Zhao Xian was stunned. This was not the look a 2-year-old child should have. She instinctively stretched out her hand and wanted to grab him. Plop. Zhou Xuanji, who was enveloped by the golden light, fell into the rapid river and disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lady Zhao Xian pulled her hand back immediately and covered her chest. Tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. She hated it. She hated herself for not fighting for it. If she could climb up with Emperor Yen of Zhou's favor, she might not have to face such a disaster today. Lady, don't worry. Back then, when the little prince was born, an auspicious sign descended from the heavens. A qilin came and circled above the royal palace. Even the heavenly teacher said that the little prince was extraordinary. He is not fated to die. Don't worry. The old general comforted her. Just when he finished speaking, swoosh, an air-piercing sound came. A sharp arrow pierced through the old general's forehead. Blood splattered, and the two flying black horses neighed in fear. They turned around and ran immediately. Lady Zhao Xian was almost thrown off. She quickly grabbed the reins. In the river, Zhou Xuanji was enveloped by the golden light and was unharmed. Looking at the dead trees and rocks that flew past him, he felt terrible. Although Lady Zhao Xian had only raised him for 2 years and most of the time, she was still his biological mother. He sighed faintly and said, "If I have the power in the future, I will surely take revenge for you." It was extremely difficult to take revenge on the empress of the great Zhou Empire. This world was like a mythical world. Cultivation was the mainstream and the powerful were respected. Just the royal guards alone had the power to split mountains and rivers. He was only 2 years old and had no contact with cultivation. How could he take revenge? At this moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the necklace that Lady Zhao Xian gave him had disappeared. A red mark appeared on his fair chest. Ding. Supreme Legendary Sword System activated. Ding. Supreme Legendary Sword System successfully integrated with the sword owner's soul. Ding. Gotcha for the new sword owner begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Silver, Crimson Dragon Sword, White Crane Sword Technique. 4 electronic-like voices resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, shaking him so much that his soul was knocked out. Before he could react, he felt an explosion in his mind and he fainted immediately. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. Among the mountains, rivers weaved in and out. Beside one of the rivers, a little girl with a ponytail was washing clothes. She wore patched clothes. The little girl had fair skin and a cute face. She looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, and the washing board was even bigger than her. She rolled up her sleeves and wiped the water off her face with the back of her hand. At this moment, a golden ball of light floated over from the river and attracted the little girl's attention. She was a little stunned. She put down the clothes in her hands and walked over carefully. The golden ball of light quickly reached the riverbank. She walked closer and saw a child inside. He was only about 2 years old. He was very small and his fists were tightly clenched. He was sleeping soundly. The golden light disappeared suddenly, and the 2-year-old child sank into the river. She was so frightened that she quickly ran over and picked him up. Chapter 2. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness gradually recovered. He opened his eyes, and memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, giving him a splitting headache. He propped up his small body and found himself sitting on a wooden bed. There was a pile of clothes beside the bed. This was a small wooden hut that could only accommodate a wooden bed and a wooden table. On the wooden table, there was a kettle and 2 porcelain bowls with broken corners. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Outside the door was surrounded by green trees, and one could vaguely see the forest in the distance. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked in his heart, "Supreme Legendary Sword System?" He could still remember what happened before he fainted. Could it be that God had given him a golden finger? In his previous life he had read many novels, so he naturally understood the system. It was like playing a single-player game. Meanwhile, he felt that the words Supreme God Sword were somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. "Sword Master, what's your order?" An electronic voice rang in his mind. Where did the Supreme Legendary Sword System come from? What functions does it have? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask in his heart, unable to suppress the anticipation on his face. The Supreme Legendary Sword System is a fortuitous encounter. At the beginning of the primordial world there were already 3,000 rules. These 3,000 rules later became the Great Tao, and beyond the 3,000 rules, there is another variable, also known as a fortuitous encounter. The fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world is attached to the Sword Master's body, simulating the Supreme Legendary Sword program that the Sword Master created in his previous life. You can call me the Sword Spirit. I don't have an independent consciousness. I'm just a supporting program that you created to focus on nurturing the Sword Master. The electronic voice replied, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. *CKME. So that was how it was. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Xuanji immediately became excited. In his previous life he was a programmer. When he was playing a Xianxia standalone game, he felt that it was too difficult to level up and become stronger, so he created the Supreme Legendary Sword program. Well, this was the Goldfinger program. He could randomly draw all the swords in the game because he was playing as a blade master. Not only that, any sword art would be able to reach the maximum level as long as it was executed repeatedly according to the sword moves. There was no need for comprehension or special materials. Now that the Supreme Legendary Sword program had become real and had become a system, didn't that mean that he was going to soar into the sky? At this moment, lines of words that only he could see appeared in front of him. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race. Great Zhou royal bloodline cultivation. Mediocre martial arts. None sword art. None. Supernatural power. None. Sword. Silver crimson dragon sword. This is my attribute? Wait a minute. What was the silver in front of the crimson dragon sword? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in confusion. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword system is created from your Supreme Legendary Sword program, it has created countless legendary swords on its own, and they are divided into different grades. For now, the grades that can be announced to the sword owner are ordinary rock, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, and glorious gold. The grades above cannot be announced for now because the sword owner is too weak. The sword spirit explained, which made Zhou Xuanji swallow his saliva. It sounded very powerful. What kind of artifact was the silver-ranked Crimson Dragon Sword? Wait a minute. Where is my Crimson Dragon Sword? Just when Zhou Xuanji was thinking, a sword appeared in front of him and levitated above the bed. It was the Crimson Dragon Sword. The Crimson Dragon Sword was 4 feet long, which was equivalent to about 1.3 meters. Its entire body was crimson red, and there was a long dragon engraved in the center of the blade, while the end of the sword hilt was in the shape of a dragon's tooth. With this sword, Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. So cool. Lines of words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Crimson Dragon Sword, level, silver, description, silver divine sword contains the soul of a crimson dragon. When activated, its might will increase greatly. He could not remember if there was a Crimson Dragon Sword in the Supreme Legendary Sword program in his previous life. After all, the game's information was vast. He realized that the Crimson Dragon Sword was like one of his arms. With just a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword would fly to wherever he wanted. It was really magical. How do I hide it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. A 2-year-old child could not even protect such a precious sword. Just when he finished speaking, the Crimson Dragon Sword disappeared. The system has the supreme storage which can store all kinds of resources, except for living creatures. It is like a storage bag with an independent space. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh in amazement. So convenient. Do you want to inherit the white crane sword technique? Of course. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. To take revenge he had to become more powerful. As a prince of the great Zhou Empire, Zhou Xuanji had heard of the cultivation stages. From low to high they were chi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, and great realization. Each stage was divided into 10 levels. His father, Emperor Yan of Zhou, was at the great realization stage. His lifespan was continuous and he was almost immortal. The continent he was in was called the Northern Wilderness region. There were many sects and kingdoms, and above the kingdoms were the empires. There were 7 empires in the eastern domain, and Great Zhou was considered to be above average. During its peak it was ranked first. Without the Supreme Legendary Sword system, unless Zhou Xuanji was extremely lucky, it would be difficult for him to threaten Emperor Yan of Zhou, let alone come into contact with him. The ruler of an empire was not someone he could meet just because he wanted to. It was just like a land god which mortals could only look up to. Next, a wave of memories entered his mind, and he could not help but close his eyes. In his mind, a silhouette was dancing with a sword. The silhouette was like a white crane, agile and graceful. After a long while, he finally managed to sort out this memory. The white crane sword technique was divided into 3 forms. The first form, white crane footing. The second form, white crane wings. The third form, white crane celestial trace. Every form of the sword was imprinted in his mind. In this world, a swordsman had a high status because the sword was the king of all weapons. However, the way of the sword was very difficult to cultivate. Every sword technique with different grades required great comprehension. The same sword technique could be wielded differently by swordsmen with different comprehension abilities. But Zhou Xuanji had the Supreme Legendary Sword system. When he designed the supreme legendary sword system, he created a shortcut for sword techniques. He only needed to practice the white crane sword technique 10 times to learn the first form. He needed to practice the second form 50 times, and the third form 100 times. One day was enough. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. But when he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, he felt depressed again. He did not know if Lady Zhao Xian was dead or alive. Even if she was alive, where could he find her in such a big world? My grandma is not here. You guys can come next time. A young girl's voice came from outside the wooden hut. Zhou Xuanji was so frightened that his body trembled. His personal stats disappeared as well. Don't tell me your grandma is running away from her debt? Tell her within 3 months she must pay her debt. Do you hear me? If she doesn't pay her debt, I will sell you to the brothel in town. A shrill female voice came. Zhou Xuanji could already imagine her mean and ugly old face. He quickly lay down. He was curious about who saved him, and at the same time he was grateful. If he were to stay in the wilderness and be eaten by demons, it would be tragic. In the eastern domain, other than the humans, the demons had a larger sphere of influence. Traces of demons could be found all over the human race. After a while, a little girl walked in. She lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. She was choking with sobs, and it was obvious that she was crying out of fear. She did not look at Zhou Xuanji but sat on the bench and cried loudly on the table. Chapter 3. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's voice, the little girl looked up at him. Zhou Xuanji was born in the royal family. His skin was white and tender, and his facial features were exquisite. Although he was only 2 years old, he could make most people like him. In the royal palace, he often acted cute and pitiful, which made the concubines in the harem fall in love with him. Of course, except for the empress. When that woman saw him, she did not hide her disgust at all. When the little girl saw his face, she immediately stopped crying. You're awake. She cried out in surprise and forgot about her grievances. She quickly poured water for Zhou Xuanji. Coming to the wooden bed, she held the bowl in her left hand and carried Zhou Xuanji with her right hand, feeding him water. Zhou Xuanji drank it all in one gulp, and his lips were covered with water. He giggled and said, "Big sister is so nice." The little girl giggled and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm 2 years old this year. What about you, sister?" Zhou Xuanji smiled. Facing a little girl, he was not worried that he would arouse her suspicions. "Zhou Xuanji? What a strange name. I'm Jianghu, 6 years old." The little girl mumbled with her finger in her mouth. Zhou Xuanji sat on her lap, looked up and asked, "Did you save me?" "Yes, where are your parents? Do they not want you anymore?" Little Jianghu nodded and asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, "They were eaten by demons." Lady Zhao Xian was most likely dead, and as for Emperor Yan of Zhou, Zhou Xuanji already treated him as dead. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji's parents were eaten by demons, although little Jianghu sympathized, she was not surprised. From time to time, people in the village would be eaten by demons when they went out to hunt. To her, this was nothing out of the ordinary. The two brats began to converse. Zhou Xuanji learned that the village was called Green River Village and was located in a corner of the Southern Snow Kingdom. The Southern Snow Dynasty was one of the subsidiary dynasties of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Little Jianghu had never seen her parents since she was young. She lived with her grandmother who was in her 60s. No one knew her grandmother's name, so the villagers called her Crazy Old Lady. Ever since she was 5 years old, the crazy old lady often went out and left her alone at home. At first she was afraid, but later she got used to it. It had to be said that the children in this world matured much earlier than those on Earth. It was worth mentioning that the crazy old woman would borrow money from time to time. As for what she did, no one knew. She owed a huge debt, and just now someone came to collect the debt. He even said that he would sell her to a brothel. "Sister, I will protect you in the future," Zhou Xuanji said. Little Jianghu saved his life after all. Little Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji and smiled. She did not reply but mumbled, "Grandma has already left for half a month, will she not want me anymore?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt heartache. He patted his chest and said with a smile, "Your grandma left and I'm here. Isn't this the will of the heavens? I can accompany you." Anyway, he had nowhere to go. If he went to the city he might be caught, so he might as well stay in the mountain village. Little Jianghu heard him and immediately smiled. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheeks and giggled, "Okay, you are my little brother from now on." She was so young that she did not have her guard up against Zhou Xuanji. After all, Zhou Xuanji was so young. "Sister," Zhou Xuanji called out sweetly. Seeing that his savior was so happy, he did not feel tired at all. What an adorable little girl. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's stomach growled. Sister, I'm a little hungry, Zhou Xuanji said with a bitter face. Little Jiang Shui heard him and covered her mouth as she laughed. Big sister will go make porridge for you. After that, she let go of Zhou Xuanji and left the bed. Zhou Xuanji got off the bed as well. He wanted to test out the power of the Crimson Dragon Sword. When he arrived at the yard, he glanced around. The yard was not big and there was a yellow dog and a group of chicks. There were a total of 3 wooden houses, one for living, one for the kitchen and one for the toilet. After seeing little Jiang Shui walk into the kitchen, he quietly went to the back of the wooden house. Behind the wooden house was a small hill surrounded by woods. There was no one there. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword appeared in his hand. The seemingly large Crimson Dragon Sword in his hand did not give him the slightest sense of weight, it was as light as a feather. He slashed at the mountain wall in front of him. Clang! The Crimson Dragon Sword easily cut into the mountain, making him feel as though he was cutting tofu. He slashed downwards and easily reached the bottom. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. The sharpness. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could cut through iron like mud. He was only 2 years old and his strength was pitifully small. After he thought about it, he sheathed his sword and left. When he came to the yard, he hesitated for a while and walked toward the kitchen. He wanted to see how a 6-year-old girl cooked porridge. Would she burn the kitchen down? As he stepped over the threshold of the kitchen, he looked inside and saw little Jiang Shui standing on a stool in front of the stove. In her hand was an iron ladle that was completely disproportionate to her body size. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was already proficient in cooking, so proficient that it made one's heart ache. She seemed to feel that someone was looking at her, so she turned around. When she saw Zhou Xuanji standing at the door, she was stunned. Then she placed her left hand on her waist and scolded like an adult. Little brother Xuanji, go back to bed and rest. The porridge will be ready soon. Zhou Xuanji giggled. Sister, let me start the fire for you. As he spoke, he walked toward the stove. Don't. Go away, don't burn the house down. Little Jiang Shui quickly stopped him. She put down the ladle and jumped down from the stool to stop him. Sister, don't worry, I've started a fire before, Zhou Xuanji said. Will I believe you? You're only 2 years old. I was still drooling when I was 2 years old. Little Jiang Shui snorted with her hands on her waist. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, but you are only 6 years old. To cook at 6 years old, it is really worrying. You also know that I'm 6? I'm not a 3-year-old, but you are worse than a 3-year-old. Little Jiang Shui still did not give in. He did not know whether to laugh or cry at her words. This girl had really entered the mode of an older sister. The more sensible she was, the less loved she was. Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. He turned around and walked to the door. He sat on the stool and said obediently, Then I will accompany you. Seeing how cute he was, little Jiang Shui could not help but walk over and rub his little face. She giggled, Good boy, I will be done soon. After she rubbed his face a few times, she returned to the stove, satisfied. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and thought of Lady Zhao Xian again. He must find Lady Zhao Xian. If she was dead, he must see her corpse. Not only that, he must make the Empress of Great Zhou pay. When he thought about this, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Oh yeah, sword spirit, how can I obtain more legendary swords and energy techniques? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The white crane sword technique was only a sword technique. He had not cultivated an energy technique yet. If he could cultivate spirit energy, the white crane sword technique's power would increase tremendously. The sword owner will get a chance to draw a lottery every year when you grow older. The lottery must contain a legendary sword, and at the same time, you can randomly choose an energy technique, legendary sword, sword technique, divine ability, elixir, etc. Also, every time the sword owner breaks through to a new stage, you will also get a chance to draw a lottery, but there is no requirement to include a legendary sword, the sword spirit replied. A legendary sword every year? So casual? Chapter 4. A 6-year-old girl living alone and cooking for herself was pitiful. If Zhou Xuanji did not have the memories of his previous life and he was little Jiang Shui, he would either starve to death or be scared to death. Thinking about this, Zhou Xuanji's heart ached for her, but at the same time he admired her a little. This girl would definitely be a phoenix among men in the future. After little Jiang Shui was done cooking the porridge, she fed it to Zhou Xuanji personally. She even blew on it to cool it down before feeding him. It had to be said that little Jiang Shui's culinary skills were not bad. Zhou Xuanji, who was used to dining in the palace, actually felt that it was pretty good. Perhaps it was because he was too hungry. After all, how good could a 6-year-old's cooking be? After eating a bowl of porridge, he saw that it was still early, so he practiced his sword in the courtyard. He picked up a wooden stick and used it as a sword. After all, the Crimson Dragon sword had an extraordinary background, and he could not easily reveal it. He trusted little Jianghu, but he was also afraid that the villagers passing by would see them. He first practiced according to the first style of the white crane sword technique. Only after practicing did he realize how difficult these movements were. He was only a 2-year-old child. It took him the time for an incense stick to burn to finish the first round. Little Jianghu walked out of the kitchen and saw what Zhou Xuanji was doing. She asked curiously, "Little brother, what are you doing? Practice swordsmanship?" A 2-year-old knows how to practice swordsmanship? In any case, she had never seen it. "Yes, after I master it, I'll be able to protect my sister," Zhou Xuanji replied casually. His words made little Jianghu's heart burst with joy. She said, "Then slow down, don't hurt yourself." After that, she got up and returned to the house to prepare some clothes for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to practice. After he practiced the first form of the white crane sword technique 5 times, he realized that his body became lighter and even more powerful. It was really magical. When he finished practicing 10 times, he felt that his body's quality had multiplied. Somehow, he seemed to have understood something. Once again he executed the white crane stance effortlessly. It was as if he was an old swordsman who had practiced the sword for more than 10 years. The speed at which he drew and sheathed his sword was extremely fast. He continued to practice the second style, white crane spreads its wings. It was dusk before he successfully practiced 50 times. He was already exhausted, but when he finished 50 times, the fatigue on his body immediately disappeared. He swung his fist, feeling full of strength. Every time Sword Master masters a sword technique, the sword spirit will help strengthen Sword Master's physique, allowing Sword Master to easily use this sword technique. Now, Sword Master's strength has reached the strength of an adult man. The sword spirit said, and Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. A 2-year-old is already comparable to an adult man. I'm going to be like Neza. With the supreme legendary sword system, he did not have to worry about crippling himself. He did not continue to practice. Instead, he went to the kitchen to help little Jianghu with cooking. After dinner, Zhou Xuanji continued to practice the third form of the white crane sword technique, white crane celestial trace. Little Jianghu sat on a small stool not far away and looked at him quietly. She had a silly smile on her face. With Zhou Xuanji's appearance, she was no longer afraid of the night. Today was definitely the happiest day in her life. Zhou Xuanji did not notice her expression but focused on training his sword. He practiced white crane celestial steps 100 times until late at night. When he completed the last movement for the 100th time, he felt a strange power flowing through his body. He felt that his physique had become stronger, and his strength was twice as strong as before. The power of 2 people. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He was in a state of epiphany. He closed his eyes and held a wooden stick in his right hand. Using the wooden stick as a sword, his figure flashed like a white crane, swift and agile. With a single step, he crossed several meters and swung the wooden stick at a big tree in the courtyard. Crack! The wooden branch was broken, but it left a 10-centimeter deep cut on the tree trunk. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and raised his brow. Without spirit energy, he could achieve such destructive power with the white crane sword technique? He looked down at the remaining half of the wooden branch and pondered. When he used white crane celestial steps just now, he felt that he had become one with the wooden branch. Something seemed to be entwining around him. It was very comfortable. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and looked shocked. That's right. You have already understood the white crane sword will. There are thousands of sword techniques in the world and each has its own sword will. When you become an adult, even without spirit energy, you can split a small mountain with your sword will. The sword spirit said suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji was a little dazed. He mastered the sword will just like that? According to his understanding, there were not many swordsmen who could master the sword will in this world. The most important thing was that he was only 2 years old. The supreme legendary sword system is really nature-defying. It's indeed a design that I created overnight. No, the sword owner is extremely talented in the way of the sword, or else the serendipity of the world would not have transformed into the supreme legendary sword system. The way of cultivation that suits you the most is the way of the sword. The sword spirit continued to explain, and Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization. He immediately thought of his father in this life, Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou's achievements in the way of the sword were unparalleled. He once killed an army of millions with one slash, and his name shook the world. As expected, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. After he thought about it, he shook his head and turned around. He saw little Jiang Shui leaning against the door, asleep. Under the moonlight, her little face looked very peaceful. "Silly girl," Zhou Xuanji said softly. He walked to the door and carried little Jiang Shui into the house. With the strength of two people, it was easy for him to carry a 6-year-old girl. After practicing the sword for an entire day, Zhou Xuanji was tired. He fell asleep immediately after he laid on the bed. Little Jiang Shui seemed to be tired. She turned around and pressed on top of him. If not for his strong physique, he would have fainted from her weight. He was only a 2-year-old child after all. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji changed into little Jiang Shui's clothes. His golden clothes would attract unwanted attention after all. Little Jiang Shui brought him around the village so that the villagers could get to know him. Green River Village had a little more than 20 households and 23 strong men. Usually, 5 or 6 of them would stay in the village to guard against demons or bandits. He wore little Jiang Shui's clothes and almost tripped every now and then. He looked very cute and the villagers quickly fell in love with him. Little Jiang Shui told them about his background, which made the villagers sympathize with him even more. The people of Green River Village were simple and hospitable. Zhou Xuanji's arrival was not met with any rejection. In less than 7 days, everyone in the village had seen Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji had already mastered the white crane sword technique to the pinnacle, he still spent time training his body every day. Most of his time was spent playing with little Jiang Shui in the mountains. Demons rarely appeared in this area. For hundreds of years, almost all the demons in this area had been hunted. Occasionally, some demons would accidentally barge in, but most of the time it was safe. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived. A middle-aged woman with a face full of pockmarks came to the courtyard with 2 strong men. She was plump, and just her face alone made people feel that she was mean. She placed her left hand on her hip and fanned herself with her right hand. She shouted at the top of her voice, "Little girl, your grandma is not back yet. Come with me and pay your grandma's debt." More than 20 villagers surrounded the courtyard. There were both men and women, and they were all here to support little Jiang Shui. Chapter 5. This is too inhumane. Jiang Shui is only 6 years old. Yeah, what's the point of bullying a child? If you dare, go find the crazy old woman. You dare to take revenge on a child? The villagers condemned, but no one dared to chase the middle-aged woman out. This was because the woman's name was Shenhua. She was a collateral descendant of a powerful family in a nearby town. Offending her was equivalent to offending that family. Shenhua was furious. She turned around and roared, "It's only right that you pay what you owe. If you don't like it, go to the Fong family and demand justice." The Fong family. The Cultivation family of 4 Mystery Town controlled all the gambling dens and brothels in the town. Even the mayor did not dare to offend them. At least 30 villages like Green River Village were controlled by 4 Mystery Town. If they offended 4 Mystery Town, the Fong family could isolate Green River Village from the outside world with just a word, and they would not be able to trade. Even though Shenhua was only a collateral descendant of the Fong family and did not have much say, the Fong family's deterrence was too great. The 2 muscular men behind Shenhua were both cultivators. Although they had only just entered the qi nurturing stage, they were still stronger than ordinary martial artists. Just by standing there, they gave people a great sense of oppression. At this moment, little Jiang Shui walked out of the house. Her face was full of fear. Although she did not know what a brothel was, the women in the village said that it was a devil's den. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from getting involved, she reminded him a few times not to come out. "My grandma will come back after a while. She will not leave me behind. You guys," little Jiang Shui said cautiously like a frightened rabbit. But before she could finish her sentence, Shenhua interrupted her rudely and cursed, "I have already given you 3 months. Do you really think I'm the Bodhisattva? Take her away." "Yes." The muscular man behind her walked toward little Jiang Shui. Ah! Little Jiang Shui was so frightened that she instinctively stepped back and almost fell to the ground. She was only 6 years old after all. But just when she was about to fall, a small body caught her. It was Zhou Xuanji. He helped her up and pulled her behind him. He stared at Shenhua and scolded, "Fat woman. Appearance really comes from the heart. No wonder you are so ugly. Your heart is too evil." As soon as he said this, the burly man who was walking over was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Shenhua's expression changed drastically. The villagers were also stunned. Are these the words of a 2-year-old? Beat him to death. Shenhua yelled at the top of her lungs. She was so angry that the fat on her body was trembling. Having heard him, the muscular man immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. The crimson dragon sword appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and the tip of the sword pointed straight ahead. Xiao. Puchi. The muscular man's chest was pierced by the scarlet dragon sword, and the scarlet dragon sword pierced through Shenhua's chest. One sword, two lives. The remaining strong man was so frightened that he quickly turned around and ran away. Whoosh! The villagers were so scared that they collectively retreated. All of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji's crimson dragon sword flew swiftly and beheaded the fleeing muscular man. As someone who had lived 2 lives and was hunted by the Empress, Zhou Xuanji understood the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. Although he did not have spiritual power, the crimson dragon sword had already fused with him, and wherever he pointed, it would hit. The speed of a silver-grade divine sword was not something a minion who had just entered the qi-nourishing stage could handle. It was the first time that little Jianghu saw a dead person with her own eyes. She was so frightened that she covered her eyes. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said to the villagers, "Everyone, if you do not want Green River Village to be implicated, you should understand that this matter cannot be spread." The villagers looked at him in fear and retreated. No one replied. Demon. Definitely a demon. He dared to kill at only 2 years old. He was completely different from the cute kids they usually saw. And that sword, it was definitely a demonic sword, a demonic sword. Zhou Xuanji saw their expressions and could not help but shake his head. He walked toward the 3 corpses on the ground and searched them. Finally he found 3 bags of money and put them into the supreme storage. From now on he could not stay in Green River Village any longer. He could only travel the world if he had money. "Can you help me take care of this?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The villagers heard him and immediately fled in all directions. He sighed. The crimson dragon sword flew in front of him and disappeared. Shortly after he turned around and walked toward little Jianghu. Little Jianghu opened her hands and looked through the gaps between her fingers. When she saw Zhou Xuanji walking toward her, she burst into tears and hugged him. Zhou Xuanji patted her back and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here." He thought that after seeing him kill people, little Jianghu would stay away from him, but it was the opposite. This moved him a little. She really treated him as her little brother from the bottom of her heart. After comforting her for a while, little Jianghu finally calmed down. She asked anxiously, "Little brother, if you kill them, the soldiers will come and arrest you." "Soldiers?" Zhou Xuanji snorted and burst into laughter. Although the Great Zhou Empire controlled dozens of kingdoms, and the kingdoms controlled many cities, and there were countless villages and towns under the cities, the soldiers did not exert much pressure. Especially in the borderlands. After all, this was a world of cultivation where the strong ruled. As long as you were strong enough, no matter how many sins you committed, there would be countless factions trying to rope you in. Compared to Earth, this world was undoubtedly much crueler. Zhou Xuanji asked seriously, "Next, we need to escape. Are you coming with me?" For him, the most important task now was to survive. As he grew older, he would definitely become more powerful. Only when he was powerful enough could he go to places with many people. Escape? But if Grandma comes back? Little Jianghu hesitated. Although the crazy old woman did not take responsibility for her, she was her only family. No, now she had another family member. Zhou Xuanji said, "Sister, if we don't leave and get caught, won't we be adding more trouble to your grandma? If something happens to you, she will be so sad." He smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing the crazy old woman. He could have enjoyed a happy childhood in Green River Village, but all this happened because of the crazy old woman's messy debts. And when he thought of little Jianghu's mumbling in her sleep, he was even more displeased. This old woman is as despicable as Emperor Yan of Zhou. Little Jianghu thought about it and nodded, "Wait for me, I will go pack up." After that, she purposely did not look at the 3 corpses and returned to the wooden hut. "Sword Spirit, can I put the entire house into the supreme storage?" Zhou Xuanji stared at the wooden hut they lived in and asked. After living here for 3 months, he had developed feelings for this house. Next, he planned to hide in the mountains for a few years. It would be even better if he had a house. "Sure." The Sword Spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji happy. "Sister, stop packing. Come out." Zhou Xuanji shouted. Having heard him, little Jianghu, who had just entered the house, walked out again. She asked curiously, "Why? Not escaping anymore?" Zhou Xuanji held her little hand and instructed in his mind, "Sword Spirit, store the house." Before little Jianghu's eyes, the wooden hut disappeared into thin air. She was so frightened that she shuddered. Chapter 6. After taking away their wooden hut, Zhou Xuanji went to the kitchen to take away the pots and pans as well as the food. Throughout the whole process, little Jiang Shui seemed very excited. She was amazed and excited that her brother could use magic. The legend of the immortal cultivators was also passed down in Green River Village. So her younger brother was also a cultivator. No wonder he looked so cute. He was completely different from the other children in the village. He was like a lotus flower in a swamp. After cleaning up for a while, the two of them walked around the corpses and headed towards the back of the mountain. Green River Village was located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. There were no other villages within a radius of 50 miles. Zhou Xuanji was heading far away from the village. He could rely on the Crimson Dragon Sword to stay and not be afraid of the Fang clan, but he was worried that things would get out of hand. He knew how terrifying the generals of the Great Zhou dynasty were. Overturning mountains and seas was nothing difficult for them. It would be bad if he was discovered by the minions of the Great Zhou Empress. It wasn't easy for him to survive the calamity. He didn't want to capsize because of carelessness. When he came of age, no. If he was given 10 years, he might be able to rise to power. At the very least, he would be able to protect himself. After entering the forest, Zhou Xuanji took out his Crimson Dragon Sword in case of danger. With a sword in his right hand and little Jiang Shui's hand in his left, the two of them strolled into the deep mountains. Little Jiang Shui had never left Green River Village before. She was very nervous, but fortunately Zhou Xuanji kept comforting her. For the next 3 days they were on their way. They took turns to sleep under the tree at night and traveled during the day. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji asked the sword spirit to keep an eye on them. Although they encountered some jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards along the way, they posed no threat. Zhou Xuanji had the Crimson Dragon Sword in his hand, and he was a swordsman who had comprehended the sword will, even though he was only 2 years old. After 3 days of traveling, they were now far away from Green River Village. On this day they came to the cliff. The river beside them flowed down the cliff with great momentum. Standing at the edge of the cliff, they gazed into the distance with dull expressions. Behind the cliff was a forest, and 1,000 meters ahead was a mountain range that cut across the land. At this moment, there were two figures clashing in the air above the forest. A blue-robed old man and a black-robed youth. They flew in the air as if they were not affected by gravity, and fought fiercely in the air. The blue-robed old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He held a long sword in his hand and looked like an immortal who had attained the Tao. The black-robed youth's long hair was messy, and his face was ferocious. His entire body was shrouded in black energy, and he held 2 curved blades in his hands. He looked like a demon. From a distance it looked like a battle between good and evil. All kinds of spells fell one after another, blowing up the forest. Immortal cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. Little Jiang Shui was shocked too. Cultivators who could fly in the air were at least at the inner pellet realm. Zhou Xuanji had not even stepped into the qi nurturing stage. Even with the Crimson Dragon Sword, he might not be able to defeat an enlightening cultivator, let alone an inner pellet cultivator. Without thinking too much, he turned around and jogged away with little Jiang Shui. The two children didn't say a word along the way and soon disappeared into the forest. After running for 2 hours, they finally stopped to rest. For young children like them, it felt like their legs were about to break. "Sister, are you all right?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he panted. Along the way, little Jiang Shui did not cry or complain no matter how tired she was. Most of the time, if Zhou Xuanji did not stop, she would have fainted. "You are fine, of course I'm fine." Little Jiang Shui wiped her sweat and replied while panting. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for her. He took out a water bottle from the supreme storage and passed it to her. Although he called her sister, in his heart, little Jiang Shui was like a younger sister. The two of them rested on the spot. They spoke very softly for fear that the two cultivators would hear them. They rested for about 10 minutes. The two of them got up. Zhou Xuanji stored the Crimson Dragon Sword into the supreme storage, and they supported each other as they walked forward. After walking for a while, boom. In front of them, a silhouette fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Countless leaves danced in the air, and the trees around them shook. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were both shocked. They fixed their eyes on it and a chill ran down their spines. It was the blue-robed old man from before. He was lying on the grass, covered in blood. His face was full of pain. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were so frightened that their bodies froze. The worst-case scenario had still happened. "Damn, we are so unlucky." Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse in his heart. He quickly pulled little Jiang Shui and turned around. Just when he turned around, he saw the man in black walking toward him with two curved blades stained with blood. "Chiu Bailey, it seems like you did not improve much in the past 10 years. The man in black laughed coldly and walked toward the blue-robed old man. Zhou Xuanji's hair stood on end. He pulled little Jianghu behind him and stepped back carefully. The man in black walked past him and they were less than 2 meters apart. "What's happening? Why are my legs not listening to me? I can't run," Zhou Xuanji thought in fear. He had never faced such a situation before. "It's a murderous aura. He wants to kill you, so he locked his murderous aura on you so that you cannot escape." The sword spirit said in his mind, and Zhou Xuanji clenched his left fist. He wanted to kill them. They were still kids. "Chiu Bailey, do you have any last wishes?" The man in black laughed sinisterly, his eyes full of mockery. As for Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu, he had already ignored them. He would deal with the two kids after he killed Chiu Bailey. Chiu Bailey wanted to stand up, but his bones were broken and he could not. "They are innocent. Let them go," Chiu Bailey gritted his teeth and said. He had already given up, but he could not bear to let the two kids be implicated. "Ah, you better take care of yourself first," the man in black mocked. Just when he finished speaking, the crimson dragon sword suddenly struck his head, and blood splattered all over the ground. An inner pellet cultivator, dead. Chiu Bailey opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. Little Jianghu was also shocked by this horrifying scene. The crimson dragon sword flew into his hand. "Sword spirit, is he dead?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. An inner pellet cultivator might not die so easily. "He's dead. He can't be more dead." After getting the sword spirit's answer, Zhou Xuanji immediately ran over and searched the man in black. Finally he found a storage bag and a storage ring. He turned around and ran away with little Jianghu. "Wait!" Chiu Bailey quickly shouted, but Zhou Xuanji did not even look back and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. After a long while, Chiu Bailey muttered with a complicated expression, "A genius on Great Zhou's hero ranking board died just like that. Died in the hands of a 2 or 3-year-old kid?" Chiu Bailey, who was knowledgeable, was in a mess. His worldview was shattered into pieces. Zhou Xuanji's decisiveness and attack sent chills down his spine. But more than that, he was curious. Zhou Xuanji did not attack him, which meant that he was not a bad person. "What a pity. Can't you save me before you leave?" Chapter 7. After killing an inner pellet cultivator, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu continued to flee. They were afraid that more cultivators would come after them. Using the crimson dragon sword this time made him mentally exhausted. He felt that his eyelids were heavy and that he would fall asleep at any moment. His opponent was an inner pellet cultivator after all. He was fully focused and flew on his sword at his fastest speed, which was a heavy burden on his mental energy. After traveling for less than 2 miles, Zhou Xuanji almost fell. Fortunately, little Jianghu caught him in time. "Little brother, are you okay? Do you want me to carry you?" Little Jianghu asked with concern. She felt sorry for him when she saw his haggard look. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I can still carry you." He looked like a 2-year-old, but his soul was already mature. How could he let a 6-year-old girl carry him? He noticed that little Jianghu's legs were already trembling. She was obviously very tired. After traveling for another few hundred meters, Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and sat on the ground to rest. The evil cultivator was already dead, and Chiu Bailey was severely injured. They would not be in danger for the time being. He could only comfort himself this way. Fortunately, Chiu Bailey did not chase after them. After resting for a while and recovering their energy, they continued their journey. Half a month later, the two finally stopped. They were standing on the mountainside. There were few trees on the mountain slope above them, only rocks and weeds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small river that meandered like a snake, following the mountains and forests to the end of the horizon. Zhou Xuanji took out the wooden hut from the supreme storage and smiled. Let's settle down here." Little Jianghu was so happy that she jumped up and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji caught her in time. Along the way, with the white crane sword Will and the crimson dragon sword, the two did not encounter any danger. They could even hunt occasionally. Zhou Xuanji's battle prowess had also been trained, and it was no longer the same as before. Little Jianghu began to clean up the hut, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around and made sure that she was always in his sight. The mountain slope was 100 meters tall, and its back was against the forest. Looking from the top of the mountain, one could only see rolling hills in all directions. There was no sign of human habitation. Little Jianghu was agile. She ran to the top of the mountain after cleaning up. Her face was filled with excitement. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand and urged, "Little brother, can you teach me sword techniques?" Zhou Xuanji had always been the one protecting her, which made her feel guilty. So she wanted to learn the sword too. Previously he didn't have a chance to do so, but now he did. Zhou Xuanji smiled helplessly and took out a wooden sword from the supreme storage. This was a piece of wood that he had cut along the way, and it was reserved for little Jianghu. The sword spirit had tested little Jianghu's talent in swordsmanship. She was mediocre and it would be difficult for her to achieve anything in swordsmanship. However, in order for her to have the ability to protect herself, Zhou Xuanji planned to teach her the white crane sword technique. With little Jianghu's talent, she would need 10 years to master the white crane sword technique. Zhou Xuanji was not worried. He was there to protect him anyway. Although little Jianghu's talent in the way of the sword was not ideal, she lived like a little adult. With her around, Zhou Xuanji could live a good life. Every time he saw little Jianghu taking care of him, he could not help but sigh. This world is really amazing. If it was on Earth, a 6-year-old girl walking alone would be worried by her parents. Perhaps it had something to do with the spiritual energy. Little Jianghu behaved like a 10-year-old child. It was still early, so the two of them ate some dry rations and continued to practice their swordsmanship. He practiced for 4 hours until dusk arrived. Little Jianghu memorized 7 moves. It was not a big improvement, but it made her very excited. Before the sky turned dark, the two of them entered the forest to collect firewood. After nightfall, they sat in front of the firewood and looked up at the starry sky. Little Jianghu cupped her cheeks in her hands and looked at the night sky. "Little brother, are we going to stay here forever?" Zhou Xuanji nibbled on a roasted rabbit leg and replied, "Don't worry. Give me 10 years. After 10 years I will bring you back. By then no one will dare to bully us." Every year he grew older he would receive a legendary sword and a lottery. After 10 years, his power would surely grow by leaps and bounds. His goal was not to linger on. He wanted to go to the great Zhou royal palace for revenge. 10 years? Really? Little Jianghu asked in a daze. Loneliness and confusion were always easily awakened at night. Little Jianghu had been lonely since she was young, and her mind was precocious. It was inevitable that she would be like this. It might not even take 10 years. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Was a pity? There were many treasures in the storage ring and pouch left behind by the evil cultivator, but the energy techniques were all demonic techniques. The sword spirit did not allow him to cultivate them, so he could only walk the path of the sword. He did not want to go berserk, so he had not officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. When he was 3 years old, he hoped that he could get a cultivation technique from the lottery. Seeing that little Jianghu was in low spirits, Zhou Xuanji began to tell her jokes to make her forget her worries quickly. Under the night sky, her bell-like laughter resounded. And so, the two of them began to settle down on this hill. To commemorate this place, Zhou Xuanji named it Sword Emperor's Slope. The wild beasts in this area were ferocious and there were even demons. Fortunately, their levels were very low, like cultivators at the Qi nurturing stage, which belonged to the first stage of cultivation. The two of them practiced their sword techniques every day and hunted all over the mountain. Their days were not dull at all. Time flew by just like that. During this period, there was a huge rainstorm that destroyed the wooden hut and scared little Jianghu to tears. Zhou Xuanji used his body to shield her from the rain and brought her to a cave to hide from the rain. He comforted her continuously. Since then, little Jianghu did not treat him as her little brother, but as someone she could rely on. After the wooden hut was destroyed, Zhou Xuanji built a new one. A rainstorm like that was rarely seen even once in a few years. Moreover, this place was the most spacious. If they were in the forest, who knew how many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts would be hiding in the dark, ready to deal them a fatal blow. Half a year later. The sky had just brightened, and the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The sunlight swept across the continuous mountain forest. Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu were practicing their sword techniques on the mountain top. Zhou Xuanji's main purpose was to teach little Jianghu. After all, his white crane sword technique had already been perfected, and there was no need for him to practice it anymore. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 3 years old. Gotcha started. The sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. His right hand trembled and stopped immediately. It's finally here. Day and night, he had been waiting for it. Finally. What's wrong? Little Jianghu asked, confused. She thought that he was not feeling well. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Continue. I will think about how to teach you next." After that, he turned around. "Buddha Tathagata, please bless me. I must get the cultivation technique." Zhou Xuanji prayed in his heart. Although the Crimson Dragon Sword was powerful, it was difficult to unleash its true power without spirit energy. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Bronze Frost Wave Sword, Golden Body Incantation, Baron Bull Strength Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. He ignored the Frost Wave Sword and Baron Bull Strength Pill, which were one level lower than the Crimson Dragon Sword. He focused on the Golden Body Incantation. The name, what? Isn't this an energy technique for physical cultivation? Chapter 8. Although the Golden Body Incantation is a body-refining technique, it can be upgraded to the Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation. The sword master can cultivate it. Some powerful swordsmen use their bodies to forge divine swords. The sword spirit explained, and Zhou Xuanji's anger disappeared immediately, replaced by anticipation. That's more like it. Soon after, the cultivation method of the Golden Body Incantation turned into a memory that flowed into his mind. The Golden Body Incantation was divided into 4 stages: internalizing Qi to temper the body, Iron Bones, Vital Qi Impact, and Indestructible Diamond. Although it was a body cultivator technique, it could also be used to absorb Qi. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He turned his attention to the Frost Wave Sword. With a thought, the Frost Wave Sword appeared in his hand. A chill drilled into his palm, causing his entire body to tremble. Even little Jianghu, who was practicing with her sword, suddenly felt a little cold. Zhou Xuanji's body blocked the hilt, so she could only see the blade. She thought it was the Crimson Dragon Sword, so she did not take it to heart. The Frost Wave Sword and the Crimson Dragon Sword's blades were similar in length and width, but the blades were silver in color and emitted cold air. The hilt looked like it was made of ice crystals and was extremely gorgeous. Soon, 3 lines of words that only he could see appeared in front of him. Sword name, Frost Wave Sword level, Bronze, description, created from a land of extreme cold. It contains 1,000 years of cold energy. There was very little information, but the 1,000-year frost chi made Zhou Xuanji think about it. The bronze-ranked Frost Wave Sword might not be as powerful as the silver-ranked Crimson Dragon Sword, but its attributes were different. He then took out the Wild Ox Strength pills and stored them in a wooden bottle. There were a total of 3 pills. The Wild Ox Strength pill is an extreme pill. After consuming it, one can obtain the brute strength of a wild ox. However, it also has a huge side effect. It is best for the current sword owner not to use it, or else he will be bedridden for a month. The sword spirit introduced, and Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he heard it. Wouldn't he be dead after lying in bed for a month? Little Jianghu could not protect him in the wilderness. After that, he sat cross-legged in front of the cliff and began to cultivate the Golden Body Incantation. He began to breathe according to the breathing method of the Golden Body Incantation. There was spiritual energy in the world, and it was the foundation for all living things to become stronger. According to Earth's explanation, it was some kind of energy. The basic breathing technique relied on the mouth and nose, while the advanced breathing technique required all the pores in the body to breathe in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It took him a full half an incense stick's time before he could feel the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was hidden in the air and was different from other gases. Once inhaled, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. The contrast was very obvious. The first internalization of Qi took half an incense stick's time, which was equivalent to 15 minutes. It was definitely not slow. Ordinary people needed days or even months. The genius of the royal family of Great Zhou, the 6th Prince Zhougan, took an hour and was called a genius. Even Emperor Yan of Zhou was pleased. As he breathed in and out, his understanding of the Golden Body Incantation became higher and higher. After 100 breaths, he directly mastered the first level of the Golden Body Incantation, internalizing Qi and tempering body. At the same time, his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the Qi nourishing stage. He had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy in his dantian. He was stunned and thought to himself, is it that easy to cultivate? Your bloodline talent is very strong, your soul power is very strong, and with the help of the supreme legendary sword system, it's only natural for you to be like this. The sword spirit explained. Zhou Xuanji blinked and asked, are energy techniques and sword techniques the same? It's more or less the same, but the martial arts have a strict requirement for one's cultivation level. For example, the second stage of the Golden Body Incantation, Iron Bone, requires you to reach the 5th stage of the Qi nourishing stage. Zhou Xuanji was very pleased with the sword spirit's answer. With his talent, it was not difficult for him to reach the 5th stage of the Qi nourishing stage. Moreover, there were many spirit stones and spirit pills in the storage rings and bags of the 3 people he killed, which could help him in his cultivation. He did not teach the golden body incantation to little Jianghu, but it was not because he was selfish. It was because the golden body incantation could only take two paths. One was physical cultivation and the other was sword cultivation. Physical cultivation was too difficult, and he could not bear to see little Jianghu covered in scars. As for sword cultivation, this girl had no talent. She would surely obtain other energy techniques in the future. After some thought, he decided to ask little Jianghu. When little Jianghu knew that she could cultivate, she was very excited. Even in Green River Village there were legends of cultivators. She knew that the golden body incantation required her to temper her body in the future, so she immediately gave up. There were thousands of ways to temper one's body. In summary, it was to use external forces to temper one's body, such as lightning, huge waves, mountains, and so on. The process was extremely arduous. The higher one's cultivation stage, the fewer physical cultivators there were. A cultivator's first energy technique was very important. It could lay a solid foundation which would affect the future. It was a good thing that little Jianghu did not cultivate. Sister, don't be disappointed. I will help you find a suitable cultivation technique for you in the future. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. He had only grown to the height of little Jianghu's stomach, so the scene was a little comical. Yes, I believe you. Little Jianghu smiled sweetly and picked up the wooden sword to continue her training. Now, Zhou Xuanji had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. He spent most of his time on cultivation and occasionally gave little Jianghu some pointers on her swordsmanship. Little Jianghu was also very hardworking and not playful. Zhou Xuanji did not want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he did not stop her. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 2. The Qi Nourishing stage was divided into 10 stages. It was the first stage of cultivation for humans. After that, there were still foundation establishment, enlightening, inner pellet, spirit spring, nascent soul, astral projection, spirit refinement, and Mahayana. The Empress of the Great Zhou was an existence that far surpassed the inner pellet realm. To him she had a long way to go. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 3. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 4. 5 months later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 5. He could cultivate the second level of the Golden Body Incantation. A 3-year-old cultivator at Qi Nurturing Level 5. If word got out, he would definitely be beaten up like a monster. At the same time, his physical strength had already reached 3,000 pounds of force. It was all thanks to those pills that he could cultivate so quickly. At the same time, the supreme legendary sword system was constantly nourishing his muscles and bones, or else he would not have been able to withstand the impact of spiritual qi at the age of 3. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate the second level of the Golden Body Incantation. According to the sword spirit, he was still too young. It would be best for him to cultivate after he was 5 years old. That way the effect would be greater. Zhou Xuanji did not rush for instant benefits but continued internalizing qi. The white crane sword technique, which he used with spiritual energy, was extremely destructive. He could easily cut down a tree that was 20 centimeters tall from 5 meters away. An ordinary wild boar would be killed in one hit. He was fascinated by the feeling of becoming stronger. In front of the cliff at the top of the mountain, it had become a place for 2 children to cultivate. This day at noon. How can it be? Qi Nurturing Level 5. Zhou Xuanji heard a cry of surprise. He opened his eyes and saw Qiu Bailey flying in the air on his sword. Qiu Bailey was trembling and looking at him in disbelief. When she saw him, little Jianghu became anxious immediately and ran to his side. Zhou Xuanji frowned and got up slowly. Facing a cultivator at the inner pellet stage, they could not escape. Qiu Bailey witnessed him killing the evil cultivator with a sneak attack last time, so he would not let his guard down. Qiu Bailey looked down at Zhou Xuanji and his heart was in turmoil. Ever since he recovered from his injuries, he had been looking for Zhou Xuanji everywhere. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. He finally found him. But a year ago this kid did not have any spiritual energy at all. He reached Qi Nurturing Level 5 in just a year? And that sword, what's with it? Chapter 9. What do you want to do? We are your saviors. Zhou Xuanji held little Jianghu's hand and asked loudly. The childish voice resounded through the clouds, pulling Qiu Bailey's thoughts back to reality. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an evil cultivator. The one from last time was a demonic cultivator. I come from a famous righteous sect, the Hidden Sword Sect. Have you heard of it?" Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu opened their eyes wide, looking lost. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. That's right, how could these 2 children have heard of the Hidden Sword Sect? He slowly descended and asked with a smile, "Which sect or clan do you come from? Do you need me to send you back?" He was sure that Zhou Xuanji had an extraordinary background and wanted to form a good relationship with him. Zhou Xuanji held the frost wave sword tightly and replied decisively, "No need. He doesn't have any killing intent." The sword spirit reminded him timely, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He did not think that he could win against an inner pellet realm cultivator. Qiu Bailey stopped in midair and said helplessly, "Believe me, I really don't have any ill intentions. Do I look like a bad person to you? If I were a bad guy, I could have ambushed you just now, but I didn't." Zhou Xuanji stored his frost wave sword and said, "Okay, I believe you, but you cannot come into contact with us." Since she couldn't beat him, she might as well treat him as a good person. Qiu Bailey laughed and landed on the cliff. He waved at them and said, "Come here, be careful not to fall." Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu were a golden couple. They were very lovable and Qiu Bailey had a good impression of them. However, Zhou Xuanji was very ruthless last year, which made him keep an eye on him. He did not want to die in the hands of a 3-year-old child. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be vigilant. He held little Jianghu's hand and walked around carefully, which made Qiu Bailey burst into laughter. They only started chatting when they were halfway up the mountain. In order to lower the vigilance of the two children, Qiu Bailey first told them about his background. So, the evil cultivator that Zhou Xuanji killed was the genius of the demonic inferno sect, Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan was ranked 92nd on the hero ranking board. The hero role was a ranking of geniuses under 100 years old. There were many cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty. To be ranked 92nd under 100 years old, one could see how powerful he was. 10 years ago, Qiu Bailey became enemies with Yi Fifan. At that time, Yi Fifan was massacring a village. Qiu Bailey saw the injustice and pulled out his sword to help. This time, Qiu Bailey left the Hidden Sword sect and was preparing to go to a city under the Hidden Sword sect to recruit disciples. In the end, he encountered Yi Fifan, and the two of them inevitably had a fierce battle. Qiu Bailey could not defeat Yi Fifan, but he managed to injure Yi Fifan, which gave Zhou Xuanji an opportunity. Of course, the main reason why Zhou Xuanji could succeed was because of his 2-year-old appearance. Who would believe that a heavenly son of the devil sect died in the hands of a 2-year-old child? Speaking up to this point, Qiu Bailey sighed and said, "The reason why I'm looking for you guys is to repay a debt of gratitude. Seeing that you guys are all alone, it's really dangerous to wander outside. Why don't I send you guys back? I don't want anything in return." He looked at Zhou Xuanji sincerely. The 3-year-old boy in front of him was too amazing. He could not treat Zhou Xuanji like a child. He even suspected that Zhou Xuanji had been possessed by an old senior and that his soul was very mature. Little did he know that he was half right. However, he had also heard of some legends. Some clans with powerful bloodlines had prodigies that were incomparable to ordinary people. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Just send us home. Just leave behind some cultivation techniques, pills and enchanted artifacts. It's up to you how much you want." He did not say that he and little Jianghu had no one to rely on, in case Qiu Bailey had evil intentions. Qiu Bailey heard him and immediately took out a storage bag from his waist. He took out 2 books, a dagger and 3 small bottles made of white jade and placed them beside Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu. "Here are 2 energy techniques. Pick one, I can teach you. I have not fully recovered from my injuries, so I can accompany you for 2 years. After 2 years I have to leave and I cannot delay any longer. Don't worry really. If I have evil intentions towards you, I have hundreds and thousands of ways to make you surrender." Qiu Bailey said solemnly again. He sighed in his heart. Why is this 3-year-old so vigilant? Lacking love since young? Little Jianghu sucked on her finger and asked timidly, "Old grandpa, are you really not lying to us? We are very pitiful. I lost my parents when I was young and my grandma did not want me. Xuanji's parents were eaten by demons. Don't lie to us." Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. "You told us about our background just like that?" Fortunately, it was not his real background. Qiu Bailey heard them and showed a loving expression. He said, "How about this, you acknowledge me as your grandfather and I will bring you back to the Hidden Sword sect. From now on, you will be my grandchildren." Putting aside his soft-heartedness, Zhou Xuanji's talent also moved him. However, such talent could also bring him trouble. Little Jianghu heard him and asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "We will not go to the Hidden Sword sect. We will stay here. If they went to the Hidden Sword sect there would be too many people. What if they were exposed?" The Hidden Sword sect was still within the Great Zhou Empire. Little Jianghu was very obedient to him. She nodded and said, I will go wherever Xuanji says to go. Ever since the heavy rain, she no longer called Zhou Xuanji her little brother. Qiu Beili shook his head and laughed. This little brat. All right then, I will accompany you for 2 years. What energy technique do you want to cultivate? Qiu Beili compromised. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji. After he nodded, she picked up the 2 books. It must be said that although little Jiang Shui's grandmother was not responsible, she had already taught her how to read when she was 3 years old. There were less than 5 people in the village who could read, including little Jiang Shui. If it were on Earth, a 3-year-old who could read would be considered a prodigy. Seeing little Jiang Shui's hesitation, Qiu Beili smiled warmly and said, You are a girl, so you should cultivate the spring snow technique. When you reach great accomplishment, you can form an inner pellet. You will not age and your lifespan will be 500 years. Little Jiang Shui heard him and nodded immediately. She blinked and asked curiously, What is an inner pellet? Qiu Beili explained patiently and taught little Jiang Shui about cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not tell her about it before because he was afraid that she would not understand. It was useless even if he told her, so she might as well focus on training her sword. After little Jiang Shui understood, Qiu Beili turned to him and asked, You want to cultivate the other book? Zhou Xuanji had already read the other energy technique. It was not suitable for sword cultivators, so he shook his head and said, No need, I have an energy technique passed down in my family. Qiu Beili nodded. This kid was already at Qi nurturing level 5 after all. And so, Qiu Beili settled down. Zhou Xuanji did not allow Qiu Beili to stay in the same house as them. Qiu Beili had no choice but to build a wooden house for himself. For the next month, Zhou Xuanji was on his guard. Qiu Beili spent most of his time recuperating, but he occasionally taught little Jiang Shui how to cultivate. At first, he was interested in the white crane sword technique that little Jiang Shui was practicing. But after studying it for a long time, he could not figure it out because little Jiang Shui's sword technique was too lousy. Life went on as usual. 3 months later, heavy snow fell from the sky. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Qi nurturing level 6, and little Jiang Shui officially stepped into Qi nurturing level 1. Qiu Beili sat on the peak of a mountain and looked at the horizon. Amidst the falling snow, the mountains were faintly discernible. What is that? Chapter 10. Just as Qiu Beili was looking at the horizon, little Jiang Shui's voice came from behind, Grandpa, come here quickly. I'm in trouble with my cultivation. Qiu Beili collected his thoughts, stood up and walked over. Until today, little Jiang Shui had already treated him as her grandfather. Zhou Xuanji also acknowledged him, and their relationship was considered close. Zhou Xuanji was internalizing qi at the waist of the mountain, keeping a distance from Qiu Beili. Because Qiu Beili's cultivation level was too high, he could not compete with the heaven and earth spiritual qi. I'm going to be 4 soon. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to it in his heart. He once took out the frost wave sword to practice his sword technique. Qiu Beili's expression changed drastically after he looked at it for a while. He pulled Zhou Xuanji and said earnestly, Xuanji, in the future, unless you are in a life-threatening situation, don't ever take out your 2 swords, or else you will attract endless trouble. Just the bronze-ranked frost wave sword alone caused Qiu Beili's expression to change drastically. Zhou Xuanji was filled with anticipation for the gold, amethyst and glorious gold-grade legendary swords. Time continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 4 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner has obtained silver, bloodbath sword, 8-step sword lunge, 100 level 3 spirit stones. Hearing the sword spirit's voice, Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Another silver divine sword. With a thought, information about the bloodbath sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, bloodbath sword, level, silver, description, bloodthirsty sword. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger its murderous aura. A blood-sucking sword? Is this a demonic sword? Zhou Xuanji was even more delighted. The different attributes of the swords meant that they would be more effective against different enemies. As for level 3 spirit stones, he naturally knew about them. Spirit stones were the common currency in the cultivation world, and they could also be used for cultivation. From low to high, they were divided into 9 grades. The difference between each grade was 10 times. A level 2 spirit stone was equivalent to 10 level 1 spirit stones, and so on. This was equivalent to obtaining 10,000 level 1 spirit stones. In addition, he still had a lot of spirit stones in the supreme storage, which came from Yi Fifan and Xinhua of the Fang family. What is the 8-step sword lunge? Sword technique or equipment? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Next, a wave of memories entered his mind. The 8-step sword lunge was a kind of footwork that was driven by sword chi. A single step could allow one to travel up to 100 meters, and within 8 steps, one could kill all enemies. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. Once he integrated the 8-step sword lunge's memory, he immediately started practicing. The footwork of the 8-step sword lunge was extremely strange. Just the first movement alone caused Zhou Xuanji to fall flat on his face. Qiu Bailey, who was at the top of the mountain, opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji's awkward movements with curiosity. What was this little brat doing again? After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally finished practicing the 8-step sword lunge. He continued to practice, sometimes tripping and falling, then getting up again. By the end of the day he had barely practiced 18 times and he was still persistent at night. By the next morning, Zhou Xuanji had practiced 50 times. The more he practiced, the easier it was for him. After practicing 100 times, his 8-step sword lunge had only reached the initial stage. It was obviously more difficult to practice than the white crane sword technique. The next day his enthusiasm did not diminish and he continued to practice. That day he practiced it 500 times, and the 8-step sword lunge reached perfection. Qiu Bailey was dumbfounded as he watched Zhou Xuanji maneuver continuously at the waist of the mountain, as though he was teleporting. At first he thought that Zhou Xuanji was just blindly training, but he did not expect that he really had some skill. He quickly grabbed Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What footwork is that?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, 8-step sword lunge. The 4-year-old pretended to be mature, which made him look comical. 8-step sword lunge. Qiu Bailey mumbled to himself as though he had fallen into a demonic trance. Zhou Xuanji shook off his hand and continued to practice the 8-step sword lunge. With his current cultivation he could only move 10 meters with each step. After 8 steps his spirit energy would be depleted. Without spirit energy, the 8-step sword lunge could only be an ordinary footwork, and it did not have the effect of maneuvering. Qiu Bailey looked at him with a complicated expression. He could only feel pain in his liver. This brat is really devilish. Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal? With such talent he might be able to challenge the supreme throne of the 9 great sword emperors in the future. Although Qiu Bailey was curious, he was not greedy. Instead he wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple even more. After learning the 8-step sword lunge, Zhou Xuanji's power increased by leaps and bounds. To hone his battle techniques he began to spar with Qiu Bailey. When he saw Zhou Xuanji's white crane sword will, Qiu Bailey was almost petrified. It was his first time seeing Zhou Xuanji use the white crane sword will. Mastering the sword will at the age of 4. There was no such person in the history of the hidden sword sect. Even in the entire Great Zhou Empire, he had never heard of such a person. After that, Qiu Bailey had even greater expectations for Zhou Xuanji. Every day he would instill the concept of justice in Zhou Xuanji's mind, such as helping others in the face of injustice, and slaying demons and devils. Zhou Xuanji's ears almost grew calluses after listening to him. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 8th level of Qi nurturing. He used up all of his level 3 spirit stones to break through 2 levels consecutively. Qiu Bailey was completely convinced. Little Jianghu reached the 3rd level of Qi nurturing, all thanks to Qiu Bailey's guidance. He did not share his level 3 spirit stones with little Jianghu, because Qiu Bailey did not allow it. He claimed that little Jianghu's body could not handle level 3 spirit stones. On this day, Qiu Bailey gathered Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu together. He sighed and said, "I have to leave for some time. I wanted to stay for another year, but my fellow disciples encountered some trouble, so I have to go and solve it." Zhou Xuanji was deep in thought. There was a night eagle that flew over last night. Could it be a message from the hidden sword sect? Little Jianghu nodded and said, "Grandpa, remember to come back and see us." Qiu Bailey rubbed her head and smiled kindly, "Don't worry. When I'm done with my work, I will come back." His eyes were filled with regret and worry. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and continued, "Xuanji, take good care of your sister. Do you understand? Both of you depend on each other, no one can abandon the other." Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, little Jianghu hugged his neck and giggled, "Xuanji is my closest relative, he will not abandon me." She was full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji. If she had to choose between Zhou Xuanji and her grandmother, she would definitely choose Zhou Xuanji. Qiu Bailey smiled and turned to fly on his sword. He transformed into a beam of light and quickly disappeared into the horizon. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt that he might never return. Because his gaze was the same as Lady Zhao Xian's when she abandoned him. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Firstly, he did not have the ability, and secondly, he could not. He sighed and continued to cultivate with little Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji's target was to reach foundation building by the age of 6. The days went on, and the two of them maintained their range of activity within a radius of 5 miles. Behind the Sword Emperor slope was a forest, where they could catch wild hares, boars and other prey. And in front of the Sword Emperor slope was a river where they could catch fish. 2 months later, a deafening roar came from the north, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he opened his eyes. Little Jiang Shui, who was cultivating beside him, stood up immediately and hid behind his back. She thought that a demon was attacking. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He sat on the top of the mountain and could see the north. The mountain range was undulating, and the roar came from the horizon, which made his heart palpitate. Could it be that a powerful demon was approaching? It was his first time hearing such a ferocious roar. It was deafening. Xuanji, should we move to another place to stay? Chapter 11. Zhou Xuanji muttered, all right. That roar was simply too frightening. For the two children, it was better not to seek death and hide as far away as possible. As for whether Chiu Bailey wouldn't be able to find them after he returned, they didn't have to worry about that at all. After all, Chiu Bailey was an inner pellet cultivator. The two of them began to pack their rations and clothes. After they were done, Zhou Xuanji stored their wooden huts into the supreme storage straightaway. Chiu Bailey's wooden hut was too simple and crude, so there was no value in bringing it along. Now that they were cultivators, their speed was naturally much faster than before. Not only that, but their physical strength was also very good. Ordinary adults could not compare to them. Along the way, after walking for 9 days straight, they didn't stop. They were afraid that the demonic beast would catch up to them, so the further they went, the better. On this day they traversed through the forest. The surrounding trees were not very dense, but they were all very tall. There were many bushes between the trees, and the two children could walk among them and hide at any time. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound came from the sky in front of them. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were so frightened that they quickly squatted down and hid behind the bushes. If he encountered a cultivator in the wilderness, he would hide if he could. This was what Chiu Bailey had told them. The border of the southern Snow Empire was extremely chaotic. Even the soldiers could not intervene. 9 out of 10 people they met were not kind. Zhou Xuanji looked up secretly and saw numerous cultivators flying above the forest on their demons. Those demonic beasts had the body of a deer and the head of a lion. They had a pair of wings and their auras were powerful, causing them to tremble in fear. Only after they left did Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He got up and was about to leave with little Jiang Shui when he realized that little Jiang Shui had disappeared. He subconsciously turned around and saw a woman in black holding little Jiang Shui a few meters away. At the same time, she was covering little Jiang Shui's mouth with her left hand. This woman's face was cold and elegant. Her eyes were long and narrow, and her hair was tied into 2 buns. Her temperament was sinister, and one could tell at a glance that she was not a good woman. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, he felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck, and he immediately fainted. Hoo-hoo, a cold wind blew across Zhou Xuanji's face, and he gradually regained consciousness. He felt that he was lying on a pair of soft thighs, and a smooth hand was touching his face. This little guy is so cute. I can't even bear to eat him. A flirtatious voice rang out. Just the sound of it was enough to cause ripples in any man's heart. Wait a minute. Zhou Xuanji woke up with a start. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that he could not move his body. There was a hand pressed against his small chest. Oh, the little guy is awake. The woman in black who caught little Jiang Shui earlier was hugging Zhou Xuanji. She lowered her head and smiled. Her smile was so cold. Zhou Xuanji looked for little Jiang Shui instinctively and found her sitting beside him with a wronged expression. They were at the top of the mountain. Under the curtain of night, the moonlight shone, and the cold wind was biting. A total of 17 cultivators were gathered around the bonfire. Behind them were their respective demonic beast mounts, all of them dozing off. Madam Knight 7, why don't you just accept him as your son? Don't eat him. A muscular man sitting opposite Zhou Xuanji said with a grin. He wore a beast skin robe and had a rough face, like a ferocious beast in human form. The other cultivators also joined in and made fun of Madam 7 Knight. Every virgin boy and girl loved by Qingyang will be boiled into soup. But this kid is really good looking. I guess he's the son of some big family. Tisk tsk, that girl is not bad too. Leave her for me to raise. When she grows up, she will be a cauldron. Get lost, you will die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Haha, we Yellow Gus 17 fiends cannot fight among ourselves. Zhou Xuanji shuddered as he listened to Madame Knight 7 bickering with the others. This woman actually likes to eat children. No matter how soft Madame Knight 7's body was at this moment, Zhou Xuanji was terrified. He cursed in his heart, "Sword spirit, why didn't you warn me that there was someone behind me? If you resisted you would have died on the spot. It was better to let you be knocked out." The sword spirit replied, his voice still emotionless. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Little Jiang Shui came over and comforted him. "Xuanji, don't be afraid, your sister is here." Her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. She was obviously very afraid. Madame Knight 7 heard her and laughed softly. "Little girl, you are really a good sister." Zhou Xuanji struggled and shouted, "Let me go, you are going to crush me to death." Madame Knight 7 heard him and immediately let go. Zhou Xuanji quickly got up and pulled little Jiang Shui aside. They did not run because the road was blocked except for jumping off the cliff. Even if they did not fall to their deaths, it was impossible for them to escape. He had heard of the fiendish name of the Yellow Gust 17 Fiends. In order to prevent little Jiang Shui from running around, Qiu Bailey often told her some terrifying legends to scare her. Among them was the Yellow Gust 17 Fiends. They were ferocious devils at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom. They raped and pillaged and committed all kinds of crimes. Qiu Bailey said that even he could not defeat the Yellow Gust 17 Fiends. Which meant that the Yellow Gust 17 Fiends were at least 17 powerful inner pellet cultivators. Madame Knight 7 looked at him with a smile and licked her lips, as though she was already fantasizing about boiling him into soup. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and got goosebumps. "Right, have you heard about the Minghan arranged by Emperor Yan of Zhou?" A skinny man grinned, and the other 16 fiends turned to look at him. He cleared his throat and continued, 2 years ago Lady Zhao Xian left the palace with the little prince. I heard that the empress sent powerful cultivators to hunt them down, and both mother and son died. Emperor Yan of Zhou just returned and heard about this. He was furious and ordered the 5-year-old Princess Ling Ling to marry the little prince when she comes of age. The little prince is dead. If this is not a Minghan, then what is it? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He remembered Princess Ling Ling. She was a year older than him. The two of them met a few times under his mother's guidance. Every time she saw him, the girl would cry non-stop, which annoyed him. He was not moved. Instead he was confused. Princess Ling Ling was conferred the title of princess. She was Lady Zhao Xian's good friend, Lady Chen as her adoptive mother. She was the daughter of a general who died on the battlefield in the Great Zhou Empire. After the general's death, his residence was wiped out by a mysterious enemy, and only Princess Ling Ling was left. Consort Chen really liked Princess Ling Ling. Why did she want to marry her to Zhou Xuanji? Could it be that Emperor Yan of Zhou hated Lady Zhao Xian, so he implicated Lady Chen and her daughter? Zhou Xuanji thought of many things. He felt that the Empress was most likely behind this. Madame Knight 7 shook her head and said, Lady Zhao Xian was once favored, but it was a pity that she could not be compared to the Empress, who was Emperor Yan of Zhou's childhood sweetheart. Rumors spread throughout the Great Zhou Empire and all the kingdoms under it. Everyone knew that the death of Lady Zhao Xian and her son had something to do with the Empress. But Emperor Yan of Zhou did not blame the Empress. Chapter 12. The second prince of Great Britain, Zhou Xianlong, had unparalleled talent. He started cultivating at the age of 6, built his foundation at the age of 9, and reached the inner pellet stage at the age of 20. He was ranked first on the Great Zhou Hero Ranking Board before he was even 50 years old. Later, his name disappeared from the Great Zhou Hero Ranking Board due to his age exceeding the limit. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. One day he would surpass Zhou Xianlong. He had never seen his elder brother before, but the Empress was so arrogant because of Zhou Xianlong. In his memory, the Empress would mention Zhou Xianlong every 10 sentences, as if she was afraid that others did not know that she had such a talented son. Yo, that little brat is listening very seriously. Do you know what we are talking about? Do you want some milk? A half-naked fat man pointed at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. His face was oily and looked like a mountain of meat. As he spoke, he even jiggled the flesh on his chest. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. He suddenly wanted to kill someone. This fat pig was asking for a beating. Little Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Madame Knight 7 coldly snorted and said, Fierce tiger, he is mine. Don't have any ideas about him. Tiger? This is obviously Pigsy, alright? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and began to think about how to escape from the Yellow Gust 17 murderers. First, he had to lower the Yellow Gust 17 fiends' guard against him. 4-year-old faces are the most deceiving. He had yet to display his prowess. Based on his understanding of little Jiang Shui definitely did not reveal his strength. Otherwise, how could they not be tied up? The Yellow Gust 17 fiends continued chatting idly. Zhou Xuanji pulled little Jiang Shui to sit down in front of a large rock. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and stared at him, asking him with her eyes what to do. Zhou Xuanji was someone who could sense danger. After all, he had already died once. For the past 2 years, every night, he and little Jiang Shui would simulate a dangerous situation. The two little kids had developed a deep understanding of each other, and they even had countless secret signals. Zhou Xuanji's eyeballs leaned inward, making a cross-eyed expression. Yes, also known as cross-eyed. What he meant was to observe the situation and wait for the right opportunity. Little Jiang Shui blinked her eyes, meaning that she agreed. Madam Knight 7 saw their little movements. Although she did not turn her head, she seemed to be deep in thought. These two children both have spiritual energy in their bodies, and they are not accompanied by adults. I'm afraid their origins are not simple. Matriarch Knight 7 thought to herself that the older, the wiser. Although Zhou Xuanji had lived 2 lives, he was still younger than Madam Knight 7. Naturally, he could not divine Madam Knight 7's thoughts. Not only Madam Knight 7, but the other 16 fiends were also curious about the origins of Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen. This was also the reason why Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen were still alive. The absolute difference in power made it so that they did not pay special attention to Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. As they chatted, Zhou Xuanji finally found out their goal. Dragon Eagle. It was a kind of demon eagle that contained the bloodline of the real dragon. It was very powerful and had already refined the demon elixir, which was equivalent to the inner elixir in the human cultivation realm. However, among the same realm, the strength of the demon beasts was usually stronger, not to mention the dragon eagle that contained the bloodline of the real dragon. The whereabouts of the dragon eagles were secretive and they were rare. Every part of their body was a priceless treasure. Recently, the appearance of the dragon eagles at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom had caused quite a commotion. Many people wanted to get their hands on the dragon eagles, including the Yellow Gust 17 fiends. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, it seems that if I want to escape, I have to wait until they surround the dragon eagles. But he was also worried. What if he was turned into soup before then? He shuddered at the thought of it. After chatting for 2 hours, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends finally stopped. Some began to sleep while others began to cultivate. The cliff fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji lay in little Jiang Shui's arms and pretended to sleep. He could feel that little Jiang Shui was very nervous. Her body was stiff and she was trembling slightly. In her eyes, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends were more horrifying than demons. Previously, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends had told her about their methods of torturing people, which scared her so much that her face turned pale. Zhou Xuanji did not comfort her. At this moment he could not appear too mature. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight streaked across the horizon, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends set off. Madam Knight 7 lifted Zhou Xuanji up like a little chick and threw him onto the demon mount, followed by little Jiang Shui. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends did not seem to be harmonious. Madam Knight 7 was afraid that her companions would snatch Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui away. She sat behind little Jiang Shui, while Zhou Xuanji sat in front of her. Little Jiang Shui hugged his waist with one hand and grabbed Madam Knight 7's thigh with the other. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fall. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Yellow Gust 17 fiends were heading toward the Sword Emperor slope, where they stayed previously. Could it be that the roar that scared them away came from the dragon eagles? Zhou Xuanji felt complicated. After so many twists and turns, he had to return to the same place again? It was close to noon, and they finally arrived at the dragon eagles' territory. In front of them was a mountain that reached into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain was a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Many cultivators were scattered in the forest. Some were cultivating under the trees, while others were looking at the peak from the branches. Zhou Xuanji alone saw more than 10 people. All of them were attracted by the dragon eagles. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends landed in the forest. Madam Knight 7 carried Zhou Xuanji with her left hand and little Jiang Shui with her right. She brought them to a large tree. She took out a red rope that was as thick as a baby's arm and tied Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to the tree trunk. Being tied up by the red rope, Zhou Xuanji felt that the spirit energy in his body was not listening to him. An enchanted artifact. Zhou Xuanji opened his watery eyes and looked at Madam Knight 7 pitifully, hoping that she would soften her heart. "Sister, it hurts. Can you loosen it a little?" he asked with a sobbing tone. Little Jiang Shui heard him and looked like she was about to cry. Madam Knight 7 pinched Zhou Xuanji's little face and smiled charmingly. Little brother, don't cry. It will hurt even more later. The red rope suddenly shrunk and tightened even more than before. Zhou Xuanji. Madam Knight 7 checked for a while, then turned around and returned to the group of Yellow Gust 17 fiends. They leaped up and came to the top of the forest looking toward the peak. Roar! The dragon eagle's roar came from above the clouds. It was deafening like a dragon's roar. Zhou Xuanji was already sure that the roar that scared him away was from the dragon eagle. Little Jianghu hooked his palm with her pinky finger and asked with her eyes, "What should we do next?" Although she was afraid, she kept her composure and did not give him any more trouble. Zhou Xuanji gave her the cross-eye signal again. Wait and see. With the sharpness of the crimson dragon sword, it would not be difficult to cut the red rope. Now they had to wait for the Yellow Gust 17 fiends to fight with the dragon eagle, or else they would not be able to escape. Time ticked by. The dragon eagle's roar became more frequent. More than 30 cultivators appeared above the forest. The cultivators were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. It's laying eggs? Such a powerful dragon's might. Its muscles must be very nourishing. Be careful, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends are over there. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends are nothing. The most threatening person is him, Zhang Tianjian. Chapter 13. Zhang Tianjian was a general of the Southern Snow Kingdom. His cultivation had reached inner pellet stage level 5. He had high attainments in the sword Dao and was in command of 300,000 cavalry. He was dressed in a blue brocade robe, with a white cloth made of silk tied around his forehead. His black hair was loose and his posture was tall and straight. His expression was cold and arrogant. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his left hand was still holding onto the scabbard. He glanced at the Yellow Gust 17 fiends and snorted coldly. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends were demons that were being hunted down by various dynasties. If it wasn't for the sake of snatching the dragon eagle, he would have made his move long ago. At the thought of the dragon eagle, his heart was burning with passion. If they could tame the dragon eagles, the Southern Snow Kingdom's combat power would definitely be stronger. If this kind of demonic beast was thrown into the battlefield, it would definitely be a weapon of war. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends also noticed Zhang Tianjian. They sneered and deliberately spoke loudly to mock Zhang Tianjian. Who would have thought that a great general of the dynasty would fight with us over these things? Shall lower your voice. He is Zhang Tianjian, an expert in the way of the sword. Although he was rejected by the Sword Emperor, he is still very powerful. Haha, he thought that he had great talent in the way of the sword, but he was looked down upon by the Sword Monarch, saying that he had no talent in the way of the sword. Do you want to die? Don't hit my face. I wonder if the meat of a sword cultivator tastes good. Zhang Tianjian's expression became more and more unsightly as he listened, and he seemed to be on the verge of drawing his sword. Being refused by the Sword Emperor was the most humiliating thing in his life. 15 years ago, he comprehended the will of the sword and defeated the enemy states. His fame spread far and wide, which boosted his confidence. Therefore he went to learn from the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. However, the Sword Monarch rejected him in front of everyone. He even said that his talent in the way of the sword was not enough, and that it would be difficult for him to become someone great. After that, he returned to the Southern Snow Kingdom dejectedly and became a general. However, this matter had become his laughingstock. Even after 15 years had passed, people would still mention it from time to time. He did not dare to hate the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. After all, the Sword Monarch was an existence that was above a dynasty. However, he was not afraid of the Yellow Gust 17 fiends. In his eyes, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends were already dead. Seeing that Zhang Tianjian was about to explode, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends began to change the topic. They were still very afraid of Zhang Tianjian and did not want others to reap the benefits. Time continued to pass. The dragon eagle's roar began to weaken. Even the demonic aura that enveloped the forest was weakening. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Like a swallow, the man leaped up from the forest, stepped on the mountain wall as if it was flat ground, and rushed to the top of the mountain. The others moved out as well when they saw this, and this included Zhang Tianjian and the Yellow Gust 17 fiends. All of them charged up the mountain. In order to fight for the dragon eagle, all of the Yellow Gust 17 fiends were mobilized. None of them were left behind to guard Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shaotian. In the forest, Zhou Xuanji looked up and through the gaps between the leaves, he saw cultivators charging toward the peak one after another. Some flew on their swords, while others sprinted along the mountain walls. They were all displaying their divine abilities and it was a grand sight. The yellow gust 17 fiends have all gone up? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The sword spirit's ability was not only to help him explain how to use the supreme legendary sword system, but it could also help him keep an eye on his surroundings and even predict the other party's emotional fluctuations. There is no trace of them within a radius of 500 meters. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Crimson Dragon Sword. The legendary swords in the supreme legendary sword system could be controlled by spiritual energy. It was perfect. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword easily cut through the red rope on his body. Little Jiang Shui heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She tried her best to remain calm and said softly, "Let's run." Zhou Xuanji nodded and leaped onto the Crimson Dragon Sword. He stretched out his hand and pulled little Jiang Shui up. Sword flight. Zhou Xuanji did not know the sword flight technique, but he could easily control the legendary sword with his mind. For the past 2 years he did not only internalize qi. He channeled his spirit energy to the bottom of his shoes and connected himself tightly with the Crimson Dragon Sword. At the same time he carried little Jiang Shui and began to travel through the forest. The Crimson Dragon Sword did not fly very fast. Even an ordinary foundation building cultivator could catch up with it easily, let alone a powerful inner pellet cultivator. Ah! Before the two of them could fly out of the forest, a miserable cry came from the sky above the forest. A violent gale blew and the forest swayed. Dust flew in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly controlled the Crimson Dragon Sword to fly upward. He did not want to be crushed to death by the trees. The leaves turned into blades and slashed at Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji was fine. He had cultivated the golden body incantation, and his body was tougher than ordinary people. But little Jiang Shui was not. When they flew out of the forest, little Jiang Shui was already covered in wounds. Her face was even cut open and her face was almost disfigured. Zhou Xuanji did not have time to comfort her. He flew away on his sword. He turned his head and saw a giant eagle soaring beneath the clouds. Dragon eagle. Its feathers were brown in color, and it had a wingspan of 30 meters. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head and a dragon tail. Its black dragon scales shone coldly in the air. The yellow gust 17 fiends sat on their mounts and cast spells to attack the dragon eagle. Zhang Tianjian and the other cultivators were also flying in the air and attacking the dragon eagle. Facing their attacks, the dragon eagle was quickly injured. Blood splattered from the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not know what happened next. He was trying his best to fly away from this place. The cold wind was bone-chilling. Little Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji tightly. Even though her entire body was in pain, she did not make a sound. Zhou Xuanji only slowed down after he passed the mountain and was far away from the dragon eagle. He looked back at little Jiang Shui and said guiltily, "Wait a little longer. When we reach a safe place I will treat your wounds." Little Jiang Shui nodded and smiled. "I'm fine." Zhou Xuanji sighed. He did not say much and continued to fly on his sword. They flew for about 4 hours. The Crimson Dragon Sword landed in a valley surrounded by mountains. There were many flowers and trees at the bottom of the valley, which made it easy for them to hide. After he landed, he stored the Crimson Dragon Sword into the supreme storage. He then took out some spiritual medicine and applied it on little Jiang Shui's wounds. These spiritual medicines came from Yi Fifan from the demonic Inferno sect. He asked Qiu Bailey about the names and effects of these bottles. He did not want to take them as poison. During the process of applying the medicine, little Jiang Shui's face twitched continuously. She gasped occasionally, which made Zhou Xuanji fearful. He was even more nervous than when he was applying medicine on himself. After half an hour, little Jiang Shui's wounds were all healed. The scabs were removed and her tender skin was revealed again. All that was left were tiny red marks. Good medicine. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. It's indeed good medicine. It's mine now. Madame Knight Seven's voice came from above, which scared Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui so much that they jumped up. They looked up and saw Madame Knight Seven, with torn clothes and covered in blood, standing on the mountain wall. She was about 30 meters above the valley floor. Zhou Xuanji's face darkened. He had underestimated the flying speed of an inner pellet cultivator. But where was Madame Knight Seven's mount? Why were the other 16 fiends not here? Were they all dead? Madame Knight Seven slid down the mountain wall slowly. Her breathing was unstable and she did not even fly. This made Zhou Xuanji's eyes brighten up. Was this evil woman seriously injured? The heavenly law reincarnates. Who would the heavens spare? It's my turn to kill. Chapter 14. Zhou Xuanji pulled little Jiang Shui to a corner of the valley. Little Jiang Shui was very afraid and held his hand tightly. At this moment, Madame Knight 7 landed on the ground. She let out a long sigh and clutched her abdomen with her right hand. Blood flowed continuously through the gaps between her fingers, causing a pained expression to appear on her face. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at little Jianghu. His eyes turned left then right. What it meant was, "I'm going to fight and you hide." Little Jianghu frowned and pouted. "Are you confident?" Zhou Xuanji nodded, then turned around and walked toward Madame Knight 7. Madame Knight 7 wanted to heal her injuries first before capturing Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji's posture, she laughed. His laughter was filled with killing intent and mockery. "Brat, do you think you can deal with me just because I'm injured?" Madame Knight 7 laughed coldly. She had never seen Zhou Xuanji as an ordinary child. Which ordinary child could reach the 8th level of the Qi nourishing stage at the age of 4? However, no matter how bizarre his background was, he had to die here today. She flipped her hand and took out a long black whip. There were countless spikes attached to the whip, like the stinger of a scorpion's tail. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he felt uneasy in his heart. Apart from those low-level demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, this was his first time fighting them head-on. The frost wave sword appeared in his right hand. Cold air flowed along the blade, causing Madame Knight 7's eyes to brighten. "Good sword. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a spatial artifact and a treasured sword like this. However, they're all mine now." Madame Knight 7 laughed viciously. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji was definitely a descendant of a great clan. Otherwise, he would not have such great talent and a treasured sword. Killing and robbing. This was something that the Yellow Gus 17 fiends often did. Zhou Xuanji walked toward her as he asked, "Where are your companions?" Matriarch Knight 7 smiled and replied, "They will catch up very soon." Her smile was thought-provoking. Was this brat trying to get information out of her? Just when she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji moved. 8-step sword lunge. His figure swayed as if he was teleporting. Every time he moved, he would move 10 meters. In less than 3 steps, he was already in front of Madame Knight 7. Holding the sword in his right hand, he kicked off with his left foot, like a white crane catching fish, stabbing towards Madame Knight 7. Madame Knight 7's expression changed drastically, and she immediately lashed out with her whip. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge. His body was small, so he dodged the attack nimbly. He came to Madame Knight 7's back and thrust his sword forward. Even though Madame Knight 7 was severely injured, she still had the cultivation of inner pellet. Although she was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's prowess, she did not panic. She leaped up and easily dodged the sword. Then she lashed out with her whip, which contained the sound of wind and thunder. Zhou Xuanji's reaction speed was not as fast as hers, and his right arm was numb from the whip. The poisonous spike on the whip tore his shirt and even ripped out a piece of flesh. The excruciating pain almost made him faint. The frost wave sword flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Zhou Xuanji rolled away from Madame Knight 7. Matriarch Knight 7 teased, "Little fellow, a swordsman's sword cannot be let go this time." Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and the crimson dragon sword appeared. Matriarch Knight 7's smile froze. Little Jianghu, who was far away, saw that Zhou Xuanji was injured and was extremely anxious. She felt guilty in her heart. If she was powerful enough, she could have helped Zhou Xuanji. With the crimson dragon sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji charged up again. This sword is of a higher grade than the previous one. Matriarch Knight 7's eyes were fixed on the crimson dragon sword. Her eyes were filled with possessiveness. Zhou Xuanji activated the white crane sword will and transformed into a white crane. He began to move around and attack with the 8-step sword lunge. His body moved continuously around Matriarch Knight 7. Matriarch Knight 7 was shocked in her heart. Such an amazing movement technique. If only I could have it. Her heart was burning with passion. She suddenly felt that this little brat was a treasure. "I'm going to earn big this time." She dodged another sword and lashed out with her whip, hitting Zhou Xuanji's left arm. Zhou Xuanji cried out in pain, and the crimson dragon sword fell to the ground. He quickly stepped back. His arms were limp and dripping with blood. He looked very pitiful. "Little fellow, you dropped your sword again." Matriarch Knight 7 twisted her waist and walked toward Zhou Xuanji slowly. She had a playful smile on her face. "You can still wield a sword when both your hands are crippled? 2 swords are enough. Don't tell me you have a third one?" At this moment, the bloodbath sword appeared out of thin air in front of Zhou Xuanji, its blade pointed straight at Matriarch Knight 7. Matriarch Knight 7 stopped in her tracks. Her pupils contracted as she was locked on by the bloodbath sword. A chill ran down her spine. What sword is this? Matriarch Knight 7 could not help but cry out. How many swords does this brat have? Swoosh. The bloodbath sword pierced toward Matriarch Knight 7 suddenly. It tore through the air and appeared in front of her in an instant. She tilted her head instinctively, but her cheek was still cut by the blade. Blood splattered. She was shocked in her heart. Such a fast sword. I can't delay any longer. Her murderous intent was ignited in an instant. She grasped the black whip in her hand tightly and did not want to play with Zhou Xuanji anymore. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 consecutive air-piercing sounds came. Off. Her throat and chest were pierced. Her life was cut off immediately. Before she died, she still maintained her ferocious face. The Crimson Dragon Sword and the Frost Wave Sword hovered above Zhou Xuanji's head. Zhou Xuanji was panting. He dropped his swords on purpose just now so that he could deal a fatal blow. The Bloodbath Sword shocked Madame Knight 7. The Crimson Dragon Sword and the Frost Wave Sword took advantage of the opportunity to kill. His counterattack was a success. Fortunately, Madame Knight 7 was seriously injured. Otherwise all of this would have been in vain. Just in case Madame Knight 7 was not completely dead, Zhou Xuanji controlled the Bloodbath Sword to stab Madame Knight 7 a few more times. He only walked over after he was sure that Madame Knight 7 was dead. He did not know why, but after the Bloodbath Sword absorbed Madame Knight 7's blood, his injuries recovered a little. Miraculous. He quickly took Madame Knight 7's storage ring and storage pouch, then kept the 3 divine swords and walked towards little Jianghu. Little Jianghu quickly ran to his side and supported him. Let's heal first. Don't move around. Little Jianghu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's pitiful state, she blamed herself. If not for her grandmother's debt, Zhou Xuanji would not have to wander around with her. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's leave this place first in case her companions come after us." Little Jianghu could not dissuade him, so she naturally agreed. An hour later, a silhouette flew into the valley on a sword. It was the general of the southern Snow Kingdom, Zhang Tianjian. Zhang Tianjian's body was also stained with blood. It was obvious that he had just gone through a fierce battle. When he saw Madame Knight 7's corpse, he could not help but frown. He landed beside Madame Knight 7. When he saw that Madame Knight 7's storage pouch was missing, his face immediately turned gloomy. 2 dragon eagle eggs are missing. The yellow gust 17 fiends were all dead. 10 of them were killed by him. Madame Knight 7 was able to obtain the dragon eagle eggs from her companions. He did not expect that she would be killed right after she escaped. He began to examine Madame Knight 7's wounds, and his expression changed again. The wounds on her throat and chest are neat, and there are several sword wounds on her body. The opponent is an expert in the way of the sword. There are no remnants of sword chi. Could he have used sword will? He did not rely on sword chi to kill an inner pellet cultivator. Even if it was a heavily injured inner pellet cultivator, his mastery in the way of the sword is probably above mine. Zhang Tianjian mumbled to himself with an ugly expression. Such an expert had stolen the dragon eagle eggs and he dared to snatch them? Chapter 15. Zhang Tianjian's fear helped Zhou Xuanji. Along the way no one chased after him and little Jianghu. At night, they hid in a cave. The space inside was not big and the light from the fire could illuminate the entire cave. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground, and little Jianghu helped him apply medicine. There was also a bear corpse lying next to it. Naturally it was the owner of the cave. Zhou Xuanji grimaced in pain as the powder sprinkled on his arms. He suddenly admired little Jianghu. When he applied the medicine on her earlier, she did not even make a sound. "Xuanji, why don't we find a village to stay in? It's too dangerous in the wilderness." Little Jianghu said with reddened eyes. The yellow gust 17 fiends this time had traumatized her. This was the first time she felt that humans were scarier than demonic beasts. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and said, "Let's wait for another 2 years. If we don't have the power to protect ourselves, we will be bullied even if we go to the village. Children like us who have no parents will not end up well." The northern wilderness region was not Earth. There were no orphanages here. Little Jianghu nodded and bandaged his wound with a piece of cloth. Looking at her pitiful look, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Although he had saved little Jianghu, he had also sent her into a more dangerous situation. He had already treated little Jianghu as his family, so naturally he could not abandon her. It must be said that without little Jianghu, Zhou Xuanji might really become a savage. This girl was so young but her ability to survive was very strong. It didn't take long before the medicine took effect. Zhou Xuanji felt that his arms were cool and comfortable. He immediately took out Madame Knight 7's storage bag and storage ring. Since the owner was dead, the two storage artifacts became ownerless. Zhou Xuanji could use his mental energy to look inside. He almost drooled. So many pills, spirit stones, dharma artifacts. Sure enough, bandits were the richest. Wait a minute. What is this? With a thought, two white eggs, which were as big as his head, appeared in Zhou Xuanji's bosom. Little Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. She moved her face closer and said, "What a big egg. It will definitely taste good if you roast it." Zhou Xuanji was speechless and said unpleasantly, "These two eggs must not be simple. How can you roast them directly?" He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart began to beat faster. He remembered that the Yellow Gus 17 fiends once said that the dragon eagle was at its weakest when it was laying eggs. Could it be? He quickly picked up a white egg and observed it carefully. Little Jiang Shui sucked on her finger and said, "Why don't we roast one and keep the other?" Zhou Xuanji tapped her forehead with his finger and said helplessly, "Do you want to eat so much?" As though it knew that it did not have long to live, the dragon eagle egg in Zhou Xuanji's bosom began to shake. Moved. Little Jiang Shui cried out and quickly pulled Zhou Xuanji away from the dragon eagle egg. The terror of the dragon eagles was still fresh in her memory. Even though it was a newborn dragon eagle, she was still a little afraid of it. The egg cracked open, and a sparkling and translucent pink dragon horn popped out. The dragon's horn continued to move, causing more and more cracks to appear on the eggshell. With a grunt, the egg rolled on the ground and soon, a featherless eagle came out. The body of an eagle, the horns of a dragon and the tail of a dragon. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and asked, "Do you still want to roast it?" Little Jiang Shui nodded, then shook her head and said, "It looks so cute. Let's not eat it." After that, she walked toward the dragon eagle. The newborn dragon eagle looked harmless, which made her forget her fear in an instant. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, set his sights on the other dragon eagle egg. As expected, the other dragon eagle egg began to shake slightly. Apparently, another dragon eagle was about to be born. Zhou Xuanji had already thought of the majestic posture of standing on the back of a dragon eagle. But how could Madame Knight 7 obtain two dragon eagle eggs? Zhou Xuanji felt inexplicably uneasy. He felt that there would be endless troubles ahead. After that, the two of them circled around the two dragon eagle hatchlings. The dragon eagles were extremely magical. They knew how to eat meat the moment they were born. They did not need Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to teach them. They began to chew on the bare carcasses immediately, which disgusted them. After the two hatchlings were full, their beaks were already dyed red, and their bodies were also covered in blood. They even wanted to burrow into Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui's bodies, which frightened them so much that they hid in the cave. Now Zhou Xuanji had two more little companions. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, they left. To prevent the dragon eagles from being exposed, Zhou Xuanji took two pieces of coarse cloth and wrapped them up. After a night, Zhou Xuanji's injuries were mostly healed, but his arms still hurt. He estimated that he would need a few more days to fully recover. This was not only the effect of the medicine, but also the help of the supreme legendary sword system. Otherwise, with his injuries, he would need at least a month to be able to move his arms. For the next 8 days, they were not pursued by the Yellow Gus 17 fiends or other cultivators. Finally, they came to a flatland. The grass on the flatland was short and boundless. A large river ran through the entire flatland. They decided to stay by the river. The two dragon eagle hatchlings had already begun to grow fur. They treated Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui as their parents. They surrounded them all day, chirping non-stop. Zhou Xuanji sat by the river and began to cultivate. The battle with Madame Knight 7 was extremely dangerous, which made him realize that he was too weak. Not only his cultivation, but his battle experience was also insufficient. Once he broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, he would go deep into the mountains to look for demonic beasts to accumulate combat experience. Since the Yellow Gus 17 fiends were dead and Zhang Tianjian had returned to the Southern Snow Kingdom, there was naturally no one to disturb them. In the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Qi Nurturing level 9 and celebrated his 5th birthday at the same time. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 5 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Bronze Tiger Roar Sword, Green Colt Cloud Riding Boots. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. He immediately checked the Tiger Roar Sword's information. Sword name, Tiger Roar Sword level, Bronze, description, Tiger Soul Treasured Sword. When the blade is swung, the sound of a tiger's roar will shock the enemy, It was a pity that it was not a silver-level godly sword. However, the bronze-ranked Frost Wave sword was enough to make Madam Knight 7 reveal a look of greed. It was evident that the bronze-ranked divine sword was not bad either. He immediately took out the Tiger Roar sword and prepared to practice. There was a tiger pattern in the center of the Tiger Roar sword's blade. The connection between the hilt and the blade was like a tiger's mouth. It was awe-inspiring. Holding the Tiger Roar sword in his hand, he started to execute the white crane sword technique by the river. Shio, shio, swoosh. Roar. His body moved gracefully and the speed at which he swung his sword was much faster than before. The sound of the blade slicing through the air intertwined with the whistling sound. Together with the magnificent scenery of the sky and the earth, the scene was as beautiful as a painting. Not far away, little Jianghu, who was meditating in front of the wooden hut, opened her eyes. Another new sword? It looks so powerful, little Jianghu mumbled to herself. Little Jianghu mumbled to herself. Beside her were 2 dragon eagles that were as big as domestic dogs. Chapter 16. After practicing the white crane sword technique 10 times, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword in satisfaction. The Tiger Roar sword was not bad, mainly because the roar of the tiger was great, which boosted his aura. Shortly after, he took out the cloud-striding boots. The boots were green in color, and there were many tiny patterns on the surface, as though clouds were attached to the surface. It was unique and beautiful. But the boots were too big. How many years would he have to wait before he could wear them? You can try, sword owner. The sword spirit reminded him timely. Having heard it, Zhou Xuanji put his little foot in. When his foot was completely in, the cloud-striding boots suddenly shrunk to a size suitable for him. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Awesome. He quickly put his other foot in and the cloud-striding boots shrunk. He felt that it was very novel. He bounced on the ground and did not feel that the boots would fly away. After putting on the cloud-striding boots, he felt that his body became much lighter. He began running along the river and realized that his speed was increased. His strides became faster and faster. Without using spirit energy, he could run faster than an adult man. He was only 5 years old. Little Jianghu rubbed her eyes to make sure that she did not see wrongly. Although she noticed Zhou Xuanji's cloud-riding boots, she did not associate Zhou Xuanji's speed with the boots. Xuanji had a breakthrough again. No, I cannot fall behind too much. Little Jianghu clenched her fist, then closed her eyes and focused on cultivating the spring snow technique. This grassy plain was uninhabited. Occasionally there would be wolves and hunting dogs passing by, but they were no match for him. Instead they became their food. Next, Zhou Xuanji did not only internalize qi for cultivation. He began to use the 4 legendary swords to unleash their full potential. Besides, he wanted to use all 4 swords at the same time. He held 1 sword in each hand and used his mind to control the other 2 swords. It sounded difficult, but he felt that it was achievable. He practiced his swords in the day and internalized qi at night. Time passed quickly. A year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji broke through to qi nurturing level 10, and little Jianghu reached qi nurturing level 4. After a year of accumulation, Zhou Xuanji's mental energy had grown by leaps and bounds. He could already control 4 legendary swords at the same time, but he could only maintain it for 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time he would faint. The 2 dragon eagle hatchlings were already as big as water buffaloes and could fly half a year ago. Little Jianghu wanted to ride them, but Zhou Xuanji stopped her. What if she fell to her death? Little Jianghu was his cook, he could not do without her. Zhou Xuanji's golden body incantation's 2nd level iron bar was still not completed, but his physical strength had already surpassed the force of 10,000 kilograms. He was like Li Yuanba from China's unofficial history. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 6 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Bronze, Wind Cutter Sword, Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer Hairpin, Fiery Sword Technique. The 6-year-old's lucky draw was not bad. Other than the godly sword, there was also an artifact and a sword technique manual. Zhou Xuanji had been looking forward to sword techniques for a long time. The white crane sword technique could not satisfy him at all. Very quickly, Windcutter's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Windbreaker sword level, bronze, description. The blade of the sword can cut through the wind. When using this sword, you will not feel any wind resistance. No wind resistance? Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the Windcutter sword. It was a thin sword with a narrow and thin blade. It was extremely soft and could be used as a belt. Belt. Zhou Xuanji immediately wrapped the Windcutter sword around his waist. It was not bad, so he pulled it out. Piff, blood spurted from his waist, and his face twisted in pain. Damn. This sword is too sharp. The blade only touched his clothes lightly. So painful. Zhou Xuanji stored the wind-cutter sword into the supreme storage, then walked toward the wooden hut while holding his bleeding waist. This position must not be injured. Sister. I'm bleeding. Zhou Xuanji shouted at the top of his lungs. Little Jiang Shui, who was playing with the dragon eagles, heard him and immediately ran over. The 10-year-old little Jiang Shui was still a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. Her long black hair was tied behind her head with a thin string, revealing her smooth face. The hair in front of her forehead danced in the wind, making her look youthful and lively. Just based on her face alone, this girl would definitely have the potential to bring disaster to a country when she grew up. She ran to him and asked anxiously, "Where am I bleeding? My waist?" Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and pulled up his clothes. His waist was bleeding profusely. Little Jiang Shui quickly went to the wooden hut and took out a few pieces of white cloth and some medicine to stop the bleeding. As she applied the medicine for him, she complained, "Can you be more careful? If you meet an enemy in the future, you might die by your own sword." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "How can it be? This was just an accident." TSK. Little Jiang Shui curled her lip. Although she was lecturing him verbally, she was very careful with her hands. She was afraid that he would feel pain. After she bandaged his wound, Zhou Xuanji took out the Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer hairpin. How could a man like him use a hairpin? So he wanted to give it to little Jiang Shui. The Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer hairpin was white jade in color and shaped like a phoenix. He could not feel its weight when he held it. "This is for you. This is my family's keepsake. It can exorcise evil spirits and suppress ghosts. Don't lose it." Zhou Xuanji passed the Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer hairpin to little Jiang Shui and said casually. A long time ago, Zhou Xuanji told little Jiang Shui that his parents left him a spatial artifact that was stored in his mind. Only when his cultivation grew stronger could he obtain the treasure in the spatial artifact. When little Jiang Shui heard that it was her family's keepsake, she opened her eyes wide and blushed. She quickly rejected. "You can use it to find your family in the future. It's not good to give it to me." "It's okay. You're my family too. Even if I find my family in the future, I will bring you along." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. After that, he turned around and walked toward the river. Little Jiang Shui was a little stunned. She smiled sweetly and stuck the Jade Phoenix Evil Destroyer hairpin into her hair. She touched it, and the smile on her face could not be wiped away. After resting for 2 days and waiting for the wound on his waist to completely heal, Zhou Xuanji began to practice the fiery sword technique. When the fiery sword technique reached great accomplishment, the sword chi would be surrounded by flames. It was extremely destructive, even more powerful than the white crane sword technique. Just when he finished one round, an air-piercing sound came from the horizon. Enemy attack? Zhou Xuanji's body trembled and became nervous. "Ah, I finally found you." Qiu Bailey's laughter resounded across the horizon. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his voice. So it was this old man. From what he said, it seemed like he spent a lot of time looking for Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. Soon, Qiu Bailey flew to Zhou Xuanji's side on his sword. He laughed, "Kit, you have grown a lot taller. Your cultivation is not bad either. You have reached Qi Nurturing level 10. Hiss. When he reached the latter half of his sentence, his expression turned into one of shock. A 6-year-old child at Qi Nurturing level 10? Chapter 17. Zhou Xuanji's face was calm. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked, "Is it very rare?" Seeing the old man's expression as though he had seen a ghost, he felt good in his heart. Is it good to be a genius? Indeed. Qiu Bailey grabbed his shoulders and began to observe him, as though he was looking at a treasure. "Grandpa Qiu." At this moment, little Jiang Shui's voice came. She ran over with 2 dragon eagles. Qiu Bailey looked back, and when he saw the dragon eagles, he was stunned again. These 2 demons are unusual. I seem to have seen them somewhere before. Qiu Bailey thought. He did not expect that after he left for more than a year, these 2 little guys had tamed demonic beasts. Only when little Jiang Shui brought the 2 dragon eagles closer did he reveal a shocked expression. "Dragon eagles? How did you manage to obtain such a demonic beast cub?" Qiu Bailey was knowledgeable, and he quickly identified the origin of the 2 demons. Little Jiang Shui pointed at the 2 dragon eagles and smiled. "This one is called A Big and this one is called Small Air. They are a pair of brother and sister." A Big, Small Air. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. They were still children after all. Their names were really laughable. He seemed to have thought of something and solemnly said, "You must not act recklessly in the future. This kind of rare demonic beast will attract many demonic beasts to fight over it." A year ago, there was a group of cultivators fighting over an adult dragon eagle. There were casualties, and the infamous Yellow Gus 17 fiends were all killed in that battle. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "The Yellow Gus 17 fiends are all dead? Didn't you say that these evil people were very powerful, not even weaker than you?" Qiu Bailey rubbed his head and smiled. It was all because of greed. There was also an important person in that battle. His name was Zhang Tianjian. He was a general of the Southern Snow Kingdom. He claimed that the dragon eagle cub was taken away by a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword. That powerful cultivator killed Madam Knight 7 of the Yellow Gust 17 fiends in an instant. His power was unfathomable. This is the power of a sword cultivator. The sword monarch of Great Zhou even defeated 7 empires with one strike. Xuanji, you must cultivate well. Do not let your talent in the way of the sword go to waste. At this point Qiu Bailey stopped. Reaching Qi nurturing level 10 at the age of 6, it was obvious that Zhou Xuanji was not a lazy person. But then again, could it be that these 2 dragon eagles were left behind by that swordsman? Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered the traumatic memory of Zhou Xuanji killing Yi Fifan with a sneak attack. Zhou Xuanji was only 2 years old then. Hiss! Qiu Bailey took in a deep breath again and withdrew his hand instinctively. He did not dare to touch Zhou Xuanji's head anymore. Little Jiang Shui blinked her eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and asked after some thought, "Grandpa Qiu, has the news spread?" "That's only natural. After all, the Yellow Gus 17 fiends are infamous. They are all ranked in the top 200 of the Great Zhou evil ranking." Qiu Bailey nodded and stared at him with a complicated gaze. "Shenji, tell me, is there another soul hidden in your body and it's even older than me?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "That's right. There's a peerless demon sovereign hiding there that eats people." After saying that, he made a face at Qiu Bailey. Little Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji and snorted at Qiu Bailey. "Xuanji is not an old demon. If Zhou Xuanji was really an old demon, would he still be in such a sorry state when facing Madam Knight 7? Looking at the girl, Qiu Bailey shook his head with a bitter smile. What a silly girl. A big and small heir also came over and were ready to attack Qiu Bailey. Qiu Bailey shrugged and sighed. "Even if I tell others about you, I don't think anyone will believe me. With your talent, you will definitely be able to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection." He was simply too monstrous. Zhou Xuanji grasped the key word and asked, "What is Great Zhou's heaven selection?" Although he was born in the Great Zhou royal palace, he did not receive much information. After all, it was inconvenient for him to move around, and there were people watching over him. Great Zhou's heaven selection is held once every 10 years. It selects the most elite geniuses from the Great Zhou Empire and its subordinate kingdoms. It is different from the imperial examinations. Other than testing writing skills, it also tests one's actual battle prowess. Every heaven selection's top scholar can become a general or an official of the Great Zhou Empire. It is because of the cruelty of Great Zhou's heaven selection that the Great Zhou Empire is so powerful today. Once every 10 years, Great Zhou's heaven selection. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and began to plan. The Empress lived in the palace for a long time and almost never left the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. If he wanted revenge, he could only enter the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. It was impossible to barge in by force. Enter through the Great Zhou heaven selection and then assassinate her? Zhou Xuanji felt that there was hope. After all, he could control his sword with his will. He could leave a legendary sword hidden in front of others and kill her with one strike in the middle of the night. Don't even think about it. It's so difficult to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. Either you have to be recommended by a powerful force, which even the hidden sword sect does not have, or you have to leave your name in the martial world and shake the world with your might to receive an invitation from the royal court, or you can be ranked on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Qiu Bailey saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, so he spoke to discourage him. With his talent, it was best not to reveal his brilliance before he became someone great. Sometimes it was not a good thing to be too talented. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked to the side. He took out the Frost Wave sword and continued to practice the fiery sword technique. Seeing that he was not paying attention, Qiu Bailey shook his head. Shortly after, Qiu Bailey pulled little Jiang Shui back to the wooden hut. He wanted to hear her talk about how Zhou Xuanji killed Madam Knight 7. Little Jiang Shui narrated the story vividly. She did not scare Qiu Bailey but a big and small heir who trembled from time to time. The next evening, Zhou Xuanji had mastered the fiery sword will. Flames wrapped around his body and turned him into a flaming man. He slashed with his sword, and the burning sword chi split the river. Chiu Bailey was dumbfounded. This brat practiced blindly and mastered another sword technique? Wasn't the heavens being too biased? With Chiu Bailey around, Zhou Xuanji did not take out any other legendary swords but focused on internalizing chi to break through to foundation building as soon as possible. 3 months passed by in a flash. This day Zhou Xuanji rode on Ah Big and was prepared to find places with demons to train his combat power. 3 days ago he tried to ride the dragon eagle and almost fell off at first. Fortunately Chiu Bailey was with him. After 3 days of practice he finally stabilized himself and built up a basic rapport with Ah Big. Looking at the backs of Ah Big and Zhou Xuanji, little Jianghu was envious. She turned to look at small heir. Chiu Bailey patted her head and smiled kindly. Shui, don't rush. Wait until your cultivation is higher, then you can try again. Zhou Xuanji had 2 sword wills, so Chiu Bailey was not worried that he would be in danger. But little Jianghu was different. She had just broken through to Qi nurturing level 5 and was still far from it. Not only him but Zhou Xuanji was also worried. Little Jianghu nodded her head forcefully and continued her cultivation. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on Ah Big's back, felt the strong wind blowing against his face. He was in a good mood. He looked down and saw that they were at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Chapter 18. Ah Big was a dragon eagle with the bloodline of a true dragon. It was more intelligent than ordinary demons, so it could understand some of Zhou Xuanji's hand gestures. Dragon eagles were good at flying. Among the demons of the same stage their speed was above average. Although Ah Big was still small, his flying speed was already faster than Zhou Xuanji running on the ground. He flew for dozens of miles, and all the demons he encountered were just at the first rank, which was not much stronger than ferocious beasts. Demons had cultivation levels too. Commonly they were divided into 10 ranks. The first rank was equivalent to the human chi nurturing stage, the second rank was equivalent to the human foundation building stage, the third rank was equivalent to the human enlightening stage, and so on. A day passed and he still did not find a suitable whetstone. When night fell he rode Ah Big back to the wooden hut. After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's encounter today, Chiu Bailey stroked his long beard and said with a smile, You still want to meet more powerful demons. You really don't want to live anymore. Tomorrow you will go upstream along this river. At the end there is a mountain range called Fallen Celestial Ridge. There are traces of many second-rank demons and even third-rank demons. Do what you can. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji. This brat killed Yi Fifan and Madame Knight 7. How could an ignorant demon be his match? He could also see that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Qi nurturing. If not for the fact that his body was not fully grown, he might have broken through at any time. It was not bad to let him go out and train. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked forward to Fallen Celestial Ridge. Xuanji, tomorrow Grandpa Chiu will teach me spells. I will learn the blood healing spell first so that I can heal you in the future. Little Jianghu suddenly hugged his neck and giggled. She looked excited. Okay, little nanny. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, but in his heart, can you not attack suddenly? Can't you see that I'm thinking about something? Chiu Bailey stared at him and said, The previous mission affected the Hidden Sword sect greatly. I will accompany you for half a year at most, and then I have to return to the sect. It will be difficult for me to see you again. Are you really not willing to go with me? Putting aside Zhou Xuanji's precocious and scheming nature, he really liked him and little Jianghu. He could not bear for them to wander around. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said, Sister, do you want to go? When I grow up, I will go to the Hidden Sword sect to find you. He actually wanted to go to the Hidden Sword sect, but he was afraid of being discovered. There were countless capable people in the great Zhou dynasty. Even the slightest movement could be known by the Empress. After all, this was not ancient Wuxia but a mythical world. Zhou Xuanji had to be careful. He did not know if he had the main character's halo, so it was always good to be cautious. Hearing this, little Jianghu immediately shook her head and said, If I leave, who's going to wash, sew and cook for you? If you're injured and can't move your hand, I can help you. Zhou Xuanji patted her head with a smile. Chiu Bailey couldn't help but laugh when he saw a 6-year-old touching a 10-year-old's head. Little devil, although I don't know what your background is, judging from your attitude, it's probably not a good thing. Let me give you a word of advice. Chiu Bailey chuckled as he stroked his beard, looking like an old man trying to reason with him. He knew Zhou Xuanji's name, but he did not associate him with the young prince of Great Zhou, because he did not know the prince's name. The difference in status was too great. Endure for a moment and you can fight for 1,000 years. Take a step back and you'll see the world. You have extraordinary talent, so you need to know how to endure. Chiu Bailey said seriously. He could see that Zhou Xuanji had a vicious aura in his bones. He was afraid that after killing Madame Knight 7, this brat's ego would become inflated and he would fail miserably. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, I feel that the more I endure, the angrier I get. The more I take a step back, the more I lose. My life principle is to take revenge on the spot, not to be a gentleman. Chiu Bailey heard him and could not help but feel angry. He glared at him and snorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Little Jiang Shui could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked, Is the Hidden Sword sect in trouble? Chiu Bailey sighed and said, It's because the Southern Snow Kingdom and the Ocean Kingdom are about to go to war. Yi Fifan came to the Southern Snow Kingdom to gather information, but unfortunately he died in your hands. Zhou Xuanji was confused and asked, The Great Zhou Empire doesn't care? There was no reason for the Great Zhou Empire to sit back and do nothing when two of its followers were fighting. The empire rarely participates in wars between kingdoms. As long as the people are not plunged into misery and suffering, they will turn a blind eye to it. Only by competing with each other can the kingdoms grow stronger. Chiu Bailey replied, his face full of worry. If the Hidden Sword sect joined the war, many disciples would die. As an elder, he could not stay out of it. Zhou Xuanji did not ask further. The war between kingdoms had nothing to do with him. The three of them chatted for a while and went to rest. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji rode on a big and flew toward fallen Celestial Ridge. The river that ran through the plain looked neither wide nor deep, but it was very long. He only saw the mountain forest after flying for an hour and a half. The fallen Celestial Ridge was huge, blocking the plain here. As the weather entered winter, some of the mountains were already covered in ice and snow. Before he entered the fallen Celestial Ridge, Zhou Xuanji could already smell the demonic qi. Now that he had reached the 10th level of qi nurturing, his senses were extremely sensitive, and he could easily identify the demonic qi. After he entered the fallen Celestial Ridge, he asked Big to land. He took out the Frost Wave sword and walked forward slowly. He had 5 swords now, and the one he was most familiar with was the Frost Wave sword. The other 4 swords were his trump cards. Soon he set his eyes on his first target. It was a wild boar that was as strong as a buffalo. Its tusks were long and sharp, like those of an elephant. Very good, you will be the first wild beast. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked forward with his sword. Deep in the fallen Celestial Ridge there were 5 connected mountains. The mountains were dyed white by the snow, and a group of young cultivators was walking forward. The one walking at the front was a handsome young man. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He did not feel cold in the heavy snow and still looked elegant. Behind him were 16 disciples from the same sect. They were all dressed in white with the word wind printed on their backs. Senior brother Luli, how much longer do we have to walk? A female disciple asked with a trembling voice as she crossed her arms. The handsome young man who was addressed as senior brother Luli turned around and smiled warmly, soon. Junior brothers and sisters, stay alert. When we reach Frost Thunder Mountain, we will surely meet disciples from the other sections. We must obtain the Frost Thunder crystals and not bring shame to the Wind Shen sect's name. Frost Thunder Mountain, Frost Thunder crystals. The group of Wind Shen sect disciples perked up, slapped their faces and continued forward. At the same time, on the other mountains nearby, many disciples were also moving forward. They were all heading in the same direction. Boom! Bolts of lightning flashed in the sea of clouds. The heavy snow that filled the sky could not block the might of the lightning. Right below them was a mountain that was 600 meters tall. It was covered in white snow, and lightning could be vaguely seen flashing on the top of the mountain. Many skeletal birds perched around it. These skeletal birds were as white as their names, and their bodies were like adult geese. This was Frost Thunder Mountain. Chapter 19. It's been a long time since I last visited the Ice Thunder Mountain. The man in black raised his head and muttered to himself, letting the snowflakes fall on his face. 22 years ago he followed his master to Frost Thunder Mountain. In the end his master was eaten by a demon. He relied on his master's sword to hide in a cave and survived. For the next 10 years he taught himself swordsmanship and finally mastered it. After he exited the cave, he slaughtered all the demon beasts on Frost Thunder Mountain before he left to vent his hatred. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed, and he had already made a name for himself in the Southern Snow Kingdom. Frost Swordsman Cheng Yefe. The blade of the sword was unsheathed, and frost appeared everywhere. This time I want the Frost Thunder Crystal. After saying this, Cheng Yefe stepped up the mountain. 2 hours later. More than 300 cultivators gathered on the mountainside of the Ice Thunder Mountain. Lu Li and the disciples of the Wen Xian school stood together, Qing Yefei stood alone in a corner, and so did the disciples of the other sections. There was no communication between them and the atmosphere was a little heavy. They looked up as if they were looking at something. A female disciple of the Wen Xian school asked Lu Li in a low voice, "Brother Lu Li, will the frost thunder spheres really appear? What if the time is wrong? Won't we have to wait forever?" It was her first time going out on a mission, so she was very nervous. It was not only him. It was the first time for the other disciples to go out as well. Lu Li's task was to protect them. Lu Li smiled and said, "Patience is the biggest thing you can rely on in the future. Whether it's doing quests or fighting, you must have patience. However, these people look like they are not to be trifled with. Some are clearly not the young disciples of the various sections." A male disciple of the Wen Xian Gate said carefully. His voice was very soft, afraid that others would hear him. On hearing this, Lu Li burst into laughter, which attracted the attention of all the cultivators around, including Qing Yefei. Lu Li smiled lightly and said, "With me around, no one can compete with the Wen Xian Gate." How arrogant! The expressions of the cultivators instantly turned cold. The disciples of the Wen Xian school, on the other hand, were impressed by Lu Li's heroic spirit. He was indeed the eldest brother, so domineering. Qing Yefei snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, a small figure slowly climbed up the mountainside. It was Zhou Xuanji. Ada was left outside the icy region. The reason why he had come was because he had sensed an extremely attractive aura. According to the sword spirit, it should be an energy substance that could strengthen his golden body technique. This was the power of the golden body secret art. Could sense some special energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji hid behind an ice rock and looked out. He was a little surprised. Why are there so many cultivators? Are they all here for the treasure? He noticed that half of these cultivators were in the Qi Nourishing realm, but the weakest was at Qi Nourishing level 7. Now that he had 4 divine swords and 2 types of sword wills, coupled with his powerful body, he was confident that he could fight. Shio. A throwing knife pierced into the ice rock in front of Zhou Xuanji, and the entire ice rock trembled slightly. "Oh! Come out, you coward!" A blue-robed young man shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and got up slowly. He raised his hands and walked around the ice boulder. He looked terrified and said with a trembling voice, "Don't kill me, I'm only 6 years old. I don't want to die." The 6-year-old child looked harmless. In addition to the ice and snow, his little face was red from the cold. Some of the female disciples' hearts melted at the sight of him. Such an adorable child. This child looks so delicate. Why is he here? Maybe he got lost with his parents. Wow, I really want to pinch his face. Let's be careful. Maybe he's a demon in disguise? The young cultivators discussed among themselves, while the leaders of each sect stared at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. This was the fallen celestial ridge. It was so far away from human villages that an ordinary 6-year-old child could not even reach this place. However, they did not sense any demonic qi from Zhou Xuanji, which meant that he was not a demon in disguise. The blue-robed young man who swung the knife earlier continued to interrogate him. "Kid, where are your parents?" Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva, and tears flowed down his face instantly. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at a flock of corpse birds on the peak of Frost Thunder Mountain. "They ate them," he cried. Seeing the tearful Zhou Xuanji, many cultivators dispelled their worries. Their highest cultivation was only at foundation building. They had not mastered their mind, so they could not see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. Moreover, they were in a world of ice and snow, so they could not sense Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy at all. "Kid, come here. I will bring you back to the Wen Xian sect." Lu Li waved his hand and smiled warmly. His smile was like a spring breeze, and in the hearts of the Wen Xian sect's female disciples, his image became even more lofty. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, thunder came from the top of the mountain. Compared to the previous thunder this time, it was louder and more deafening, like an explosion. Everyone looked up and saw a powerful blue beam of light at the top of Frost Thunder Mountain, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. The distance between the middle of the mountain and the top was more than a kilometer. Qing Yefei was the first to move. His body was as agile as a rabbit as he treaded on the snow. "The Frost Thunder Sphere has appeared. Let's go up." A cultivator shouted loudly, and the rest of the cultivators rushed up the mountain. Lu Li and a group of male disciples from the Wen Xian sect also rushed up the mountain, leaving a few female disciples to wait. Zhou Xuanji jogged over. Frost Thunder Sphere? Sounded very powerful. At this moment, a petite and cute female disciple stopped him. She squatted in front of him and hugged him. Little brother, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Are you cold? She comforted him. Zhou Xuanji's face was covered by a layer of softness, and he almost suffocated. He quickly broke free. The other female disciples came over and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji leaped up immediately. The frost wave sword appeared under his feet out of nowhere, and he dashed up the mountain. The female disciples looked up and were dumbfounded. None of them could say a word. Humph, trying to take advantage of me? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his face and could still feel a trace of warmth. Next, he began to increase his speed and flew toward the top of the mountain. The frost wave sword carried him over the heads of the cultivators. Those cultivators looked up and were almost scared to death on the spot. That kid. He can fly. How can it be? Hiss, demon child. Where did he get the sword from? He can still fly on a sword in such cold weather. He can stabilize himself? The cultivators cried out in surprise. The snow on the Frost Thunder Mountain was too heavy. It was easy for them to fall if they relied on their flying enchanted artifacts. After all, their cultivation was not high. Qing Yefei was at the front, followed by Lu Li. Both of them heard cries of surprise behind them, and they turned around instinctively. They happened to see a 6-year-old boy bent over on a silver sword. He flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji was already completely familiar with the 4 legendary swords. The Frost Wave Sword's attribute was Cold Qi. The heavier the snowstorm, the more powerful the Frost Wave Sword. Demon? Chapter 20. What was I doing when I was 6? A scene appeared in Qing Yefei's mind. At that time he was flying a kite happily. For some reason Lu Li thought back to when he was 6 years old. He was peeking at his master ant taking a bath. Although both of them were frightened by Zhou Xuanji, they did not slow down at all. They were very close to the top of the mountain. The two of them were less than 3 body lengths apart, and Qing Yefei was still in front. Zhou Xuanji could only see Qing Yefei and Lu Li. The cultivators who had been surpassed by Zhou Xuanji all looked shocked. How could this be? They were so frightened that they couldn't even speak. They gritted their teeth and rushed forward with all their might. Zhou Xuanji could already see the scene at the top of the mountain. Countless bolts of lightning were wantonly twisting about, which looked extremely terrifying. His heart suddenly trembled. Would he be struck into ashes? However, Qing Yefei and Lu Li had no intention of slowing down. How could they not be afraid? Those lightning bolts are not dangerous. Even if an ordinary person were to encounter them, they would not die. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He immediately sped up. The frost wave sword absorbed the cold air in the wind and snow and sped up. It flew over Lu Li's head directly. Lu Li's pupils contracted and his expression froze. Qing Yefei was next. His speed was about the same as Lu Li's, but he had the advantage. Naturally, he could not outrun Zhou Xuanji. This monster, Qing Yefei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. When the frost wave sword flew over the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji leaped, somersaulted, and landed elegantly. He turned his head and saw the frost thunder seed. The peak of the mountain was a flat land with rocks piled up on the edge. It was about the size of a basketball court. The frost thunder orb was in the center, looking like 3 blue crystals, each as big as an adult's fist. They floated in the air, flashing a dazzling blue light. Countless lightning bolts interweaved on the surface of the blue light. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji came to the frost thunder crystals with the 8-step sword lunge. He waved his right hand and stored the 3 crystals into the supreme storage. Thud, thud. Qing Yefei and Lu Li reached the top one after another. Lu Li ran to the other side and flanked Zhou Xuanji with Qing Yefei. The ice and thunder seeds disappeared, and the blue light and lightning also retreated, leaving only wind and snow dancing freely. Hand over the frost thunder crystals, or I'll bury you in this world of ice and snow. Qing Yefei said in a low voice, his eyes filled with rage. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be an ignorant child, which was really hateful. With a long sword in his hand, Lu Li narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Who are you? To actually possess the body of a 6-year-old child, how cruel. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the frost wave sword fell from the sky into his hand. He smiled and said, "I'm not taking over your body. I'm just too talented. What do you mortals know?" Lu Li's face twitched. He was a genius of the Wen Shen sect. This was the first time he was called immortal. Qing Yefei unsheathed his sword. The sword light shone on his face, causing his expression to become even colder. He said, "Since you are not willing to hand it over, then we shall use our swords to determine who is better. Just to my liking." Zhou Xuanji was excited in his heart. He had already reached Qi Nurturing level 10 and was half a step into foundation building. Moreover, he was proficient in 2 sword wills, so he could use these 2 foundation building cultivators to test his strength. He took the lead and stepped out, using the 8-sword lunge. Each step was 30 feet. His right hand shook the sword, and the cold air was like a knife, scraping Cheng Yefei's face. Cheng Yefei raised his sword instinctively to block, but he could only feel a white crane flying toward his face. With his quick reflexes, he managed to block the slash. Zhou Xuanji moved his body and came behind Cheng Yefei, slashing horizontally. He was short and only reached Cheng Yefei's waist, which made it difficult for Cheng Yefei. He had to bend down to block the attack. Lu Li charged forward with his sword and joined the battle. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 of them crossed each other. The sound of their swords clashing was so clear that even the wind and snow could not cover it. With his small body, Zhou Xuanji was extremely agile. He weaved back and forth between the 2 of them like a white crane, very light. Cheng Yefei and Lu Li were complaining in their hearts. For some reason, their sword hilts were extremely cold. They could only use their spirit energy to resist the bone-piercing chill. Even so, the speed at which they swung their swords was greatly reduced. This was the power of the Frost Wave sword. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was very happy. The feeling of giving it his all was really satisfying. He relied on the White Crane Sword technique and the Frost Wave Sword to take on the 2 foundation building cultivators. Wait, could this be? Cheng Yefei suddenly thought of something and waves of shock surged in his heart. Not only him but Lu Li also understood. The 2 of them looked at each other as they attacked Zhou Xuanji. With just a glance they understood each other. Shock. Unbelievable. Fear. This 6-year-old kid was proficient in sword will. The 2 of them jumped back almost at the same time, distancing themselves from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's sword missed and was immediately unhappy. He pouted his lips. "What sword technique is that?" Cheng Yefei asked, gritting his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. He wanted to achieve sword will even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and laughed. "White Crane Sword technique." These 2 guys were full of killer moves. They were definitely not kind. "What sword?" "Frost Wave Sword." "Who are you?" "None of your business." Cheng Yefei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lu Li could not hold it in anymore. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I am Lu Li from the Wind Xian sect. I hope my little friend can give me some face. Just 1 Frost Thunder Crystal and I will owe you 1. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked casually, "Who do you think you are? You seem to be fearless. Which sect are you from?" "Ancestral sect." "You, shut up." Lu Li almost vomited blood. Why does this kid have no EQ at all? Is he not afraid of offending the Wind Xian sect? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji leaped up and threw out the Frost Wave Sword. The Frost Wave Sword spun in the air and landed under his feet. It carried him up into the sky. The entire process was fast and elegant. Lu Li slashed with his sword, but his sword chi could not catch up to the Frost Wave Sword. Cheng Yefei chased him to the edge of the cliff. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and roared furiously, "Who are you?" "I'm your father." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the horizon and got further and further away. Cheng Yefei's expression was gloomy. He slammed the ground with his palm and shattered the rocks beside his feet. The cultivators on the slope looked at each other in dismay. They all knew how powerful Cheng Yefei and Lu Li were. One was the Frost Swordsman, and the other was the eldest disciple of the Wind Xian sect. They could not deal with a 6-year-old kid? No. This guy was definitely not a 6-year-old kid, but a demon. The cold wind howled. Zhou Xuanji sat on the Frost Wave Sword and played with the Frost Thunder Crystal in his hand. He could feel the violent energy contained in the Frost Thunder Crystal. If he absorbed it, he would definitely break through to the foundation building stage and master the 2nd level of the Golden Body incantation, Iron Body. Now that his strength had exceeded 10,000 pounds, he should be invincible in the Qi Nurturing stage. One must know that at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi Nurturing stage, one could dominate the martial arts world. This is not a loss. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. Once he broke through to the foundation building stage, his power would increase tremendously. Chapter 21. In a city in the southern Snow Kingdom. Inside the inn, the aroma of wine permeated the air. That day, the Frost Thunder Mountain was filled with heavy snow, and the sound of it hitting people's faces made it impossible to see the road in front of them. The heroes of various sects gathered here to fight for the legendary treasure, the Frost Thunder Seed. Even the Frost Sword Master Qing Yefei came. A storyteller waved his fan and smiled. Around him sat rows of diners, listening to him talk about the Jianghu. The Frost Thunder Seed had not appeared yet, so the cultivators could only wait. But a 6-year-old child sneaked up to them. A disciple of the Iron Fist faction noticed him in time and used a flying knife to force the child to show himself. When the disciples saw him, they saw that he was a handsome child. He didn't look like a threat at all. The diners listened attentively while eating melon seeds. In the corner of the first floor of the inn, a man and a woman sat facing each other. There was only a plate of sliced beef on the table. The man was handsome and wore a beautiful blue robe. He obviously came from a wealthy family. The woman wore a white dress and a veil. Her skin was fair and her eyes were mesmerizing. She made people's imaginations run wild. It seems that Zhao Xian's son is indeed dead, the man said with a look of pity. The woman in the white dress looked up at him and said, Xiao Qingfeng, you don't want him to die? Xiao Qingfeng shrugged and said, Her Majesty the Empress has instructed me to not care about what I think. I am just a knife. The woman in the white dress did not speak again. The two were silent, each thinking about their own things. The storyteller was still talking. When he talked about the battle at the Frost Thunder Mountain, his tone was sometimes low and sometimes excited. The diners around him were nervous. When he finished, the diners still wanted to continue. A greasy middle-aged man snorted, Bullsh *T. How can a 6-year-old be so powerful? As soon as he said that, the others joined in. Yeah, I couldn't even read when I was 6. Oldly, storytellers nowadays are getting better and better. Are you getting cocky or is the wine cheap? The Frost Swordsman is a Foundation establishment cultivator. No matter how talented a 6-year-old is, he can't beat him. Yeah, do you know what a Foundation establishment cultivator means? His strength alone is more than 10,000 pounds. He can easily knock down a mud wall. Faced with the crowd's jeering, the storyteller's face turned red. He snorted coldly and put away the folding fan in his hand. He said righteously, When did I lie? Go out and ask around. The news about the Ice Thunder Mountain's demon child has already spread everywhere. There are even many sects that have specially sent people to search for his traces. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng pondered and murmured, If Zhao Xian's son was still alive, he would be 6 years old now. The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she calmly asked, What do you mean? Xiao Qingfeng smiled and said, Even if this matter is exaggerated, if my son is really 6 years old, he is not someone the dynasty can raise. Lady Zhishui, you must understand that it's best for Zhao Xian's son to die. Otherwise, it will implicate Consort Qin and Princess Ling Ling. Lady Zhao Xian's matter had enraged Emperor Yan of Zhou, and it was a serious matter. Not only was the Empress investigating this matter, but other important figures in the Great Zhou Empire were also investigating this matter. They all knew how powerful vengeance was. Prince Xuanji must die. Lady Zhishui took a deep breath, got up and said, Let's go to the fallen Celestial Ridge. 10 days had passed since the battle on Frost Thunder Mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not go out again but hid in the plain. When Qiu Bailey knew that he took the Frost Thunder Crystal from the 2 foundation building cultivators, his eyes almost popped out. This time it was not a sneak attack, nor was it a precarious situation. It was a fair and square battle. Is this brat already so powerful? That day Qiu Bailey was shocked by Zhou Xuanji again. Until today, Zhou Xuanji had already absorbed 1 Frost Thunder Crystal and was about to break through to Foundation Building. The way to use the Frost Thunder Crystal was the same as Spirit Stones. Hold it in one's hand and activate the energy technique, and it will automatically absorb the energy contained in one's body. Whoosh! Spiritual chi flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body from all directions, forming a whirlwind above his head. Little Jiang Shui stood 10 meters away, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. According to Qiu Bailey, the path of cultivation was intertwined with fortune and misfortune. Every time one broke through to a new stage, one would encounter all sorts of difficulties. Many cultivators died during their breakthroughs. Don't worry, this brat is very lucky. Qiu Bailey stroked his long beard and said with a smile. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was getting stronger day by day, he was amazed and relieved at the same time. After he left, Zhou Xuanji would continue to live well. Maybe the next time they met, this 6-year-old child would already be famous all over the world. Pak pak ka, Zhou Xuanji's body suddenly produced a clear explosive sound, which made little Jiang Shui nervous immediately. Qiu Bailey squinted his eyes and mumbled, Iron bones? This brat was indeed a dual cultivator of energy and physique. While cultivating the physique, one's cultivation could also increase rapidly. People were really different. Soon, Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy suddenly increased tremendously. A wave of aura exploded, stirring up the grass on the ground and creating green waves. Foundation building level 1. Zhou Xuanji finally broke through. He could feel that the spirit energy in his body had turned from a small stream into a big river. His body was filled with energy. This feeling made him want to roar. 6 years old, foundation building. He had finally achieved the goal he set for himself. He did not lose face. In his excitement, Zhou Xuanji jumped up suddenly. The frost wave sword appeared in his left hand, and the crimson dragon sword in his right. He executed the 8-step sword lunge, the white crane sword technique in his left hand, and the fiery sword technique in his right. His body moved continuously and the sword flashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhou Xuanji's sword dance was swift and fierce. Qi-nurturing cultivators could not keep up with his speed at all. It was like a white crane spreading its wings, and sparks were faintly discernible. Two-handed sword? 2 different sword techniques? Qiu Bailey opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. He had been warning himself not to be shocked by this brat, but in the end, little Jiang Shui opened her mouth slightly and her eyes were wide open. Although she could not understand, she felt that Zhou Xuanji had suddenly become more powerful. It was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming a martial arts master. The contrast between before and after could create a strong visual impact and shock to the soul. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji had already fallen into a mysterious state. He could not explain it clearly. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has learned to multitask. Because the sword owner has broken through to foundation building, gacha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Iron Swine Culling Sword, Qi Obscuring Incantation, 100 pieces of level 3 spirit stones. The sword spirit's voice resounded continuously in Zhou Xuanji's mind, but his consciousness was still in the state of enlightenment, so he did not notice. His sword moved faster and faster, and his posture was elegant and had the aura of a grandmaster. Qiu Bailey's eyes were blurred as he watched, and he mumbled continuously. It was as though Zhou Xuanji was swinging his sword too fast, and the sound of the wind was too loud. Little Jiang Shui could not hear what Qiu Bailey was saying. She moved closer to Qiu Bailey and listened carefully. Chapter 22. Little Jiang Shui shook Qiu Bailey's arm to wake him up. Grandfather, what do you mean by the power of a grandmaster? He will definitely become a sword emperor? Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. It was not the first time that she saw Qiu Bailey shocked by Zhou Xuanji. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji was already an unparalleled genius who would surely become an immortal in the future. Qiu Bailey looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said faintly, "There are countless ways to cultivate immortality in the world. Although the sword is the most common weapon and enchanted artifact, very few people walk the path of the true way of the sword. Those who achieve great accomplishment in the way of the sword can roam the world freely." Within the same realm, sword cultivators who are proficient in sword intent are generally stronger than other cultivators. Since ancient times there have been 9 great sword emperors, and all of them were super experts that suppressed an era. Xuanji comprehended 2 sword intents at the age of 6. Such talent is unheard of. In time he might become like the current sword emperor, and his name will forever be recorded in the river of history. Little Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise. Although she did not understand, she felt that it was very powerful. If Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful person in the world, she would not have to hide anymore. As for the 9 major sword emperors, Qiu Bailey had only read about them in the sect's ancient books. After all, he was only at the inner pellet realm. He did not know much about the northern wilderness region, let alone the entire world. But he believed that not many people in the world could have Zhou Xuanji's talent. If there was, he couldn't see it anyway. Not long after, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked down at his hands. His skin had a faint metallic texture. He had finally mastered the 2nd level of the golden body incantation, Iron Bone. With a thought, lines of tiny words appeared in front of him. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race, Great Zhou royal bloodline cultivation, foundation building realm level 1 cultivation method, golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, fiery sword art, 8-step sword steps, supernatural power, none talent, doing 2 things at once swords, silver scarlet dragon sword, bronze frost wave sword, silver bloodbath sword, bronze tiger roar sword, bronze wind cutter sword, black iron swine culling sword. His attribute list now looked gorgeous. There was even a new talent on the list. Multitasking? It sounded a little useless. Wait a minute. Pig slaughtering sword? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was attracted by the name of the last legendary sword. This name was quite awesome. With a thought, the swine-culling sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, it looked like a lengthened kitchen knife. Its two edges were sharp, and its entire body was black and swarthy. Compared to other divine swords, it was extremely ugly. The lines of words in front of him had also changed. Sword name, swine-culling sword grade, iron, description. A pig-slaughtering godly sword was created after slaughtering millions of pigs. It can cut through bones like mud. Under its ordinary appearance lies a terrifying danger. Slaughter 1,000,000 pigs for a single gamble? Who was so free? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Shortly after, he placed the swine-culling sword into the supreme storage and began receiving the chi-obscuring incantation. Why did he take out a kitchen knife? Qiu Bailey noticed the swine-culling sword and was a little suspicious, but he didn't go forward to ask. He shook his head and turned to leave. Ever since Zhou Xuanji obtained the Frost Thunder crystals, he had been feeling uneasy. He always felt that something big was going to happen. Little Jianghu moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and realized that he was filthy and smelly. After he broke through to the foundation building stage, his spiritual qi flushed his meridians and expelled all the impurities in his body through his pores. It was as if he had an extra layer of sweat and mud. So dirty. Little Jianghu pinched her nose with one hand and waved her other hand in front of her. She did not walk away. She planned to wash his body after he woke up. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and a tinge of joy flashed in his eyes. The chi-obscuring incantation was just an ordinary spell. It was used to conceal one's chi and hide one's cultivation. This spell was definitely a divine spell for Zhou Xuanji. Once he hid his spirit energy, others would treat him like an ordinary child. The chi-obscuring incantation was easy to cultivate and he could pass it on to little Jianghu. Come, let's go take a bath. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had opened his eyes, little Jianghu carried him and walked toward the river. Zhou Xuanji quickly struggled and jumped out of her arms. He blushed and said angrily, "Don't carry me like this next time." It was fine when there was no one around, but Qiu Bailey was watching from afar. Little Jianghu giggled. Why? Little brother has grown up? You don't recognize me as your big sister anymore? When you were young, you would act like a spoiled child if I didn't carry you. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Of course, I'm almost 7. After that, he turned around and jumped into the river. He had just broken through and he felt uncomfortable all over. Little Jianghu covered her mouth and could not stop giggling. She then walked toward the wooden hut to prepare clothes for him. On that day, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu learned the chi-obscuring incantation. Qiu Bailey sat by the riverside alone. No one knew what he was thinking, but he did not sleep the whole night. The next day he woke Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu up at dawn. Zhou Xuanji pushed away the little feet on his face, rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Disturbing my sleep so early in the morning, how immoral." Ever since they had a big and small heir, they could sleep without worry. Once there was danger, the 2 dragon eagles would cry out. Qiu Bailey's mouth twitched and he shouted, "The yellow gust 17 fiends are here." Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu shuddered and jumped up from the wooden bed reflexively. The 2 children looked left and right, but the yellow gust 17 fiends were nowhere to be seen. "Grandpa," little Jianghu said angrily, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes were spitting fire. Qiu Bailey said with a straight face, "We have to leave or else we will be in trouble. The Frost Thunder crystals are of great importance, and it was taken away by a 6-year-old kid like you. It will surely attract the attention of the sects in the Southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately came to his senses. He was not afraid of the sects in the Southern Snow Kingdom, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of the Empress. Before he matured, he must develop in a cowardly manner. "Let's go." Without another word, Zhou Xuanji asked little Jianghu to start packing. Qiu Bailey was amused. He even prepared a speech to persuade Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect this kid to be so afraid of death. After packing for a while, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu rode on a big and rose into the sky. Small Air followed closely behind. Qiu Bailey led the way in front, and they were heading in the opposite direction of fallen Celestial Ridge. "Sister, hold me tight. If we fall, we will die a horrible death." Zhou Xuanji laughed loudly, which frightened little Jianghu so much that she quickly hugged his waist tightly. Even though he was fleeing, he would find joy in hardship. After all, he had lived 2 lives. "Are you going to die?" A big slow down. Little Jianghu pressed her head against the back of Zhou Xuanji's head and cried continuously. Qiu Bailey was amused by them and laughed. He suddenly felt that it was quite fun to follow Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu. On the third day after they left, someone came to this plain. It was Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Jishui. The two came to the riverside and stopped. Xiao Qingfeng took out a bamboo bottle from his storage bag and poured out a black-purple ladybug. He then took out a gray cloth with his other hand and placed it in front of the ladybug. "What is this?" Ms. Jishui asked curiously. "Prince Xuanji's diaper." Chapter 23. Riding on the Dragon Eagle, their traveling speed was much faster than before. In less than half a day they had traveled thousands of miles. But Qiu Bailey did not stop and continued on his journey. He was going to return to the hidden sword sect soon after all, so he wanted to bring Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to a safe place first. This was something that he could do. The two of them had to walk their own path in the future. They flew continuously for 7 days. They made a detour to the Gulan Forest on the other side of the Southern Snow Kingdom. The Gulan Forest was the largest mountain range around the Southern Snow Kingdom. There were countless demons and it was a training ground for many cultivators. They landed in a valley that was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The top was covered by leaves, so it was impossible to spy on this place from above. The valley entrance was very narrow, and it was shrouded in mist, so it was impossible to see the situation inside. There was a stone stele at the entrance, and there were 9 half-moon-shaped stones on it. Qiu Bailey led Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui over. In front of the stone stele, he reminded them, "I have placed a restrictive spell on this valley. If you enter without permission, you will be attacked by the miasma, and your whole body will be paralyzed. Those with weaker cultivation will die on the spot. You must remember the sequence of activating the spell." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's begin. I have a photographic memory." Qiu Bailey immediately moved the 9 mechanism stones, but in different directions and at different angles. He paused for every stone he moved so that Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui could remember it. After the spell formation was activated, the miasma at the valley entrance dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji immediately went up and tried a few times. He saw the miasma recede and rise again, then recede again. He suddenly thought of a problem, a very serious problem. Will the miasma run out? Qiu Bailey rubbed his head and replied with a smile, "Don't worry. The miasma comes from within the mountain. I have planted a few types of rare herbs that can last for 100 years. With your temperament, you will probably leave in less than 20 years. Zhou Xuanji heard him and was immediately relieved. He activated the mechanism again and walked in with little Jiang Shui. After going around the small path, they saw the mechanism again. According to his calculations, the mechanism path was 30 meters long, and there were many demon corpses along the way. There was a pavilion in the valley, and in front of the pavilion was a pond. The pond was so clear that the bottom could be seen, and there were many small fish swimming in it. The walls of the mountain were covered with moss and all kinds of plants, giving off the feeling of a paradise. Wow! Little Jiang Shui cried out in surprise and immediately pulled Zhou Xuanji over. Ada and little Air also began to chase and play. Qiu Bailey stroked his beard and laughed complacently. "Back then, I spent a month cleaning up this place." However, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui did not listen to him. They were already wandering around. Out of desperation, he began to inspect the valley in case any powerful demonic beasts or poisonous insects were hiding. Fortunately, there were no hidden dangers in the valley. At this point, they finally stopped rushing around. At night, one could see the moon and stars through the gaps between the leaves at the top of the valley. Even without an oil lamp, the moonlight shone into the valley. Zhou Xuanji made a swing. He and little Jiang Shui sat on it, swaying as they looked at the night sky. "This place is pretty good. I hope we don't have to run away anymore." Little Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and giggled. Zhou Xuanji felt very uncomfortable. He felt that his body was stuck, but little Jiang Shui did not want to let go, so he could not use force. With his strength, how could little Jiang Shui withstand it? This girl was too clingy. She was treating him like a toy. Zhou Xuanji twisted his upper body into a more comfortable position and said, "When I grow up, I will bring you to a human city. We will live in a big house." Now that he was already a foundation-building cultivator, he could live comfortably in any empire. However, he had to wait a few more years until the empress thought that he was dead before he could leave. Only 4 years had passed, which was nothing to the great Zhou Empire. "Actually, it's not bad here." Little Jiang Shui pouted and said softly. Ever since she met Shenhua and the Yellow Gus 17 fiends, she felt that humans were more terrifying than demons. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. "Don't worry. Even if we go back, no one will dare to bully us." Far away beside the pool, Qiu Bailey, who was cultivating on a tree, frowned slightly. He sensed a tinge of murderous intent from Zhou Xuanji's tone. Who does this brat want to kill? He had the intention to take revenge at such a young age. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. Qiu Bailey was a little worried. He even had a premonition that the world would change because of Zhou Xuanji. In the next 2 months, Zhou Xuanji would bring little Jiang Shui out for adventures every day, so that she could practice fighting. At night, Qiu Bailey would teach little Jiang Shui some basic spells, such as the fireball spell, water repelling spell, and wind summoning spell. In the blink of an eye, little Jiang Shui broke through to the 5th level of qi nurturing. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not break through, but his strength increased significantly. According to Qiu Bailey's estimation, this little monster's physical strength had already reached 17,000 pounds. If he used the golden body incantation, his strength would increase even more. This day Qiu Bailey prepared to leave. At the entrance of the valley, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you leaving early?" Qiu Bailey smiled as he stroked his long beard. He was dressed in a white robe, and he looked like an enlightened cultivator from the mountains. He said with a smile, "If I don't leave, how can you focus on your cultivation?" Zhou Xuanji grinned and did not reply. With Qiu Bailey around, he could not take out all his legendary swords. One must have a trump card. I have said what I need to say, so I will not nag anymore. Just one thing. Qiu Bailey rubbed little Jiang Shui's head with a kind face. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Keep your guard up." After that he turned around and left. A flying sword flew out from his sleeves and circled around his body. It flew to his front and he leaped onto the sword easily. "Zhou Xuanji, I hope that the next time we meet your name will have spread across the world. Don't tell anyone about our friendship." Swoosh, Qiu Bailey left on his sword and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Little Jiang Shui's eyes turned red as she watched, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Zhou Xuanji also felt his eyes itch. This old guy is really something. He understood the meaning of Qiu Bailey's last sentence. It was not that he despised Zhou Xuanji. He was worried that he would be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had no parents and only little Jiang Shui. Qiu Bailey knew that he would have an extraordinary future, so he did not want to become Zhou Xuanji's weakness. Zhou Xuanji heaved a long sigh and activated the mechanism. The miasma rose again. Whoosh, not far away, a big flapped its wings and cried. Small air followed behind it. Zhou Xuanji nudged little Jiang Shui with his shoulder and said with a smile, "Sister, let's go. I want to eat roasted rabbit tonight." Little Jiang Shui's tears turned into a smile. She rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Rabbits are so cute. They won't taste good roasted. Let's boil them into soup." "No way, listen to me." Zhou Xuanji grinned and said. He waved his right hand and the frost wave sword appeared in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the frost wave sword, then stretched out his hand toward little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui pouted and looked reluctant, but she still stretched out her right hand. Chapter 24. After Qiu Bailey's departure, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui did not feel any discomfort in their lives. Zhou Xuanji began training with the Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, and Swine Culling Sword. He wanted to control 6 swords at the same time. Not only that, but he also had to practice the Golden Body Incantation and internalize qi. He had a full schedule every day, so he wasn't bored at all. Little Jiang Shui was very talented in the Spring Snow technique. She could conjure all kinds of spells with ease. They were extremely gorgeous and sometimes Zhou Xuanji was envious. The 2 dragon eagles did not slack off either. Zhou Xuanji also formulated a cultivation plan for them. For demonic beasts, a strong physique was the most important. Zhou Xuanji recalled the miserable scene of the adult dragon eagle being surrounded and attacked, so he arranged for them to crash into the mountain every day. Honing his defense. Why not hit the tree? Because they were almost 2 meters tall and had a wingspan of 6 meters, most of the trees in the forest could not withstand their impact. Time passed. Half a year had passed. Zhou Xuanji reached foundation building level 2. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 7 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained silver, golden rock sword and 10,000 level 3 spirit stones. 10,000 grade 3 spirit stones. *CK. Getting rich overnight? Zhou Xuanji shuddered and jumped up from the grass. At this moment he was lying on the waist of a mountain. Below him was an undulating mountain range with forests on both sides and mountains in the distance. The scenery was pleasant. Little Jiang Shui, Ada, and Small Air were hunting rabbits. 10,000 grade 3 spirit stones was a lot. In addition to Madame Knight Seven's wealth, Zhou Xuanji was already a tycoon. Even if he used spirit stones to cultivate every day, it would be enough for him to squander for decades. Zhou Xuanji felt quite pleased and immediately took out the golden rock sword. At the same time, 3 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, golden rock sword, level, silver, description. Made from golden rock, it is extremely hard. When struck by a sword, it will have a certain petrifying effect. This effect does not target the sword master. Petrification? Sounded very powerful. He wielded the golden rock sword and chopped at the grass on the ground. The blade of the sword sliced through several grass shavings, which then turned into golden stones. At first glance they looked like gold. Miraculous. Zhou Xuanji did not leave but waited. He wanted to see how long the petrification effect would last. The petrification effect lasts for about half an hour. The sword spirit's voice came suddenly, as though he could not bear to keep Zhou Xuanji waiting. Zhou Xuanji looked delighted. The golden rock sword might be able to save his life in this life or death crisis. He immediately used the golden rock sword to execute the white crane sword technique. His body was like a crane, agile and graceful. He was like a banished immortal halfway up the mountain, and the sound of his sword cutting through the air was incessant. After practicing the white crane sword technique 10 times, he got used to the golden rock sword. Compared to other divine swords, the golden rock sword was heavier. Fortunately, he was strong enough to easily swing it. Zhou Xuanji stopped and was about to sheath his sword. "Hey little wimp, what sword technique are you practicing?" An arrogant voice came, and Zhou Xuanji turned around in shock. He saw a man in black standing at the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain. His face was handsome, and his black hair was long and straight, casually draped over his shoulders. At his waist was a long sword inlaid with jewels, and his hands hung naturally by his side. Just by standing still, he exuded a faint pressure. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly and asked, "How long have you been watching?" The man in black snorted coldly, "Not long. I saw you practice it 3 times. His tone was slightly mocking, and Zhou Xuanji could hear the mockery in it. What he meant was, "Brat, I saw you practice it 3 times and you did not even realize it." Zhou Xuanji was not angry but heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the man did not notice his embarrassing behavior. "Hey, I'm asking you. What sword technique is that?" The man in black spoke again. He frowned and looked displeased. Zhou Xuanji sensed that his opponent was not simple, but he cultivated the chi-obscuring incantation. He was used to hiding his aura and did not expose his cultivation so he might be able to confuse his opponent. "White crane sword technique," Zhou Xuanji replied. He did not steal it anyway. He did not believe that anyone else had the supreme legendary sword system. "Oh, spar with me? I won't use sword chi or draw my sword. I'll use the scabbard." The man in black walked up the mountain. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide at his words. Zhou Xuanji said furiously, "I'm only 7 years old. You want to bully a child?" The man in black did not seem to be an evil person, or else he would have attacked long ago. He was probably excited by the prospect. The man in black curled his lip and said, "Do you know who I am? My name is Jianghu. You can ask around and you will know how powerful I am. I've been honest all my life and will never harm you. As long as you spar with me, I will teach you a sword technique. With your talent, if you can master it, you will have a chance to enter Great Zhou's hero ranking board." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Such arrogance. He knew about Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Even Yi Fifan, who was at the inner pellet stage, was only ranked 92nd. Which meant that Jianghu was sure that he could reach the enlightening stage or even higher. That's right. A 7-year-old child who could master a sword technique was naturally a genius. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "What if I defeat you? Will you attack me out of anger?" Jianghu shook his head as he walked. "I will not lose." He had never lost to a sword cultivator in the same stage as him. Moreover, his opponent was only a 7-year-old child. He was a sword maniac and was interested in any sword technique that he did not understand. He had even asked a mortal elder to spar with him. "What if I really lose?" Zhou Xuanji asked condescendingly. He looked so serious that Jianghu wanted to laugh. The ignorant were fearless indeed. "If you can defeat me, I will take you as my teacher. How about that?" Jianghu walked up to him and said as he looked down at him. Zhou Xuanji was only 7 years old, and his height only reached his waist. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji put away his golden rock sword and took out his windcutter sword. He had a storage bag at his waist which could confuse his opponent. The windcutter sword was 1 level lower than the golden rock sword, but it looked extraordinary as well. Zhou Xuanji did not want to expose the petrifying ability of the golden rock sword, in case Jianghu became greedy. Take a weaker sword? Xiao Jinghong shook his head and laughed. This kid had the character of a sword cultivator. He used the scabbard and Zhou Xuanji used a sword of a lower grade. This kid has a bright future. The two of them were less than a meter apart. At this distance, Xiao Jinghong had a million ways to kill him. You first. Xiao Jinghong did not waste time and instructed him directly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. Of all the things you had to compete in sword techniques. Aren't you looking for trouble? Xiao Jinghong thought that he was afraid, so he comforted him. Don't worry. I will not use more strength than you. Say no more. Watch my sword. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and pierced toward Xiao Jinghong's jaw. The wind cutter sword, which had no wind resistance, was extremely fast. Xiao Jinghong's pupils contracted. Oh no. Such a fast sword. Chapter 25. Xiao Jinghong was still Xiao Jinghong after all. Even though he was so close to Zhou Xuanji, he still reacted quickly by leaning his body and head back. Whoosh! The wind cutter sword sliced off a strand of Xiao Jinghong's black hair. Xiao Jinghong raised his right knee instinctively and wanted to send Zhou Xuanji flying. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly as well. He pulled down with his right hand and used the bottom of the wind cutter sword's hilt to hit his right knee. Bang! Both of them took 2 steps back. Xiao Jinghong did not lie. He did not use more strength than Zhou Xuanji. This strength is not right. Is he really only 7 years old? Xiao Jinghong thought to himself in shock. He couldn't help but think of a freak from the great Zhou Empire who had immense strength since he was young. But that guy was gigantic and did not look like a human, while Zhou Xuanji looked no different from an ordinary child. Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji attacked again. Zhou Xuanji was already a foundation-building cultivator and had already developed sword qi. But since Xiao Jinghong did not use sword qi or spirit energy, he would not use either. Let's use pure swordsmanship to determine who's better. But Zhou Xuanji stomped on the ground with his right foot. His body spun as he thrust his sword with his right hand. Tilting his body, the wind cutter sword could only reach Xiao Jinghong's chest. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Jinghong placed his left hand behind his back and held his scabbard with his right hand. His hands were so fast that they left afterimages as he blocked each of Zhou Xuanji's slashes. Zhou Xuanji was not discouraged, and the speed of his sword continued to increase. What a fast sword. I was only able to achieve such a speed when I was 16. Xiao Jinghong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect to meet such a rare genius. His competitive heart was stimulated. He suddenly clasped the scabbard and took the opportunity to stop the wind cutter sword. Next he stepped out with his right foot and pushed forward with his right arm. With his height advantage he pressed Zhou Xuanji backward. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji stretched his waist and somersaulted backward, distancing himself from Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong's eyes focused. He moved his sword quickly with his right hand, and the sword flashed like dozens of sharp swords piercing toward Zhou Xuanji. The wind howled and the sword flashed on Zhou Xuanji's face. He did not panic at all. His eyes were bright and his expression was calm. The moment he landed, Xiao Jinghong's sword was less than 20 centimeters away from his face. When their eyes met, Xiao Jinghong's expression changed slightly. This kid's expression reminded him of that kendo grandmaster. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji disappeared suddenly. Xiao Jinghong subconsciously tilted his head, but his cheek was still pierced, and a trace of blood flowed out of the wound. He turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji 10 meters away. What sword move is this? Xiao Jinghong asked with a burning gaze. He wasn't angry but rather excited. Zhou Xuanji's back was facing him. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at him with the corner of his eye. White Crane Sword Technique, White Crane Celestial Trace, the third form. Great sword technique. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. After that, his gaze changed and became incredibly sharp. He came up to Zhou Xuanji with one step and slashed with his sword. This step contained the profoundness of shrinking the ground into inches, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes could not follow it at all. He instinctively blocked with his sword. Bang! Xiao Jinghong's scabbard pierced Zhou Xuanji's chest and sent him flying. Zhou Xuanji flew halfway up the mountain and was about to hit the ground. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted, and his sword pierced into the ground as he slid down the mountain. Damn it! It hurts. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and immediately entered the White Crane Sword Will mode. Xiao Jinghong looked down at him from high above and said, "Brat, you are still too weak." Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji was already in front of him. The wind cutter sword was as fast as lightning. The wind howled and the sword shone brightly. Xiao Jinghong blocked with his scabbard and retreated continuously. This is sword will. Xiao Jinghong was shocked. A 7-year-old child mastered the sword will? Far away, little Jiang Shui, who was hunting rabbits, noticed Zhou Xuanji's movement. She turned around and could only see the flash of a sword. What's going on? Little Jiang Shui immediately rode on small air and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. With the white crane sword will, Zhou Xuanji had already become one with his sword. But in his eyes, Xiao Jinghong still had no flaws. One must know that when he sparred with Qiu Bailey, he could still see Qiu Bailey's flaws, even though they were few. This guy was even more powerful than Qiu Bailey. Soon, Xiao Jinghong was forced to the top of the mountain by Zhou Xuanji. If he continued to retreat, he would fall. Since he could not use his spirit energy and sword qi, Xiao Jinghong could not fly. He stepped back with his left foot and flipped the scabbard with his right hand. His movement stirred up air currents and disrupted Zhou Xuanji's sword momentum. He pulled back and tried to pull Zhou Xuanji down the cliff. The cliff was only 10 meters tall. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not fall to his death. No matter who he sparred with, his desire for victory was the same. I can't lose. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji stepped on Xiao Jinghong's boots, and both of them fell down the cliff. Clang, clang, clang. Even though they were falling through the air, the two did not stop their movements. With the white crane sword will, Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand. The moment he landed, Xiao Jinghong turned around. His aura changed suddenly. I'll show you my sword will. Xiao Jinghong laughed coldly. He turned into a beam of white light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was like a white crane. His legs turned into wings and he slashed with his sword. The blade and scabbard clashed, producing an ear-piercing sound. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. Xiao Jinghong followed up with another attack. The speed at which he swung his right arm was more than twice as fast as before. In the air, little Jiang Shui looked down worriedly. But she did not dare to make a sound for fear that she would disturb Zhou Xuanji. She was already 11 years old and had cultivated for a few years. She could tell that Xiao Jinghong and Zhou Xuanji were not fighting to the death. The battle between the two was like the spar between Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Bailey. But she did not know Xiao Jinghong, so she could not help but worry. Xiao Jinghong kicked swiftly with his legs and swung his scabbard wildly, forcing Zhou Xuanji to step back. The two moved faster than an ordinary person and they kicked up 2 rows of dust. You are indeed a genius in the way of the sword. You can even say that you are the most talented person I have ever seen. But it's a pity that you are still not my opponent. Remember my name, Sword Noble Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong said with a faint smile. He looked relaxed as though he was not fighting. Sword Noble. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Little Jiang Shui, who was in the air, could not help but cover her mouth. They had heard of this name from Qiu Bailey. Ranked 3rd on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He broke through to inner pellet at the age of 30. His talent in the way of the sword was unparalleled. It was said that even the sword monarch of Great Zhou wanted to take him as his disciple. No wonder he was so powerful. Zhou Xuanji was not discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He raised his left hand, and the tiger roar sword appeared in his hand. He held the sword with both hands. Xiao Jinghong opened his eyes wide. This guy knows how to use a sword with his left hand? Roar! A tiger's roar shook the forest. The tiger roar sword was enveloped in flames and transformed into a flaming sword. Fiery sword technique. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his left hand furiously. The scorching flames made Xiao Jinghong retreat instinctively. Chapter 26. How can there be someone in this world who can use 2 sword intents at the same time? Impossible. Even the sword monarch of Great Zhou couldn't do it. Xiao Jinghong was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as though he was looking at a monster. Mastering 2 sword wills at the age of 7 was already shocking enough. But this 7-year-old child was actually able to use 2 sword intents at the same time. Defying the heavens was illogical. The heavenly Tao was unfair. Xiao Jinghong could no longer remain calm. Due to his shock, his right hand was in disarray, causing him to lose his rhythm from the tiger roar sword and wind cutter sword. Xiao. The sound of the blade slicing through the air stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji stopped. Xiao Jinghong also stopped. His eyes were wide open and his face was covered in cold sweat. The tiger roar sword pierced into the ground. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the hilt with his left foot and leaned forward. He held the wind cutter sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The tip of the sword was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiao Jinghong's throat. The white crane stood firm. The outcome had been decided. You lost, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. In terms of pure sword techniques, Zhou Xuanji defeated Xiao Jinghong unexpectedly with 2 sword wills. He was not pleasantly surprised but only relieved. If they were to fight to the death, Xiao Jinghong would be able to kill him with a single strike. At the same time he admired Xiao Jinghong. This guy kept his word. If Zhou Xuanji did not stop just now, Xiao Jinghong's throat would have been slit. Even in such a situation, Xiao Jinghong did not break the promise, which showed how strong his mental fortitude was. Perhaps with Xiao Jinghong's cultivation, cutting his throat might not be fatal. Zhou Xuanji thought as he sheathed his sword. He landed on the ground and pulled out the tiger roar sword. Little Jiang Shui jumped down from small air's back and ran to Zhou Xuanji. She grabbed his shoulder and asked anxiously, "Xuanji, are you hurt?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, "No, don't worry." Xiao Jinghong ignored them and stood rooted to the ground, muttering, "I actually lost." It was not that he had never lost, but he had lost to a 7-year-old child. At this moment he was not ashamed. He was recalling the scene just now. 2-sword intense, how did he do it? He also knew how to wield 2 swords, but he couldn't use 2 different sword wills at the same time. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. This expression frightened Zhou Xuanji. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I'm a magnanimous person. I won't force you to take me as your teacher." For a world-famous expert like Sword Monarch, his face was definitely more important than his life. If he were to acknowledge a 7-year-old child as his master, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if word got out? Xiao Jinghong did not heave a sigh of relief. Instead, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with a burning gaze, which made Zhou Xuanji's anus tighten. Little Jiang Shui quickly pulled Zhou Xuanji and ran toward the waiter. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong suddenly shouted, "Master!" Zhou Xuanji staggered and almost fell flat on his face. He stopped and looked at Xiao Jinghong with a strange expression. "Are you sure? I'm only 7 years old. If word of this gets out, it'll damage your reputation. Don't worry, I'll pretend nothing happened today." Xiao Jinghong shook his head, looked at him from afar and said, "I'll take you as my teacher. Teach me how to use 2 sword intents at the same time." He was a sword maniac. How could he let someone like Zhou Xuanji go? If he could master the dual sword wills, he would definitely be able to dominate the world. He might even be able to challenge for the position of Sword Monarch of Great Zhou in the future. Thinking of this, his gaze became even more fiery. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. Xiao Jinghong's character was not bad and he was so powerful. If he could take him as his disciple, his reputation as a future sword god would not be tarnished. "Xuanji, be careful. Humans are vicious." Little Jiang Shui reminded him softly. Ever since she met the Yellow Gus 17 fiends, she was even more cautious than Zhou Xuanji when she met strangers. Having heard that, Xiao Jinghong said loudly, "Master, I can teach you my sword technique. In the future, when the dual sword wills awe the world, I will not forget you. You will always be the creator of the dual sword wills." 4 sword cultivators, they could not allow others to take the name of their own sword technique. Xiao Jinghong had obtained sword techniques from dozens of swordsmen, but he had never taken their names. Zhou Xuanji let go of little Jiang Shui's hand and walked toward Xiao Jinghong. He stopped 3 meters away from Xiao Jinghong and said, "Why are you so hasty in taking me as your teacher?" Xiao Jinghong was stunned and did not understand. "Can't I take you as my teacher?" Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Since he was going to take Zhou Xuanji as his teacher, he could not just say it. In the future he would surely surpass Xiao Jinghong, so it was Xiao Jinghong's fortune to have him as his teacher. Xiao Jinghong's expression changed slightly. Although he was going to become the disciple of a 7-year-old child, wasn't it a little too much to go through the formalities of becoming the disciple? He was the Sword King. Ranked 3rd on the hero ranking board of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If he did not bow, then he could not take him as his teacher. He believed that with Xiao Jinghong's character he wouldn't kill him because of this. Otherwise he would have made his move long ago. One must know that even Qiu Bailey praised the Sword King for being open and honest. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his fists and said, "Disciple Xiao Jinghong greets master." In order to learn the dual sword wills he endured. Little Jiang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The dignified sword monarch actually knelt before Xianji? Zhou Xuanji smiled and raised his right hand. The Frost Wave sword, the Golden Rock sword, the Wind Cutter sword, and the Tiger Roar sword appeared above his head, floating motionlessly. Xiao Jinghong was stunned by this scene. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the 4 legendary swords swept past Xiao Jinghong's head with extreme speed. Xiao, 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 boom. The 4 swords pierced through the hillside and swept up countless pebbles. They flew up from the back of the hillside and split into 4 trajectories. They circled in the air like rainbows as though they were alive. Xiao Jinghong opened his eyes wide and looked back at Zhou Xuanji, asking, "Controlling the swords with your heart?" He could do it too, but all the swords could only fly in one direction. He could not control them as freely as Zhou Xuanji could. Legend had it that the sword monarch of Great Zhou could control 7 swords at will and created his own sword's way. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to do it too, although it was only 4 swords. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be cool and said, "Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you." Xiao Jinghong was convinced. He would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. For many years to come, he would sigh at his madness. He had a 7-year-old as his teacher, and the most important thing was that he made the right choice. And now Zhou Xuanji had his first disciple. And it was the sword noble whose name shook Great Zhou. In order to convince Xiao Jinghong, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had to do something more. After sheathing his sword, he raised his brow and said, "Other than the sword techniques that you don't impart to others, teach me the sword techniques that you think are the most difficult. I can achieve the sword will in 2 days." Xiao Jinghong got up and said with a frown, "Little master, you can't joke around." His sword techniques were all top-notch, but the number of times he was able to cultivate the sword will could be counted on one hand, and all of them took several years. 2 days? Impossible. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Since you are my disciple, I must show you something to comfort you. The more powerful I am, the less uncomfortable you will feel, right?" Chapter 27. If I can't do it, I'll teach you dual sword wills. I don't need you to take me as your master. How about it? Zhou Xuanji snorted. This disciple of his did not trust him, so he had to teach him a lesson. Xiao Jinghong's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. Without another word, he drew his sword and began to display his swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. This guy was not sincere in taking him as his teacher. He didn't think too much about it and focused all his attention on Xiao Jinghong. Little Jianghu walked over with little air. Ada also descended from the sky. The two of them stared at Xiao Jinghong speechlessly. It had to be said that the sword monarch was indeed the sword monarch. His sword technique was executed in an unrestrained and swift manner, giving others a shock to their souls. Unstoppable. Even though Xiao Jinghong's sword was not fast, Zhou Xuanji had such a thought. There were a total of 49 moves in this sword technique. Each move was closely linked and the attacks were continuous. It could attack any part of the enemy without any flaws. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from remembering it, Xiao Jinghong practiced it twice. Both times were not fast, but it was enough for Zhou Xuanji to remember. Just when Xiao Jinghong was about to practice it again to strengthen his memory, Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out the swine-culling sword. Practicing swordsmanship with the swine-culling sword was quite impressive. Zhou Xuanji, who was 7 years old, was already at foundation building level 2. Naturally, it was not as difficult for him to train his sword as before. Xiao Jinghong was stunned and slowly sheathed his sword. That's right. Those who can practice dual sword arts are naturally very talented and have a photographic memory. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and chuckled. This kid could not be measured by the standards of a 7-year-old child. The first time, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword even slower than Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong didn't make fun of him. Instead, he introduced it to him. This is the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. When mastered, it can sever all the meridians of the enemy in an instant. After the first round, Zhou Xuanji began the second round, which was even faster than the first. Xiao Jinghong looked at little Jianghu and asked, "Which clan are you from?" With Zhou Xuanji's talent, his background must be extraordinary. Little Jianghu curled her lips and said, "I can't say." This was what Zhou Xuanji had taught her. To remain mysterious and instill fear in others. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and laughed. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji's training was decent, it was still wishful thinking for him to form a sword will. Sword intent was not something that could be cultivated. It needed to be comprehended. The third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword faster and faster. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had practiced 10 times. Xiao Jinghong's expression became even more solemn. Why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji was about to master the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword? The 15th time. The 20th time. The 30th time. The 40th time. The 50th time. Trisource Vein-Severing Sword Technique Minor Mastery. Xiao Jinghong's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Jianghu, on the other hand, was used to it. She laid on small airs back and yawned. Zhou Xuanji's sword speed increased abruptly, and he finished practicing once in 10 breaths time. The Trisource Vein-Severing Sword was all about speed and accuracy. It could destroy all of the enemy's meridians at an extremely fast speed. If it was controlled by sword chi, it could split mountains and rivers. After 100 times, Zhou Xuanji's Trisource vein-severing sword reached great accomplishment. Xiao Jinghong was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Just who was this kid? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient sword emperor? Or could it be that he already knew the Trisource vein-severing sword? Zhou Xuanji continued to practice and finished 49 moves in 10 breaths. The more he practiced, the less time he spent on them. For the 120th time, he only spent 7 breaths time. The sword's momentum was swift and fierce. It swept up waves of strong winds and flattened the ground, forcing a big and small air to back off. For the 150th time, he only spent 3 breaths time. For the 199th time, Zhou Xuanji only spent 1 breath's time. For the 200th time, his aura suddenly changed. He closed his eyes and mastered the 49 moves in the blink of an eye. Sword will. Trisource vein-severing sword will. Zhou Xuanji held his sword in his right hand, and the swine-culling sword turned into a stream of black light. Countless sword shadows appeared, and 3 streaks of sword chi shot out in the shape of claws. They only dissipated after flying for 100 meters. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. So handsome. Xiao Jinghong was in a state of confusion. He really mastered the sword will, and it was not just 2 days. How long has it been? For hours? The sun had not even set. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked up to Xiao Jinghong. How is it? His face was calm, but he was delighted in his heart. Such a domineering sword technique. It was even more powerful than the white crane sword technique and the fiery sword technique. Just this sword technique alone was enough to double his battle power. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath and cupped his fist. Revered teacher, you are awesome. His attitude changed from teacher to revered teacher. He was really impressed. After living for decades, it was his first time meeting someone who was more talented than him in the way of the sword. And it was not just by a little bit. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong could no longer treat Zhou Xuanji as a 7-year-old kid. This kid was definitely the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Xiao Jinghong had heard many legends and knew that many powerhouses would leave behind a part of their soul for reincarnation before they died. Zhou Xuanji must be one of them. In his previous life, this kid must have been a powerhouse in the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw that it was already dusk. See you here tomorrow at noon, he said. After that he turned and walked toward Big. Xiao Jinghong did not ask him to stay. He trusted Zhou Xuanji. He was confident in his judgment. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, he could do what he said. He sat on the ground and began to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji flipped onto Big's back. Little Jiang Shui jumped up and hugged his waist. The 2 dragon eagles flapped their wings and flew back to their residence. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw Xiao Jinghong sitting on the grass like a statue, motionless. Sword noble, you are worthy of this title. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His interaction with Xiao Jinghong made him admire him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji kept an eye on Xiao Jinghong in case Xiao Jinghong followed him. After entering the valley, he heaved a sigh of relief when the miasma covered the path. Little Jiang Shui bounced behind him and asked, Xuanji, are you really going to take the sword noble as your disciple? She was very excited. That was someone that even Qiu Beili looked up to. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, he already gave me the gift of becoming his disciple. How can I not accept it? But you still have to be careful. There are no absolutely kind people in this world. Little Jiang Shui nodded. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, he was always reasonable. She had already treated him as her backbone. She walked over quickly and hugged his neck from behind. Xuanji, what do you want to eat tonight? She giggled. Today Zhou Xuanji was in the limelight, which made her feel honored. In her eyes, Zhou Xuanji's prestige was her prestige. The 2 of them were already inseparable. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and muttered, let's drink fish soup. Okay, I will ask the waiter to fish. Little Jiang Shui said with a smile. After that, she kissed Zhou Xuanji's little face and ran away. Zhou Xuanji wiped the saliva off his face with disdain. This little girl still could not change her bad habits from when she was young. How could she get married in the future? Chapter 28. The next day, Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui to the appointment. Xiao Jinghong was still meditating at the same place and had not left. Zhou Xuanji began to teach him how to use dual sword wills. The prerequisite for dual sword wills was to multitask. Although Zhou Xuanji had only comprehended it, he had already grasped it and could still explain a little. The first step was for Xiao Jinghong to execute 2 sword techniques with each of his hands. 2 sword techniques? I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Will I suffer from chi deviation? Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. And so Zhou Xuanji showed him again. After reading it, he immediately fell silent and went to practice his sword without saying a word. Little Jiang Shui brought a big and small air to hunt and gather firewood. Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, feeling quite satisfied. The blue sky and white clouds were boundless, making people feel carefree. And so, Zhou Xuanji had an additional task every day, which was to guide Xiao Jinghong. During the day he would guide Xiao Jinghong, and at night he would return to cultivate. Xiao Jinghong was very patient, and he continued to practice in this mountainous area. Time flew by. Like a white horse galloping past a crack, never to return. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 3, and little Jiang Shui broke through to qi nurturing level 6. It was all thanks to the spirit stones that he was able to move so quickly. Xiao Jinghong was finally able to use 2 sword techniques at the same time, which made him pleasantly surprised. Not to mention the dual sword intents, just the dual sword techniques alone had greatly increased his strength. The simultaneous execution of the 2 sword techniques was enough to catch the enemy off guard. At the same time he tried to use sword will with one hand and another sword art with the other. Although his blood and qi were in a mess and the sword qi was flowing in the opposite direction, he barely succeeded. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Xiao Jinghong held his sword and bowed to Zhou Xuanji, who was lying on the slope. He looked excited. If not for Zhou Xuanji's experience, how could he have mastered such a godly technique in half a year? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said indifferently, "With your ability, you will master dual sword wills sooner or later." With Zhou Xuanji's affirmation, Xiao Jinghong was even more delighted. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and waved at Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong immediately walked over and asked, "Master, what's the matter?" Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked, "Why did you come to Gulan Forest?" With Xiao Jinghong's ability, it was not difficult for him to traverse the Gulan Forest. Could it be that he was just passing by? Xiao Jinghong sat beside him and gazed at the sky with misty eyes. He said softly, "I have a battle appointment. In order to become stronger, I'm going to challenge the great demon king in the depths of the Gulan Forest." "What duel?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. As for the great demon king of the Gulan Forest, he had also heard of it. It was said that the demon was extremely powerful and had over 1,000,000 demon soldiers under his command. He had once almost destroyed the southern Snow Kingdom. Fortunately, the great Zhou dynasty had sent reinforcements in time. "I've fought with the great Zhou dynasty's Meng Tianlang before, but we weren't able to determine a victor, so we agreed to fight on the border of the great Zhou dynasty in 10 years. There are still 7 years until the 10-year agreement," Xiao Jinghong answered. When he mentioned Meng Tianlang, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xuanji knew Meng Tianlang. He was the youngest general of cavalry in the great Zhou Empire. He was skilled in the art of war and was famous for defeating many with fewer troops. Emperor Yan of Zhou was very pleased and promoted him to the rank of general. Of course, this had something to do with the Meng clan. After all, the Meng clan was one of the top 5 super clans in the great Zhou Empire. "Oh yeah, I still don't know your name, revered teacher." Xiao Jinghong tilted his head and asked. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the 7-year-old child beside him. Even the great Zhou prince, Zhou Yalong, was not as devilish as him. This child would surely shake the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji said frankly. "Zhou Xuanji? Good name." Xiao Jinghong nodded and praised. He did not associate Zhou Xuanji with the great Zhou prince. The incident with Lady Zhao Xian was huge, but everyone called Zhou Xuanji the son of Zhao Xian. Only the people in the palace knew his name. Xiao Jinghong got up and said, "It's time for me to leave. Only by fighting can I quickly train myself and master the dual sword wills." Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "I wish you success." Xiao Jinghong smiled at him and said, "After I defeat Meng Tianlang, I will come back to see you." After that, he leaped up and soared 100 meters into the sky. He transformed into a beam of cold light and flew toward the horizon as fast as lightning. This was the Sword Noble. He came and went without a trace. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "That might not be the case. Maybe we will meet again in Great Zhou." After Xiao Jinghong left, Zhou Xuanji lay down and waited for little Jiang Shui to come back. After a long while, dusk was approaching. Little Jiang Shui had not returned yet. Zhou Xuanji flipped up and frowned. He felt a little uneasy. In the past, little Jiang Shui would have already returned by this time. Screech! The dragon eagle's cry came from the horizon. A big flew over. It landed in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed because Ah Big's left wing was stained with blood. It was obviously injured. It chirped in bird language, and with his long experience with it, Zhou Xuanji could understand what it meant. Little Jiang Shui and Small Air were captured. He first took out some ointment and applied it for Ah Big. He then leaped onto its back and said, "Bring me there." Whoosh! Ah Big flapped its wings and flew in the direction they came from. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. If anything happened to little Jiang Shui, he would go crazy. The two of them had been together for 5 years. He had already treated her as his closest family, and he would not allow anyone to hurt her. Shady Mountain Stronghold. This stronghold was one of the mountain strongholds outside the borders of the Southern Snow Kingdom. They committed all sorts of atrocities. Shady Mountain Stronghold was located on a lone peak. At this moment, a group of people and horses were advancing on the mountain path. Among them were 3 prisoner carriages. The last prisoner carriage held Small Air. It was covered in blood and was lying inside. Chains wrapped around its body and it could not move at all. The other 2 carriages were filled with people. One was for men and the other was for women. There were 15 people in total. Little Jiang Shui was among them. She leaned against the corner of the carriage and kept looking at the sky. "Oh no. We are targeted by the Shady Mountain Stronghold. We are dead for sure," a pretty lady in a green dress said in despair. Her eyes were purple and it was obvious that she had been punched. Tears were streaming down her face. The other 3 women in the carriage were the same. They were in the prime of their youth and beauty. Once they entered the stronghold, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. The men in the other prisoner carriage were just as hopeless. They were all young cultivators from various sects and clans. The highest cultivation was only at foundation building level 1. They went to the border of Gulan Forest to train, but they did not expect to encounter the Shady Mountain Stronghold. The one in front was a muscular man in black armor. He rode a horse that was 3 meters tall, and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was still stained with blood. "Second Chief, although we did not find the 3-eyed drought rodent on this trip, we caught a dragon eagle. This trip was not in vain." A skinny man came over and grinned, revealing a row of disgusting yellow teeth. Chapter 29. The Shady Mountain Stronghold was situated halfway up the mountain. The 3 carriages were escorted to the peak. The peak was surrounded by dozens of buildings, and in the center was an empty field. There were many carriages at the edge, and inside were many messy and tattered captives. Every one of them had blood stains on them, and it was obvious that they had been beaten up. Little Jiang Shui looked at the pitiful captives and trembled in fear. Although she believed that Zhou Xuanji would come to save her, she could not help but be afraid at the sight. She also saw children who were the same age as her, and some were even younger than her. Their eyes were dull, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. This made her even more afraid. Dragon eagle? Good stuff. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble walked to the carriage that held Xiao Air. He rubbed his chin and looked satisfied. This person was tall and wore scale armor. His arms were dark and his muscles were well-defined. He gave off a barbaric aura. Second Bandit Chief walked up to him and chuckled. "Boss, now you should be satisfied with me, right? Although I did not get the 3-eyed drought rodent, I did not return empty-handed." The head bandit master nodded and said, "Not bad, but did you ask about the origins of the people you captured? We can't capture all of them." The Shady Mountain Stronghold looked majestic, but in Great Zhou they were only slightly larger ants. The second chief grinned and said, "Don't worry, none of them have troublesome backgrounds." He had asked before, but these captives did not have any powerful backgrounds. The head bandit master grunted in acknowledgement, then turned around and left. The second chief also went back to rest. After about an hour, third bandit chief returned. "Big brother. Second brother. Look, I caught the 3-eyed drought rodent." A coarse laugh was heard and all the captives turned to look. They saw a bare-chested bald man walking quickly to the peak. Behind him were dozens of bandits. They were escorting 2 carriages with firewood and various herbs tied to them. The chief and second chief walked out of their buildings and so did the other bandits. "It really is the 3-eyed drought rodent. With this rat, it will be much easier for us to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the future." "Third chief, you really found it. Haha, our Shady Mountain Stronghold is going to rise. We can't let this news get out. Otherwise the other strongholds will come to snatch it." The mountain bandits discussed excitedly. The dusk was like a group of demons roaring. 3-eyed drought rodent. The legendary 3-eyed drought rodent that can identify all the treasures in the world. A girl beside little Jiang Shui mumbled softly. Little Jiang Shui turned to look at her. He discovered that this woman was wearing a yellow robe, and her face was covered in dust, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, her figure was beautiful, and it made one's imagination run wild. Feeling little Jiang Shui's gaze, the lady in yellow turned around and sighed, "It's a pity that you have to suffer such misfortune at such a young age. It's all fate." Little Jiang Shui curled her lips but did not say anything. The woman in yellow thought that she was afraid, so she didn't say anything else. The night gradually deepened. One of the bandits opened the wooden door of the prisoner's cart and pulled a pretty girl out. The woman screamed and struggled. The bandit was annoyed and slapped her across the face. The slap resounded through the mountain peak. The woman fainted from the slap, and the bandit dragged her into the second chief's loft. This scene made the female captives feel even more despair. Rather than being humiliated, they might as well just die. Little Jiang Shui hugged her knees and looked at the night sky far away. Her eyes were shining with hope. Time continued to pass. Late at night, little Jiang Shui could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. On the mountain peak, the patrolling bandits were all yawning. No one noticed that a small figure was climbing the mountain quietly. It was Zhou Xuanji. He did not descend from the sky but climbed the mountain alone. Relying on the 8-step sword lunge, he avoided the bandits' sight. He stood behind a loft and looked ahead. It was dark at night and it was difficult for ordinary people to see clearly. But he had the cultivation of foundation building level 3, and his vision was extraordinary. Under the chi obscuring incantation he did not leak his chi. Soon he saw little Jiang Shui. He did not act immediately but sensed the chi around him. There were about 10 foundation building cultivators, and 3 of them were much more powerful than him. But they should all be at foundation building. His eyes sparkled and he made a decision in his heart. He moved toward little Jiang Shui. Relying on the 8-step sword lunge and his petite figure, no one noticed his presence along the way. He bypassed the prisoner's cart and came behind little Jiang Shui. The girl was sleeping soundly, and she did not notice that someone was behind her. "Xuanji. I'm afraid." Little Jiang Shui suddenly talked in her sleep, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart ache. He did not wake little Jiang Shui up immediately, but he was thinking about how to save her without anyone noticing. He turned around and saw that small heir was tied up in another prisoner's cart, but it was still awake. It stared at Zhou Xuanji with its bright eyes, as though it was a wronged child looking at its father. Zhou Xuanji gestured to it to not make any noise. "Vermin of the Shady Mountain Stronghold, tonight I will do justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy you all." At this moment, a righteous and awe-inspiring cry resounded in the night sky and woke everyone up. A sword gleamed brightly on the mountain peak, and a man in white came riding on his sword. His black hair danced in the wind, and he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Little Jiang Shui was also startled awake. She did not notice Zhou Xuanji who was behind her, but she looked at the man in white. Zhou Xuanji squatted down to avoid being discovered by the bandits. The head chief, second chief and third chief walked out one after another with weapons in their hands. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Autumn Sword Zhang Ruyu. If your father, Zhang Tianjian, came, he might really be able to destroy my Shady Mountain stronghold. But you're still too young," the head chief said with disdain. He flipped his right hand and smashed the giant hammer into the ground, creating a small crater. "I'll kill you." The second chief leaped up with his great blade and slashed at Zhang Ruyu, who was in the air. Zhang Ruyu was expressionless. He used his finger like a sword, and 2 streams of sword chi shot out from his index finger and middle finger. They hit the second chief's great blade and knocked him down. Next, Zhang Ruyu swooped down, and the sword under his feet landed in his hand. A great battle had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji, who was hiding behind the prisoner's cart, rejoiced in his heart. This autumn sword Zhang Ruyu really came at the right time. He nudged little Jiang Shui's back lightly and she turned around in shock. The next second she was pleasantly surprised. She looked at Zhou Xuanji's sneaky behavior and she almost burst into tears. "Shoo." Zhou Xuanji reminded her not to make a sound, but the lady in yellow beside him noticed his arrival. The lady in yellow had a strange look on her face. How did this little brat get up here? Zhou Xuanji noticed her gaze and grinned at her. He then looked at little Jiang Shui and said softly, "When they are in chaos, I will save you." His eyes were flashing with murderous intent. Although he was not a righteous person, he had his own principles. Chapter 30. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was hazy. In the Shady Mountain stronghold, Zhang Ruyu and the 3 stronghold masters were engaged in a fierce battle. The The surrounding bandits were incomparably nervous and did not dare to get close to him. No one noticed that Zhou Xuanji was moving. He first went to the prison cart where Xiao Er was and used the crimson dragon sword to cut the rough wood like he was cutting tofu. Very quickly he untied Xiao Er and Xiao Er escaped. The man and the eagle sneaked up behind little Jiang Shui. The captives in the carriage also noticed Zhou Xuanji's appearance. They were very excited and did not dare to make a sound. At the juncture of life and death, no fool would make a fuss. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword lightly and slashed out an opening. He then carried little Jiang Shui out, and the others ran out one after another. Later you guys should hide first. If you want to escape down the mountain, don't act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and the group had no objections. He then took out the golden rock sword and handed it to little Jiang Shui. Take this for self-defense. Little Jiang Shui was stunned and asked, "What do you want to do?" With Zhou Xuanji around, why would she need to defend herself? She suddenly thought of something and became nervous. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "These beasts must be eliminated." Seeing the determination in his eyes, little Jiang Shui did not try to persuade him. At the same time, the battle between Zhang Ruyu and the three bandit chiefs had reached its climax. The second bandit chiefs and third bandit chiefs were injured. As the son of Zhang Tianjian, Zhang Ruyu's strength was naturally extraordinary. Relying on the sword in his hand, he was able to defeat all his enemies. But Zhou Xuanji could tell that it would be very difficult for Zhang Ruyu to defeat the three chiefs. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword and Frost Wave Sword appeared out of thin air. Xiu, xiu. The two divine swords flew in opposite directions. Under the dark night, cold light flashed. The mountain bandits' throats were slit, and they died instantly. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than 100 bandits on the mountain peak had lost their lives. Seeing this, the captives behind Zhou Xuanji were dumbfounded. "Who is it?" The head bandit master, who was in the middle of fighting, shouted angrily. When he saw more than 100 of his men die, he was so furious that he almost fainted. These were the mainstays of Shady Mountain Stronghold. The bandit chief's heart was bleeding. The Crimson Dragon Sword and Frost Wave Sword flew down the mountain, killing the other bandits. After reaching the foundation building stage, Zhou Xuanji's senses were greatly enhanced. He could sense the chi of other bandits. Along the way up the mountain, he had already figured out the situation in the Shady Mountain Stronghold. Miserable screams resounded from the foot of the mountain, making the Shady Mountain Stronghold look like hell. The 3 fort masters were alarmed. Could it be that there was more than one enemy? The second chief flew into a rage and roared at Zhang Ruyu, "Bastard! How dare you cheat?" He actually mobilized the army. Zhang Tianjian was a general of the Southern Snow Kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers under him. It would not be difficult for him to destroy the Shady Mountain Stronghold. Zhang Ruyu was dumbfounded. Were they really sent by my father? Zhou Xuanji stealthily made an opening in the other prisoner carriages, and more captives escaped out. The more people there were, the louder the noise. Even though they were in the midst of battle, the 3 fort masters could sense that something was off. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's actions, the third chief's eyes turned red in an instant. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his 2 curved blades. In the dark night he was like a ghost, extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. With the windcutter sword in his hand, he stomped on the ground with his right foot and activated the 8-step sword lunge. PFFTT, the third chief's body stopped in an instant. Blood spurted out from his throat like an arrow. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind the third chief. How can it be?" The third chief opened his eyes wide and said with a trembling voice. Before he could finish his sentence, all his bones and tendons were broken. Countless arrows of blood spurted out from all over his body. Trisource vein severing sword. Severing a meridian with 1 slash. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation might not be as high as the third chief, but with the 8-step sword lunge and trisource vein severing sword will, he killed the third chief in an instant. The captives were dumbfounded. This kid is so powerful. Little Jiang Shui jumped up from the ground and clapped her hands. She was extremely excited. Her Xuanji is so powerful. The third chief, who looked fierce and invincible, was no match for him at all. Zhang Ruyu, the head chief, and the second chief also noticed the third chief's tragic death. The 3 of them stopped fighting and distanced themselves from each other. "Who are you?" the head chief asked with gritted teeth. Even he could not kill the third chief in an instant, so he was both shocked and furious. Could he be an enlightening cultivator? He might even be an inner pellet cultivator. Zhou Xuanji walked toward them with his sword in hand, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If they were to fight face to face, he might not be able to defeat the 3 chiefs. But he killed the third chief in an instant, and it had already frightened the other two chiefs out of their wits. At this moment, the two chiefs had already begun to demonize Zhou Xuanji's power. "I am Sword God Zhou, and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. His childish voice resounded across the mountain top. He charged toward the second chief with the 8-step sword lunge. The head chief wanted to help, but Jianghu stopped him. Facing the menacing Zhou Xuanji, the second chief was drenched in sweat out of fear. He immediately swung his broadsword and slashed at the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and the blade chi spread forward like a spider web. It was powerful. Just when Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground, he felt countless needle-like blade chi coming at him. It was enough to crush him into pieces. He was so frightened that he immediately used the 8-step sword lunge again and came to the second chief's side. The night was dark and the second chief's eyesight was poor, but he could still feel the danger beside him. He roared furiously and slashed with his broadsword. But Zhou Xuanji's wind-cutter sword was faster. The sword flashed and blood splattered. The second chief's vital channels were severed in an instant, and his life force dissipated immediately. Plop! He knelt on the ground and he could not be more dead. This scene made the head chief completely terrified. He said with a trembling voice, "Sword God Zhou, we have no enmity with you." Jianghu was also shocked in his heart. Who was this Sword God Zhou? He was so powerful, but why had he not heard of him before? The most important thing was, this guy seemed to be a child. Zhou Xuanji walked toward the head chief and snorted, "I, Sword God Zhou, have been killing evil people all my life. You have done evil, so there is enmity between us." After he finished speaking, he charged toward the head chief. He did not feel any pressure killing such an evil person. The head chief was so frightened that he turned around and fled immediately. He quickly came to the edge of the cliff and stomped on the ground. An iron fan appeared under his feet, and he flew away with the wind. This guy escaped so quickly that Zhou Xuanji did not even have time to react. Zhou Xuanji sighed and turned around. "Everyone, you can escape now." The 3 chiefs and the elites of Shady Mountain Stronghold were all dead. How could the rest of them withstand the rage of the captives? The captives, who were in a daze, woke up one after another. "We are saved. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He really is the Sword God." The 3 evil people could not even withstand a single blow from him. "Run. Why run? The Shady Mountain Stronghold will cease to exist from now on." The captives cheered and some even cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji quickly took away the storage bags and rings of the second and third chiefs. Little Jianghu and Small Air followed closely behind. Chapter 31. Seeing Zhou Xuanji overturning the buildings, the captives did not stop him, nor did they participate. Zhou Xuanji saved them, so they naturally would not compete with him for the Shady Mountain Stronghold's wealth. Those who could venture into the Gulan forest were definitely not poor people. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was busy, the captives began conversing and asked each other about Sword God Zhou's background. Zhang Ryu did not stay idle. He went down the mountain to eradicate the other bandits. None of the bandits were good people. They might have come up the mountain for various reasons, but no matter what the reason was, it couldn't change their sins. The other side. Zhou Xuanji found a small cage in the bandit chief's house. Inside it was a small rat with yellowish-brown fur. It had big eyes and 2 long golden stripes on its back. Little Jiang Shui's eyes lit up when she saw it. She cried out and pounced on it. Could this be the 3-eyed drought rodent they were talking about? It can identify all the treasures in the world. Little Jiang Shui said to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up when he heard this. They had heard Qiu Bailey talk about the strange beasts in the world, and one of them was the 3-eyed drought rodent. Zhou Xuanji immediately swung his sword and released the 3-eyed drought rodent. The 3-eyed drought rodent was so scared that it curled into a ball and shivered. Little Jiang Shui wanted to catch it, but Zhou Xuanji beat her to it. Zhou Xuanji kept it in his bosom and said, "What if this little thing is dangerous?" Little Jiang Shui heard him and quickly retracted her hand. She let Zhou Xuanji tame her first. Then they continued to plunder. It had to be said that the Shady Mountain Stronghold was really rich. Zhou Xuanji received more than 200,000 spirit stones, and the highest was level 3. Other than that, there were also many treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Zhou Xuanji stored them all in the supreme storage. When he arrived at the empty space, the captives had yet to leave. They all looked at Zhou Xuanji with wide eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. "What? You want to fight with me?" Thump. A man suddenly knelt down and cried out in tears, "Thank you, Sword God Zhou." After saying that, he began to kowtow. The other captives knelt down as well and continuously thanked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, so they treated him as a senior and did not feel ashamed. Seeing how excited they were, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He suddenly had an idea. That was to eradicate all the bandits in the Gulan forest. Not only would they be able to loot their wealth, but they would also be able to get rid of evil for the people. Could also be used as a whetstone. Zhou Xuanji immediately shouted, "Everyone please rise. I, Sword God Zhou, swear today that I will wipe out all the bandits and tyrants at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom." With that he left with little Jianghu and the waiter. The captives stood up one after another, pleasantly surprised. If what Zhou Xuanji said was true, it would be much less dangerous for them to train in the future. The girl in yellow who was with little Jianghu earlier, gritted her teeth and followed Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Walking down the mountain path, Zhang Ruyu was slaughtering the mountain bandits. The bandits were fleeing in panic. Some of them even jumped off the cliff and fell to their deaths. As they walked, Zhou Xuanji said, "Sister, don't run too far in the future. From tomorrow onwards you must cultivate more. I will be your sparring partner." "Sure." Little Jianghu held Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a smile. If she became more powerful, she would be able to protect herself and share some of Zhou Xuanji's burden. Of course she was willing. The three-eyed drought rodent in Zhou Xuanji's arms popped its head out. It looked around timidly but did not run away. The three-eyed drought rodent was a mystical beast with a spirit. It could sense that Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu had no ill intentions, so it did not run away. The captives followed behind them and did not dare to get close. After Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu left the mountain, a big flew over from afar. It went up to little Air and rubbed its head against its sister. Zhou Xuanji checked on little Air's injuries and found that it could already fly. Just when they were about to leave, Zhang Ruyu walked over. He cupped his fist with his sword and said, "Senior Sword God Zhou, thank you for your help." He was not deceived by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, but he was bewitched by his sword will. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was a powerful cultivator who had surpassed the foundation building stage, so he addressed him as a senior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You flatter me, you flatter me." Zhang Ruyu was overwhelmed by the favor. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made him feel like he was facing his own father. When he faced the second chief and third chief, he killed them with one slash. Such power, it was simply, even though it was late at night, that slash amazed him. He even felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword was even more charming than Zhang Tianjian's. It was the sword that he yearned for. Fast and yet shocking. Just when he was about to say more, Zhou Xuanji leaped onto Big's back and pulled little Jianghu up. The lady in yellow, who had been following closely behind, suddenly walked up to Big and knelt down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sword God Zhou, please take me in. I am willing to be your servant." Zhou Xuanji had already noticed her following him, but he did not expect her to want to be his servant. This lady's cultivation was at Qi nurturing level 8, which was not too high, but not too weak either. But why did he bring her along? He shook his head and said, "I don't need a servant." The lady in yellow became anxious and said, "I can do anything you want me to." Zhang Ruyu's expression became teasing. Although this lady's face was dirty, she had a good figure. Which normal man could reject her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He squeezed his legs and Big spread its wings and flew away. Little Air followed closely behind. The lady in yellow was a little stunned. She immediately got up and chased after Big and Small Air. Zhang Ruyu looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement, a dragon eagle under him. Sword God Zhou. The captives sighed in amazement too. Without Sword God Zhou, they could not imagine what would have happened to them. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu returned to the valley. Little Jianghu first checked little Air's injuries, while Zhou Xuanji took out the three-eyed drought rodent. "How about you follow me from now on?" Zhou Xuanji tapped the three-eyed drought rodent's little nose with his index finger and asked. The three-eyed drought rodent nodded blankly and took the initiative to rub his hand to show intimacy. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and did not bother about it anymore. He poured out all of his gains for the day and began to count them. Other than spirit stones and elixirs, there were many enchanted artifacts, energy techniques, spells and so on. He called little Jianghu over and asked her to pick. For the next period of time they did not have to leave the valley. Usually, Big and Small Air would go out to hunt. Just as they were concentrating on their cultivation, the legend of Sword God Zhou began to spread to the southern Snow Kingdom. Every month, Zhou Xuanji would go out and destroy a stronghold. He purposely chose the weaker strongholds, where the most powerful one was no more than foundation building. He destroyed them easily and looted their treasures. Half a year passed. He destroyed 4 strongholds and rescued thousands of captives and slaves. The name of sword god Zhou was gradually deified, because the stronghold lords were all killed by him with one slash. Those captives and slaves who witnessed it with their own eyes began to praise him after they returned to the southern Snow Kingdom. Chapter 32. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Silver, Heaven Melody Sword, Profound Green Lotus Seed. When Zhou Xuanji was 8 years old, he received another legendary sword. And it was a silver divine sword. 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, Heaven Sound Sword, level, silver, description, forged from the heavenly sound stone. When the blade vibrates, it will produce heavenly sound that confuses the opponent's mind. With a thought, the Heaven Sound Sword appeared in his hand. The sword was silver in color and extremely dazzling. 2 silver snakes coiled around the hilt with their mouths facing downwards. He waved the sword and a buzzing sound rang out. It was very magical. After that, he brought up his attribute list. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race, Great Zhou royal bloodline age, 8 cultivation, 4th stage foundation building realm cultivation method, golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, blazing flame sword art, 8-step sword steps, trisource vein severing sword, supernatural power, none talent, doing 2 things at once swords, silver, crimson dragon sword, bronze frost wave sword, silver bloodbath sword, bronze tiger roar sword, bronze wind cutter sword, iron swine culling sword, silver golden rock sword, silver heaven sound sword. In half a year, his cultivation level had broken through to foundation building stage 4, while little Jianghu had reached Qi nurturing stage 8. With the help of spirit stones, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. After reaching 8 years of age, there was an additional age in the attribute list. It seemed that as he grew stronger, his attribute list would also become richer. What a pity. When will a gold or amethyst divine sword appear? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought regretfully. Silver divine swords all had their own characteristics. They were very powerful and were enough for him to use. But the human heart is always greedy. Sword spirit, what is the profound green lotus seed? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. 1 legendary sword per year was the minimum. If there were no other surprises, then this birthday would be a little boring. It's a treasure that can refine the body and purify the mind. It's best to eat it raw. The sword spirit replied, and the ebony heart green lotus appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hand. It was a green plant without leaves, and it had 6 green seeds the size of a thumb. Zhou Xuanji immediately shouted, "Sister, come here." He sat by the lake while little Jianghu was busy fixing the swing. Last night, small air broke the swing. Little Jianghu loved to play on the swing, and at night she could hug Zhou Xuanji and play with him like a toy. Naturally, her heart ached when the swing was broken. Zhou Xuanji did not like being tortured by her, so he did not help. "What?" little Jianghu shouted. Then she angrily walked behind Zhou Xuanji with her hands on her waist and her cheeks puffed up into 2 small balls. She looked very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji ignored her expression and said, "Here, these are ebony heart green lotus seeds. They're good for your body. 3 for each of us." Little Jianghu squatted down and asked curiously, "Where did you get it from?" Zhou Xuanji directly tore off one and put it into his mouth, chewing. In the next second his expression changed drastically. "Holy shit. Is there **T in it? So disgusting." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited. Seeing his expression, she turned and left. "Wait." Zhou Xuanji quickly got up and caught up with her with the 8-step sword lunge. He hugged little Jianghu and quickly fed her an ebony heart green lotus seed. Little Jianghu chewed it instinctively, and her expression was the same as his. She wanted to spit it out, but Zhou Xuanji covered her mouth. "This is a saint herb. Don't waste it. Look at me," Zhou Xuanji said quickly. After that, he swallowed the ebony heart green lotus seed. He pulled back his hand and tore off another 2 ebony heart green lotus seeds, chewing them in his mouth. Little Jianghu was skeptical. Just when she was about to ask, she suddenly felt the ebony heart green lotus seeds turning into a stream of coolness that seeped into her meridians. Zhou Xuanji felt it too. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to channel his energy. Seeing this, little Jianghu sat down as well. The seemingly small fruit contained such a massive amount of energy. Zhou Xuanji was excited. He felt that he could master the 2nd level of golden body incantation, metal body. Spiritual qi gathered and flowed into Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu's bodies. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 5 and mastered metal body at the same time. His skin had a faint metallic luster. Little Jianghu also ate 3 ebony heart green lotus seeds, and her cultivation reached Qi nurturing level 10 straight away. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was covered in mud, so he got up and prepared to take a bath in the pool. Little Jianghu got up and ran toward him. She hooked her arms around his neck and giggled, "Xuanji, you are so nice." Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "You are so sticky and ugly. Stay away from me." "I won't. I want to rub against you." "Oh my God, you are a girl, you can't do this." "Little brother, are you scared? Come, I will rub against you more. Get lost." The two of them entered the pool, fooling around. Zhou Xuanji was having a headache. Is this girl going through puberty? She is getting more and more mischievous. Teasing him. Southern Snow Kingdom, Royal City, Jianghu residence. In the courtyard, Zhang Ruyu was practicing his sword techniques. His father, Zhang Tianjian, sat in the stone pavilion, drinking wine while watching his son practice. He nodded and shook his head occasionally. At this moment, a soldier in metal armor ran in. He entered the stone pavilion and knelt down on one knee. "General, I have more information about Sword God Zhou." Zhang Tianjian put down his wine cup and said, "Speak." Zhang Ruyu, who was practicing his sword techniques, stopped and listened carefully. 3 days ago, Qing Fenglong, who was at Foundation Building Level 10, was beheaded by Sword God Zhou on Crimson Brow Peak. More than half of the 1,200 bandits on the mountain died. The soldier said with a deep voice. He sounded a little surprised. Although Qing Fenglong was at Foundation Building Level 10, he was famous for killing a powerful cultivator at the enlightening stage. Zhang Tianjian squinted his eyes and asked, "How many moves did Sword God Zhou use?" According to the rescued person, Sword God Zhou used 2 moves. One instant kill, the other beheading. The soldier replied, and Zhang Tianjian's expression changed slightly. Zhang Tianjian asked, "As usual, Sword God Zhou looted all the treasures on Crimson Brow Peak?" The soldier nodded, "Yes. Not a single spirit stone was left." Zhang Tianjian laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Benevolent and righteous Sword God Zhou, you don't live up to your name. Benevolent and righteous Sword God Zhou." This was how the rescued person described Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji killed the enemy, he saved the people first before looting the treasures, so that the rescued person could feel his kindness. "Father, Sword God Zhou is really benevolent and righteous." Zhang Ryu said unhappily. Sword God Zhou was his idol, how could he tolerate Zhang Tianjian's doubt? Zhang Tianjian stared at him and said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. A true grandmaster of the sword's way will not be so shameless." Zhang Ryu was furious and said, "Father, Sword God Zhou's sword is really worthy of the title Sword God. If you encounter him you might not win." With this, Zhang Tianjian's face turned cold immediately. He was the top sword cultivator in the Southern Snow Kingdom. Chapter 33. Bomb. Zhang Tianjian slammed the table and snorted coldly, "If he encounters me, I will make sure that he will not dare to draw his sword again in 3 moves. Zhang Ryu laughed with disdain. He realized that his father was becoming more and more arrogant. Did he forget the humiliation he suffered in front of the sword monarch? He did not dare to mention it, but it was a humiliation to him too. When he participated in the imperial examinations in the Great Zhou Empire, he was often mocked by the young cultivators in the empire. So he always held a grudge against his father. But in the Southern Snow Kingdom, Zhang Tianjian was indeed the top sword cultivator. He had always set Zhang Tianjian as his goal. But ever since he met Sword God Zhou, every time he heard about Sword God Zhou's raid, his blood would boil. Gradually, Sword God Zhou's position in his heart surpassed Zhang Tianjian's. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was the same as him. They both had a burning kindness in their hearts. On the other hand, Zhang Tianjian did not go to raid the bandits himself but mocked Sword God Zhou instead. In comparison, his character was bad. "Then why don't you go?" Zhang Ryu rolled his eyes. Sword God Zhou went around raiding bandits, so it was easy to encounter him. As long as Zhang Tianjian wanted to, he would surely encounter him. According to his estimation, Sword God Zhou and his father should be evenly matched, so he was not worried that one of them would die. "Humph, the demons are getting restless. How can I leave?" Zhang Tianjian snorted. His tone was a little serious. Zhang Ryu rolled his eyes and walked behind the soldier. "Is Sword God Zhou in Great Zhou's reputation ranking?" he asked. Great Zhou's reputation ranking was a ranking of influential people. It was not about power but fame. The soldier shook his head and said, "Not yet." Zhang Ryu heard him and felt a little regretful. When Zhang Tianjian saw his son's expression, he was infuriated. He was thinking about when to settle the score with Sword God Zhou, to show his son that his father was more powerful. On a small path in the valley, Zhou Xuanji walked in with a big. He was covered in blood and had a murderous aura. He went to raid another stronghold just now. The blood on him was the blood of his enemies. Another half a year had passed since his 8th birthday. After raiding so many strongholds, he suddenly wanted to challenge an enlightening cultivator. Although he was only at foundation building level 5, his actual battle power was already enough to defeat all other foundation building cultivators. Now his combat experience was very rich, and he was no longer the 2-year-old child from back then. He activated the mechanism and the miasma enveloped the small path. Zhou Xuanji prepared to take a bath. He looked over and saw little Jianghu training, while small air chased after the 3-eyed drought rodent. He smiled and walked into the pool. This pool was connected to an underground river. The water in the pool was constantly flowing and could always be kept clean. However, the water they drank was not from this pool, but from the spring that flowed down from the side of the mountain. After washing up, he changed into a new set of clothes and threw the dirty clothes aside. Then he walked straight to little Jianghu. He approached little Jianghu and asked, "How is it? Have you broken through?" Little Jianghu opened her eyes and revealed a distressed expression. She said, "No, I can't find a way to break through." At the age of 12, she would grow taller and more beautiful every month. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked very cute when she tilted her head. Zhou Xuanji put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "Take it slow. You are not a genius like me after all." Little Jianghu heard him and immediately pounced at Zhou Xuanji with her claws and fangs bared. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Xuanji was pushed to the ground by her. She sat on his waist and pressed him down. "You want to show off again?" she said proudly. With Zhou Xuanji's strength he could easily flip her over, but he never did that. He let little Jianghu do whatever she wanted to him. With a bitter face he said, "What kind of big sister are you? You loved me so much when we were young, and now you only know how to abuse me." Little Jianghu slapped his butt as though she was riding a horse. "Who asked you to insult me?" The two began to play around. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, little Jianghu stood up in satisfaction and walked towards the side of the pond. She washed all of Zhou Xuanji's clothes. As long as there was fabric, she would knit clothes for him. She was even more meticulous than her own clothes. Zhou Xuanji was a little depressed. He tidied his messy hair and ran over to bully small air. This was the daily life of the two. Although it repeated day after day, they did not feel bored. Time passed. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 6, and little Jianghu also successfully broke through to foundation building level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 9 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Gold, Hell King Sword, Ranged Sword Propelling Flaming Fan. The sword spirit's voice came one after another, which made Zhou Xuanji, who was swaying on the swing, jump up immediately. Damn. A gold-grade legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji was so excited that his body trembled. He finally got a gold-grade legendary sword. Next, information about the Hell King Sword appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name, Hell King Sword grade, gold description. Hell King Sword contains the power of the abyss. It can summon the soul of the Hell King to possess it. Hell King? Sounded very awesome. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Hell King Sword. The sword was 1.5 meters long. The hilt was silver black in color, and there were many tiny patterns that looked like scales. The blade was 3 fingers wide and the lower end was longer and wider. Overall, it looked majestic and gave off an indescribable sense of dominance. It was indeed a gold-grade legendary sword. It was different from other legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He held the Hell King Sword, which was longer than him, and began swinging it around. Because the blade was too long, he was not used to it. As he swung the Hell King Sword, his aura was more powerful than before. Even little Jianghu, who was knitting, was shocked. Another new sword? Little Jianghu mumbled to herself before lowering her head again. She was not interested in swords. Because she had no talent in the way of the sword, she did not like swords. After practicing the white crane sword technique, Zhou Xuanji stopped. He wanted to see the ranged sword propelling in the flaming fan first, and then try out the effects of Hell King possession. The ranged sword propelling was a sword technique that could kill enemies from 100 miles away. The flaming fan was an enchanted artifact. Its cross-section looked like a gourd, and its entire body was crimson red. The sword spirit did not allow him to use other enchanted artifacts other than swords, in case he became dependent on them. Zhou Xuanji did not want to use the flaming fan, so he gave it to little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui injected her spirit energy into it and fanned at the empty space in front of her. With a loud sound, a wave of flames was fanned out, enough to engulf a big or small air. It was very destructive. This is great. With this flaming fan I can help you in the future. Little Jiang Shui said in surprise. She hugged the flaming fan and could not bear to let it go. Zhou Xuanji was also very pleased. This girl seemed to have the potential to become a wizard. Shortly after, he began practicing the ranged sword propelling. The ranged sword propelling only had one move, which was the throwing of the sword. However, the hand gestures and the method of injecting spirit energy into it had its own way of doing things. To Zhou Xuanji it was just a piece of cake. Chapter 34. After throwing the Hell King sword 500 times, Zhou Xuanji mastered the ranged sword propelling. Controlling the sword with his heart, his consciousness transformed into the Hell King sword. With one slash, he penetrated the mountain and the forest outside. It was extremely powerful. Little Jiang Shui walked to the hole in the mountain wall. Through the small hole, she could see the forest on the other side of the mountain. She could not help but swallow her saliva. With such power, how terrifying would it be if he threw the sword at someone? She turned around and looked at him as though she was looking at a little monster. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand with his palm facing the sky and smiled proudly. Am I handsome? Biak. The Hell King's sword pierced through the leaves above and landed in his hand. His body was straight and handsome. Zhou Xuanji even raised his brow and waited for little Jiang Shui to praise him. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, Little one, you only know how to be cocky. Little one. Zhou Xuanji felt as though he was struck by lightning. He wanted to retort instinctively. But when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. He was only 9 years old. He was indeed a little one. He could not help but feel defeated. When could he grow up? Seeing his bitter face, little Jiang Shui walked up to him and comforted him by patting his head. It's okay. It's good to be like this. You're so cute. What if you become disabled when you grow up? This was what Zhou Xuanji often teased little Jiang Shui. He said that she was cute when she was young but would become disabled when she grew up. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and sighed, I really want to grow up faster. Little Jiang Shui asked curiously, Why? What do you want to do when you grow up? Zhou Xuanji replied, I want to marry a dozen wives and concubines first. He was only joking. He did not have much interest in women. Little Jiang Shui heard him and pinched his cheeks. She snorted, You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. She was not the only one who interacted with Zhou Xuanji, so she naturally knew what wives and concubines meant. But she did not think too much about it because she still did not understand what marriage meant. The couples in Green River Village said that marriage meant a lifetime of companionship, never leaving each other. A pair of people for life. Zhou Xuanji spent a week to completely adapt to the Hell King sword. When he summoned the Hell King's possession of the Hell King sword, his entire body would be entwined with a strange black aura. A layer of illusory shadow would be attached to the surface of his body. It was the Hell King. After being possessed by the Nether King, his spiritual power, strength, and speed had all greatly increased, including his senses. At that time, little Jiang Shui was scared out of her wits. She thought that he was possessed. This day, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui rode on a big and small air and left the valley. They were ready to enter the southern snow kingdom for a stroll. Now, Zhou Xuanji was overflowing with wealth, so he naturally could not live like a savage anymore. As long as he didn't expose his identity, he shouldn't be discovered by the lackeys of the Empress of Great Zhou. After flying for half a day, when they were near the southern snow kingdom's city gates, Zhou Xuanji asked a big and small heir to stop. They could not bring 2 dragon eagles into the city, it would be too ostentatious. Return to the valley directly lest you get captured. Got it? Zhou Xuanji instructed the 2 dragon eagles. The 2 little guys from back then were already very majestic and were as tall as a 2-story building. Ada and little heir nodded, then turned around and flapped their wings to leave. Little Jiang Shui held his little hand and asked, Xuanji, when are we going back to Green River Village to take a look? Green River Village was located outside the borders of the southern snow kingdom. It was a wilderness. If they wanted to go back, the fastest way was to cross the southern snow kingdom. If not, it would take too much time to walk around the border. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and said, Do you miss your grandma? To be honest, he did not want to go back. He was afraid that little Jiang Shui would be abducted by her grandma, but that would be too selfish. If little Jiang Shui wanted to go back, he would surely accompany her. Little Jiang Shui looked into his eyes and seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. She curled her lip and said, A little. I just want to know how she is doing now. Forget it, it's too far away. Without Chiu Bailey to lead the way, it would be difficult for them to find Green River Village without half a year. When I break through to the enlightening stage we will go back. How about that? Zhou Xuanji muttered. When he reached the enlightening stage it was time for him to take action. He wanted to find out about Lady Zhao Xian's whereabouts first. If she was alive he wanted to see her. If she was dead he wanted to see her corpse. She was his biological mother in this life. He should at least erect a monument for her. After that he planned to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven selection. He wanted to appear before Emperor Yan of Zhou with another identity. He wanted to use his talent to attract Emperor Yan of Zhou. As long as his potential was higher than Zhou Yalong's, he would have the opportunity to enter the Great Zhou Royal Palace and find an opportunity to kill the Empress. At that time, even if Emperor Yan of Zhou was furious, he would have to consider if it was worth it to kill him. To be fair, Emperor Yan of Zhou liked him a lot. Every time Emperor Yan of Zhou, who was usually cold and stern, visited him and Lady Zhao Xian, he was always full of smiles. He remembered that Emperor Yan of Zhou once told Lady Zhao Xian that if Zhou Xuanji's talent was outstanding, it was not impossible for him to become the crown prince. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that Lady Zhao Xian's clan was exterminated. Both of them had their own thoughts and began walking toward the border custom. Along the way little Jiang Shui peeked at him secretly. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about his revenge plan and did not notice the look in her eyes. No matter what, I have to accompany Zhou Xuanji. Without me no one will knit clothes for him. Little Jiang Shui's eyes became gentle. If not for Zhou Xuanji she might have fallen into a tragic fate because of her grandmother's death. She thought about the time they spent together all these years, and how Zhou Xuanji fought for her while bathed in blood. She felt that she could not let him down. Zhou Xuanji was more important than her grandmother. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the border custom. To enter they had to pay 2 level 1 spirit stones and register their identity. Such a threshold was to prevent refugees from other countries from flooding in. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui did not look like bad people. Moreover, they looked like a golden couple which made people think that they were disciples of some clan. The guards at the custom accepted the spirit stones and let them pass. After entering the custom, the two of them looked ahead and saw the silhouette of a city 10,000 meters away. There were soldiers training nearby. All of them were bare-chested and looked imposing. There were many people on the road. Some entered the custom and some came out. After walking for 500 meters, a young man who was about to exit saw Zhou Xuanji and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Sword God Zhou, why are you here?" In the past year and a half, Zhou Xuanji had destroyed 38 strongholds and saved nearly 2,000 people. This young man was one of them. But Zhou Xuanji did not remember him. The young man saw that Zhou Xuanji was frowning and thought that he was being rude. He quickly said softly, "Sir, are you entering the Southern Snow Kingdom to accept a challenge?" Zhou Xuanji looked young but he did not really think that Zhou Xuanji was a kid. This senior must have mastered the art of rejuvenating one's youth. He had seen Zhou Xuanji's sword technique before, and the elegance of that stroke was still etched in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned and asked, "Accept what challenge?" Chapter 35. Northern Sword Valiant? Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Who was this? Little Jiang Shui on the other hand frowned. She naturally did not like Northern Valiant Sword's arrogance. The young man hurriedly introduced, "This person does not belong to the Southern Snow Kingdom. He broke through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago. His swordsmanship is domineering and he is very strong. He is also very arrogant. He was once on the Great Zhou ranking list, although it was only for a short period of time." Breaking through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He wanted to challenge an enlightening cultivator. He asked, "Is Northern Valiant Sword still waiting in Cloud Swallow City?" The young man nodded and said, "He said he will wait for another month. If you don't accept the challenge then the title of Sword God Zhou will be a joke." Towards the end his tone became indignant. Compared to Sword God Zhou, what was Northern Valiant Sword? What Sword God Zhou was most respected for was not his power, but his benevolence. At the thought of this, the young man looked at Zhou Xuanji with a burning passion in his eyes, anticipating that he could defeat Northern Sword Valiant. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Many thanks." With that he led little Jiang Shui forward. The young man did not chase after him. Instead he shouted, "You must accept the challenge. Teach him a lesson." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand without looking back. His gaze suddenly turned deep. Northern Sword Valiant? This young master will come and teach you a lesson soon. After walking for a few hundred meters, little Jianghu asked in a low voice, Xuanji, are you confident? After spending 7 years with Zhou Xuanji, how could she not tell what he was thinking? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, when I was 2 years old, I killed an inner pellet cultivator. You are just an enlightening cultivator, why would I be afraid? Little Jianghu thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. The title of Sword God Zhou was not just for show. The bandits who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword could form an army. Then you have to teach him a good lesson. This kind of arrogant person is the most annoying. Of course. The two of them chatted as they walked toward the city ahead. After entering the city, the two brats began to run all over the streets. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time walking through this world's streets, and he felt that it was quite novel. The two of them were busy buying snacks and strolling through various shops. They seemed to be very excited. For 3 consecutive days the two of them toured the entire city. Zhou Xuanji's supreme storage contained countless gold, silver and jewels. The two of them could buy whatever they wanted without hesitation. During this period they were targeted by some villains, but they were all dealt with by Zhou Xuanji in the alleys. On the 4th day Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu sat on a carriage toward Cloud Swallow City. The Cloud Swallow City was not far from this city. The name of Sword God Zhou was the most popular at the border of the Southern Snow Kingdom. Northern Valiant Sword would naturally be closer to the border. There were a total of 7 carriages, and each carriage had 2 coachmen, one old and one young. The young man was here to gain experience. Master, do you think Sword God Zhou will accept the challenge? I guess Sword God Zhou doesn't even know about this. If not, why do you think Northern Sword Valiant chose Cloud Swallow City? Ah? Are you saying that Northern Sword Valiant was bragging? Of course. But Northern Sword Valiant is indeed powerful, while Sword God Zhou can only defeat foundation-building bandits. It's hard to tell who will win. I heard that Sword God Zhou is a kid who is not even 10 years old. Is that true? In the carriage, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu listened to the discussion outside. They looked at each other and smiled. Little Jianghu said softly, Xuanji, I didn't expect you to be so famous already. She was filled with pride in her heart because the famous Sword God Zhou was her younger brother. Zhou Xuanji was playing with a mask. The mask was plated with silver and only his eyes could be seen. His facial features looked very majestic. He bought this mask with 2 pieces of silver, and it was said that it had been tempered 1,000 times. He smiled and said, not really famous. He was the Prince of Great Zhou. A small empire was nothing in his eyes. He put on the silver mask and asked with a smile, am I handsome? As he spoke, he struck a pose that he thought was handsome. Little Jianghu could not hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with the other. You look so silly. Zhou Xuanji heard her and immediately felt depressed. He was still too young. He was still far from being handsome. When he grew up, he would definitely be a dashing and handsome young master. Little Jianghu took out a set of black clothes from her storage ring and said, change into this and try it. Zhou Xuanji was still wearing the clothes that she knitted, which looked very plain. These few days they bought many clothes in the city, and it was just the right time to change into them. As Sword God Zhou, his image could not be too shabby. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha. After changing into a set of exquisite black clothes, Zhou Xuanji's entire aura became sharp and fierce. There were many golden lines on the black clothes. Most of his hair was tied up at the back of his head, but 2 strands of long hair were left on both sides of his forehead, reaching his collarbone. Zhou Xuanji put on the silver mask again. Little Jianghu's eyes brightened and she praised, this suits the image of Sword God Zhou. But it's still too young. Even though his aura was outstanding, Zhou Xuanji's height was still there. But everyone knew that Sword God Zhou had the body of a child, so it did not affect him much. Zhou Xuanji took off his mask. With little Jianghu's praise, his mood became better. The two began to chat. During this period they talked about Xiao Jinghong. They did not know how powerful Zhou Xuanji's cheap disciple was. In front of Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant would not even dare to fart. The group continued to move forward. They did not encounter any robbers along the way. After 2 days and 2 nights, they arrived at Cloud Swallow City. Cloud Swallow City was one of the largest cities in the Southern Snow Kingdom. It had a population of 1 million. There were many clans and the trade was flourishing. Walking on the street, Zhou Xuanji sensed many foundation-building qi. A kingdom was not a mortal kingdom. Most people had cultivation but it was usually very low. Below the kingdoms there were mortal kingdoms. They were located between the kingdoms and cultivation was not widespread yet. Along the way they heard many people talking about Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant. Ever since Northern Sword Valiant declared war in a high-profile manner a month ago, more people came to Cloud Swallow City. After all, Northern Sword Valiant was an expert in the way of the sword, while Sword God Zhou appeared out of nowhere. If the two of them were to fight, it would be an exciting battle. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to accept the challenge. He brought little Jianghu around the city first. On the other side, at the center of Cloud Swallow City, there was the biggest training ground in the city. The training ground was 1.5 meters tall and 100 yards wide. Behind it was the Lord's residence, while the other 3 sides led to different streets. At this moment on the training ground, there was an eye-catching silhouette. It was Northern Sword Valiant. His scabbard was placed vertically on the ground, and the tip of his foot was stepping on the hilt. He did not move at all, which made the passers-by exclaim in their hearts. This posture was not simple. Even a cultivator at the Qi nurturing stage could not do it. And he had maintained it for a month. In the crowd, Zhang Ryu curled his lip and cursed softly, "What a tiger!" Chapter 36. Northern Sword Valiant stood tall and straight. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of white hair. He wore a long black robe with a white shirt over it. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and closed his eyes. His temperament was cold like a cold sword. Hundreds of people gathered around the training ground. They pointed at Northern Sword Valiant and discussed. How long is he going to wait? He is Northern Sword Valiant? He feels so powerful. I heard that Northern Sword Valiant can split a mountain with one slash. I don't think Sword God Zhou dares to come. Yeah, Sword God Zhou is just a greedy person. There are so many strongholds in Gulan Forest, but he only picked a foundation building stage chief to fight. This means that he is only at foundation building. Northern Sword Valiant has already understood the sword will. He might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with General Zhang in the future. Most people were in awe of Northern Sword Valiant. Other than those who were saved by Sword God Zhou, many snorted when they heard about Sword God Zhou. This time, Northern Sword Valiant challenged Sword God Zhou, but he did not appear. This made people despise Sword God Zhou even more. At the same time, they admired Northern Sword Valiant. This was a powerful cultivator who forced his opponent to not dare to fight. Among the crowd there were 2 people. They were Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Jishui, who had been searching for Zhao Xian's son. They had been searching for Zhou Xuanji for years and had not given up. When are we going back? Ms. Jishui asked. In her heart, she felt that Prince Xuanji was already dead, and there was no point in continuing the search. Xiao Qingfeng stared at Northern Sword Valiant and said, "Let's wait for another month. I want to see who this Sword God Zhou is. I heard that his body is like a 10-year-old child." Ms. Jishui asked, "You think he is Prince Xuanji?" Xiao Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. "How is that possible? Sword God Zhou can defeat all foundation building stage cultivators. Even the second prince who built his foundation at the age of 9 could not defeat all foundation building stage cultivators. Is there someone more devilish than the second prince in this world?" Ms. Jishui heard and felt that it was impossible. After all, they had been out for so many years, and they were not in a hurry to go back. Of Zhou Xuanji. People came and went around the martial arts arena, but only a few people stayed. Even Zhang Ryu came here once in a while. On the west side of the training field, in a guest room on the 3rd floor of an inn, a man in purple with a bamboo hat stood in front of the window, looking at Northern Sword Valiant from afar. Inside the room there was an old man sitting in front of a table. The old man had a stooped figure and a slightly fat body. He was holding a braised pork knuckle with both hands and eating it with relish. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a squirrel-like tail protruding from his back. Demon. Demons that could transform into human form were comparable to human inner pellet experts. Young master, stop looking. Is a mere enlightening realm worth your attention? The old man said vaguely while gnawing on the pork elbow. The purple-robed man did not answer him. After a long while, the purple-clothed man turned around and sat on the bed. He stared at the old man and said, "Old Qin, can you not be like a pig?" The old man with the pine tail, who was addressed as Old Qin, almost choked on his pork. He felt wronged. "Young master, why are you scolding me?" The purple-clothed man snorted coldly. "Remember our mission, capture Princess Xuanya. Royal Father will soon declare war on the Southern Snow Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. We must have a bargaining chip to restrain the great Zhou dynasty." Old Qin licked the oil off his hand and asked in confusion, "Princess Xuanya is only 15 years old. What can she do?" The purple-clothed man replied, "Let me tell you. Great Zhou's Princess Xuanya has the manifestation of Tao Constitution, which is only seen once in 1,000 years. Her talent is second only to Zhou Yalong. Do you think Emperor Yan of Zhou values her?" Old Qing opened his eyes wide and gasped. Shortly after, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in astonishment, "If she's so talented, why did she come to Cloud Swallow City?" The purple-clothed man did not reply because he was also confused about this. "Shopkeeper, give us a guest room." Zhou Xuanji walked to the counter and shouted. He threw a silver ingot on the table. Little Jiang Shui followed behind him and looked out of the inn. She looked through the door and saw the training field at the end of the street. She could already see Northern Sword Valiant. He really knew how to act cool. She curled her lips and felt a little indignant. "Two young guests, please follow me." A waiter ran over and said with a flattering smile. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were dressed like ordinary people. Under the waiter's guidance, the two of them came to a guest room on the second floor that faced the training field. Zhou Xuanji was very generous. He gave the waiter some money, and the waiter nodded and bowed in joy. After sending the waiter away, Zhou Xuanji walked to the table and poured tea as he said, "When I go to fight, you stay here. No matter what happens, don't come over." Little Jiang Shui heard him and immediately became anxious. "Will you be in danger?" Zhou Xuanji passed the teacup to her and said with a smile, "Not really. I just don't want to expose our identities. I will go from another direction." Having heard him, little Jiang Shui was relieved. Before she met Northern Sword Valiant, she was very disdainful of him. But when she passed by the training field, Northern Sword Valiant's temperament made her feel that he was not someone to be trifled with, so she was a little worried. "When are you going?" Little Jiang Shui asked. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "In 2 days. I will go out and make some arrangements." "What arrangements?" Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He prepared to find someone to spread the news that Sword God Zhou would accept the challenge in 2 days. Since Northern Sword Valiant wanted to embarrass him, he would take this opportunity to make a name for himself. Little Jiang Shui heard him and sighed in amazement. "Xuanji, at such a young age, how can you be so scheming?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Scheming? It's obviously strategizing." After resting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left the inn. He found some beggars and children and tempted them with silver to spread the news. Before night fell, the news about Sword God Zhou accepting the challenge had already spread throughout the city. After returning to the inn, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but began eating delicacies with little Jiang Shui. It must be said that the mutton hot pot in this inn was really fragrant. It was fatty but not greasy, and it was extremely springy. When chewed, the deliciousness lingered in the mouth. Compared to roasted game, it was perfect. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two of them lay on the bed and began chatting. They talked about the future. As little Jiang Shui grew older, her ideas became more ambitious. Zhou Xuanji could not help but sigh. This girl had really entered puberty. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to fall asleep, little Jiang Shui suddenly poked his waist with her hand and said softly, "Xuanji, I feel like I'm sick. I might have internal injuries from training." Zhou Xuanji heard her and immediately became anxious. He turned over and asked, "What's wrong? Does your body hurt?" Little Jiang Shui blushed and said softly, "Recently when I peed, it was all blood." Zhou Xuanji was stunned and his expression became awkward. Damn, internal injuries? He thought about it and realized that it was true. Little Jiang Shui had been with him since she was 6 years old. She did not have any adult women to teach her, so she did not know much about physiology. Chapter 37. 2 days later. Cloud Swallow City Central Training Field. Northern Sword Valiant was still standing on the sword, but this time his eyes were open. The martial arts practice field was surrounded by circles of people. There were at least 1,000 people. "I heard that Sword God Zhou is accepting the challenge today?" "Yeah, the news has already spread all over the city." "Tisk tiske. Who do you think is stronger between Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant?" "Beishao Wangjian should be stronger. After all, he has been famous for a long time." The bandits that Sword God Zhou defeated were all at the foundation building stage. They are not really powerful. The people discussed among themselves. Even though most of them were criticizing Sword God Zhou, they were still waiting here, anticipating Sword God Zhou's arrival. Xiao Qingfeng, Miss Jishui, and Zhang Ryu were among the crowd. In addition, Old Qing and the purple-robed man were also standing in front of the window, looking at the arena. "Young master, have you seen Princess Xuanya?" Old Qing asked curiously. Today's battle was going to be the most sensational event in Cloud Swallow City. The mischievous and lively Princess Xuanya would most likely come. The purple-robed man shook his head and said, "Not yet." Meanwhile, among the crowd, a skinny young man in tattered gray clothes was squeezing his way forward. "Excuse me. Excuse me," the young man shouted as he squeezed. Even though his face was dirty, his facial features were exquisite, and his eyes were bright, exuding a sense of elegance. Soon, he squeezed to the front and looked excitedly at Northern Sword Valiant on the training field. He looked around and wanted to see if Sword God Zhou was already here. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Xiao Qingfeng and Lady Zhishui. He shrank his neck in fear and quickly turned his head. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said in a low voice, "Why are those two here?" One was a lackey of the Empress while the other was a maid of Consort Qin. Could it be that they had an affair? Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and became excited again. He began to steal glances at Xiao Qingfeng and Lady Zhishui. On the stage, Northern Sword Valiant frowned. It was already noon. Why was Sword God Zhou not here yet? He did not challenge Sword God Zhou for fame, nor was it because of hatred. However, he heard that Sword God Zhou was proficient in the will of the sword and could kill all his enemies in an instant, so he could not help but want to challenge him. The sword Dao he pursued was battle. Continuously defeating the experts of the sword Dao, and finally reaching the peak of the sword Dao. However, he did not really treat Sword God Zhou as his opponent, which was why he was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was no match for him. Even if he didn't come, it was reasonable. However, 2 days ago, the news of Sword God Zhou's arrival suddenly spread, which made him interested in Sword God Zhou again. No matter if you are Sword God Zhou or Sword God Li under my sovereign sword, you will never dare to hold a sword again. Northern Sword Valiant thought confidently. A figure flashed across his mind. That person was his main target. Sword Monarch Xiao Jinghong. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he recalled the battle several years ago where he was defeated by Xiao Jinghong. His expression was noticed by the people outside, and they thought he was impatient. Does Sword God Zhou dare to come? Suddenly, a dissatisfied shout came from the crowd. It was very difficult to find the owner of the voice. Zhang Ryu heard him and became furious. If Sword God Zhou says he will come, he will definitely come. He's the strongest. The people around him turned around and looked at him strangely. Isn't this Zhang Tianjian's son? Didn't Zhang Tianjian have some complaints about Sword God Zhou? Could it be that there was a traitor in the Zhang family? Zhang Ryu did not care about the opinions of the people around him. He worshipped Sword God Zhou and he wanted to express it loudly. Swoosh! At this moment an air-piercing sound came, which tore apart the clamor around the training ground. A thin sword flew past the pavilions and landed 5 meters in front of Northern Sword Valiant. The blade pierced into the hard ground, and the body of the sword vibrated continuously. Windcutter sword. Seeing this sword, Northern Sword Valiant squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "It's a good sword." The entire place was silent. Thousands of people turned around to look. Like a wave of people. They saw a small silhouette flying over on a sword. He was about 1.3 meters tall, wearing a black shirt with golden threads and a silver mask. His hands were placed behind his waist, and he stood on a silver-black domineering long sword. Was Zhou Xuanji. With the Hell King sword support, he quickly came to the training ground and looked down at Northern Sword Valiant. Sword God Zhou is here. Zhang Ryu shouted excitedly. Even though Zhou Xuanji was wearing a mask, he could recognize him at first glance. That proud and aloof swordsman, who else could it be other than Sword God Zhou? Zhang Ryu's excitement spurred on the others. But the others did not want to see Sword God Zhou show off his might. They were just here to watch the show. He is Sword God Zhou? He looks like a kid. What do you know? He has regained his youth. He is wearing a mask. It seems like he is afraid of making a fool of himself. His sword looks impressive. I wonder what grade it is. Ha, such a pretentious entrance. How embarrassing would it be when he kneels down and begs for mercy later? The spectators chatted among themselves and all eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji. The man in purple shook his head and said, "Challenging Enlightening Level 3 with the cultivation of Foundation Building Level 6 is really seeking death." Even though Zhou Xuanji used the Qi obscuring incantation, he could still see through his cultivation. Old Qing chuckled, "There are so many hotheads in this world." Other than them, Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Zhishui shook their heads too. Xiao Qingfeng laughed at himself, "Seems like I thought too much." He thought it would be an exciting battle. What a waste of time. Northern Sword Valiant also saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He frowned and said, "You don't know that I have already reached enlightening stage? Qi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization. The difference between each stage was almost insurmountable. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "The powerful do not need to understand the weak." Northern Sword Valiant frowned. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? The spectators outside the arena looked at each other in dismay. The handsome young man blinked his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. This guy is so arrogant. Zhang Ryu's eyes were beaming. Sword God Zhou indeed. He's really the leader of our generation. The man in purple shook his head and laughed. This guy is interesting. The word interesting in his mouth was, of course, a derogatory term. Humph. Northern Sword Valiant snorted coldly. He was arrogant to begin with. How could he tolerate someone else's insult? He immediately leaped up, and the sword under his feet was pulled up from the ground. He turned around and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with the momentum. His speed was very fast. The entire set of movements took less than a second. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and came to the back of Northern Sword Valiant. He raised his right hand and the Hell King sword flew into his hand. Northern Sword Valiant landed on the ground and turned around. What movement technique are you using? He asked in astonishment. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. Northern Sword Valiant tilted his head instinctively, but his cheek was still cut by the Windcutter sword. Blood spurted out. The Windcutter sword was stabbed into the training ground and was ignored by Northern Sword Valiant, so he suffered a small loss. Chapter 38. The thousands of people were stunned. They did not expect Northern Sword Valiant to be the first to be injured. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was really powerful? Brat, you dare to plot against me? Die. Northern Sword Valiant was furious and shouted with a deep voice. His words made the spectators realize the truth. That's right. It was only a plot. Northern Sword Valiant charged at Zhou Xuanji with his sword. This time he was serious. Zhou Xuanji held the Hell King sword in his right hand and the Windcutter sword in his left. Facing Northern Sword Valiant, he did not retreat but advanced instead. Facing an enlightening cultivator, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to be careless. He activated the White Crane Sword Will with his right hand and the Fiery Sword Will with his left. With the dual sword wills in his body, his entire chi became erratic. At the same moment, the man in purple opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Jishui were stunned too. Northern Sword Valiant was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's dual sword wills and stepped back instinctively. He had already understood sword wills and was extremely sensitive to them. Using two sword wills at the same time? How can it be? Even the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and the Sword Noble could not do it. Northern Sword Valiant thought in shock. He immediately activated his own sword will. His entire temperament changed and gusts of strong wind appeared around his body. Zhou Xuanji moved behind Northern Sword Valiant with the 8-step sword lunge and slashed with his swords with both hands. The speed of his swing surpassed the foundation building stage. Most of the spectators could not follow it with their eyes. Clang, clang, ding. Clang. Zhou Xuanji's swords moved like the wind. Northern Sword Valiant's sword was extremely fast as well. The three swords slashed at each other at high speed, and the shadows of the swords glinted coldly. The two of them fought back and forth but they were evenly matched. Half of Zhou Xuanji's body was wrapped in flames. His body was like a white crane, agile and swift. Northern Sword Valiant's sword was powerful and heavy. The sword in his hand seemed to be wrapped in a layer of red light. Within a radius of 100 meters, a strong gust of wind surrounded the two of them. The 1,000 spectators were dumbfounded. Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant were evenly matched. The entire place was silent. Little Jiang Shui was watching nervously by the window of the guest room. She covered her chest with both hands and mumbled, "Xuanji, you will win. You will win, in another inn." The purple-robed man rubbed his chin and mumbled, "This kid's talent in the sword Dao is really rare. I can use him." Old Qing stared at Zhou Xuanji and nodded, using two sword wills at the same time. Impressive indeed. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng clenched his fists and stared at Zhou Xuanji, as though he saw something unbelievable. The delicate youth's mouth was agape, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Only the sound of swords clashing could be heard. A rooster's voice was heard, "All hail Sword God Zhou. Kill him." The voice belonged to Zhang Ryu. Due to his agitation, his voice cracked. Zhou Xuanji sensed that Northern Valiant Sword was getting used to his dual sword wills, and he knew that something was wrong. Unlike the previous battle with Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant used his cultivation. The difference in their realms was enough to make up for the lack of sword will. Looks like I have to end this quickly. Zhou Xuanji made up his mind. He used the 8-step sword lunge again and moved behind Beixiao Wangjian. Northern Sword Valiant smiled in disdain. With a backhand slash he slashed at the air. Zhou Xuanji was 10 meters away from him and did not attack. What? Are you afraid? Northern Sword Valiant asked with a cold smile. As he spoke, he shook his right hand and the sword fell, creating a small pit beside his feet. Zhou Xuanji stored the Windcutter sword into the supreme storage and deactivated the dual sword wills. He said, I've played enough. Next, I will defeat you with one slash. With this, the entire place was in an uproar. One slash? The people suddenly remembered the stories of Sword God Zhou. He killed his enemies with one slash. If it was before, they might have thought that Sword God Zhou was boasting. But after witnessing the battle between Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant, they began to believe that Sword God Zhou was really powerful. Northern Sword Valiant was stunned, and then he burst out in laughter. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his sword and pointed it at Zhou Xuanji, saying, You want to defeat me with one slash? You don't have to. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with one step. The Hell King sword in his hand shot out countless sword shadows. In an instant, Northern Sword Valiant felt a horrifying pressure locking onto him. Coupled with Zhou Xuanji's swift movements, he could not react in time. Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. Sword Will. A gold-grade legendary sword exploded with horrifying destructive power. PFFTTT, Northern Sword Valiant was covered in blood. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him, as though he was looking at a devil. How can it be? This isn't the Sword Noble's Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. It's also Sword Will. Northern Sword Valiant was extremely shocked. All the vital channels in his body were severed. His spirit energy dissipated and his legs bent. Thump. The dignified Northern Sword Valiant knelt down in front of Zhou Xuanji. Virum. The buzzing sound of the blade resounded in Northern Sword Valiant's ears. It was deafening. He saw the Hell King sword land on his neck. Zhou Xuanji raised his chin and looked at Northern Sword Valiant with disdain. You lost, he said. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Gold-grade legendary swords are so powerful. When he used the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword just now, he felt that his sword chi was more than 10 times stronger. He felt that he could dominate the world with just one slash. Silence. The entire place was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji tongue-tied. It was really just one slash, and the energetic Northern Sword Valiant knelt down. Such prowess, Zhang Ryu was so excited that his face and neck were red. He shouted at the top of his lungs, All hail Sword God Zhou. As expected of the Sword God. Northern Sword Valiant was a powerful cultivator at the enlightening stage. He understood the sword will himself. Before he could show his prowess, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Ryu wanted to kneel down in front of Zhou Xuanji. If there were not so many people around, he would have already knelt down and worshipped him. The entire place was in an uproar. Thousands of people cheered Sword God Zhou's name in excitement. Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou. Too powerful. He really is a sword god. What happened just now? Did you guys see it clearly? Such a domineering slash. Our empire's Zhang Tianjian could slash like that? The moment he swung his sword, I could feel the aura of death even from so far away. The doubts and mockery from before disappeared in an instant. The powerful ones were respected. That slash just now. Xiao Qingfeng squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. He was thinking if it was him, could he dodge it? His cultivation was higher than Northern Sword Valiant, but he was also amazed by Zhou Xuanji's slash just now. But he was more observant, and he felt that Zhou Xuanji's Hell King sword was not as simple as it seemed. How could Zhou Xuanji, who was only at foundation building level 6, have such a powerful sword chi? It's a good sword. The man in purple stared at the Hell King sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand and was in deep thought. On the other side, little Jiang Shui was jumping up and down in her room. She looked very excited. Zhou Xuanji slowly sheathed his sword and prepared to leave. Northern Sword Valiant gritted his teeth and asked with difficulty, Who are you? What was that slash just now? Zhou Xuanji stopped with his back facing him. He lowered his head and smiled. The sword begets one, the sword begets three, the sword begets all things. The man is the sword is the man. The man and the sword become one, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 39. The sword gives birth to all things. Man is the sword is man, one with the sword. Unparalleled in the world. Northern Sword Valiant seemed to have fallen into a demonic spell, his mouth muttering incessantly. Zhou Xuanji managed to bluff him with a few words. Because Zhou Xuanji's slash was just too powerful. As a result, Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart quickly rose. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, Northern Valiant Sword came back to his senses. He hurriedly shouted, "Master!" Whoosh! The 1,000 spectators were in an uproar. Northern Sword Valiant was really going to become Sword God Zhou's disciple? Zhou Xuanji stopped and said, "I already have a disciple." Beixiao Wangjian was stunned. He was not surprised that Zhou Xuanji had a disciple. But Zhou Xuanji used this excuse to evade it. Could it be that the disciple was more powerful than him? He subconsciously asked, "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "The next person to use dual sword wills is my disciple." After he finished speaking, he leaped up and flew towards the horizon on the Hell King's sword. Beixiao Wangjian knelt on the training field and fell into a trance. The next person with dual sword wills. The people around the training ground began to discuss excitedly. No one cared about the severely injured Northern Sword Valiant. They were all talking about how powerful Sword God Zhou was. What a good sword begets all things. Sword God Zhou is really a grandmaster in the way of the sword. He might become someone like the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou in the future. Impossible. If the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou fought against Northern Sword Valiant, it would definitely be an instant kill. Didn't Sword God Zhou defeat Northern Valiant Sword with one move? If it wasn't for Sword God Zhou's unparalleled benevolence, not killing those without a grudge, this day next year would be Northern Valiant Sword's death anniversary. Nonsense, Sword God or Sword Emperor, who do you think is stronger? I'll just chuckle. You guys don't know how high the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou stands, so don't talk nonsense. When people were discussing Sword God Zhou's prowess, they actually dragged the Sword Monarch into it. Those who were not weak knew that Sword God Zhou was not as powerful as the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, but there were too many weak people around. The man in purple looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and instructed, "Chase after him and tell him what I want." Yes. Old Qing nodded, turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the room. In the crowd, Zhang Ryu grabbed the collar of a man next to him and roared, "Did you see that? I already said that Sword God Zhou is stronger. You don't believe me?" That person's face turned red from his grip, and he almost fainted from suffocation. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng took a deep breath and said to Lady Zhishui, "I have something to do, so I have to go. 7 days later at noon, we will meet at the north gate of the Cloud Swallow City and return to the Zhou dynasty together." With that, he squeezed through the crowd and left. Lady Zhishui looked deeply at his back and mumbled, "Trying to rope in Sword God Zhou? Xiao Qingfeng, are you loyal to Her Majesty the Empress, or do you have ulterior motives?" Dozens of meters away, the delicate youth also quietly left. However, he did not notice that a pair of eyes had landed on him. It was the purple-clothed man who was standing on the roof in the distance. Once old Qing left, he went to the top of the building to search for Princess Xuanya. Soon he found it. A look of greed appeared on his face as he looked at the handsome youth, and he murmured, "The aura of the Tao embodiment body is truly delicious." On the training field, Northern Sword Valiant, who was at a loss, looked determined. He muttered to himself, "Sword God Zhou? I must become your disciple." He saw a glimmer of hope in Sword God Zhou. Maybe he could learn from Sword God Zhou the ability to defeat the Sword Noble. In a small alley, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. "Who is it?" he asked with a deep voice. A wisp of green smoke floated into the alley and turned into Old Qing's figure. Old Qing chuckled, "Sword God Zhou, that move just now was indeed impressive. But you relied more on the sword in your hand, right?" Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at him. "What are you trying to say?" He could sense that Old Qing was very dangerous, much more powerful than Northern Sword Valiant. Old Qing stroked his long beard and smiled, "Have you heard of the Gulan Demon Monarch? My young master is the son of the Gulan Demon Monarch. He wants to invite you to join him." Gulan Demon Monarch. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted suddenly. How could he not know about the Gulan Demon Monarch? He was a powerful being that gave the Great Zhou Empire headaches. Even the son of the Gulan Demon Monarch was far more powerful than the inner pellet stage. He could not deal with him. But as a human, how could he join the demon race? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. "What if I refuse?" Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream came from afar. Even in broad daylight, it made one's scalp numb. Next, a series of screams came from all directions. Zhou Xuanji frowned under his mask. Could the demon race have invaded Cloud Swallow City? He became anxious immediately, not for himself but for little Jiang Shui. Old Qing smiled. If you refuse, don't even think about leaving Cloud Swallow City alive. Soon this city will become a city of corpses. Do you want to become one of them? Zhou Xuanji said, okay, I promise you. But can I bring one person with me? Old Qing nodded. Not just one, even two are fine, but not three. What's wrong with him? Zhou Xuanji complained in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Shortly after, under Old Qing's lead, he went to meet the son of the Gulan demon monarch. The young master's name is Zhuang Huixing. You can call him young master from now on. Old Qing reminded him as he led the way. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was not interested in this. His thoughts were already on little Jiang Shui. He prayed in his heart that she would not run out and wait for him in the inn. Soon they passed by the training field. At this moment, there were many corpses lying around the training field. Blood stained the street. Northern Sword Valiant was still kneeling on the training field. His vital channels were severed and he could not move at all. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and Old Qing walking together, he was in disbelief. The man in purple, whose name was Zhuang Huixing, stood on the roof of the inn he stayed in. He grabbed the handsome young man in his hand. The handsome young man seemed to be immobilized. He could not move at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. You are here. You know what's good for you. Don't worry, I will not mistreat you. Zhuang Huixing smiled satisfactorily. Sword God Zhou might not be very powerful at the moment, but he was talented. With proper training he would become his right-hand man in the future. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He looked left and right. There were many collapsed buildings around him, and the inn he stayed in was on the other side of the training field. He could not see what was happening there. After he thought about it, he leaped up and came to the top of a building. He looked ahead and his expression changed immediately. The inn they stayed in had already collapsed. He immediately flew over on his sword and came to the ruins. He began to sense little Jiang Shui's qi. Xuanji? A weak voice came from the ruins. Zhou Xuanji immediately flipped over the wooden pillars. Soon he saw little Jiang Shui. Her face was covered in dirt and she was crushed under the roof beam. Not far away there were other people's broken limbs. It was extremely horrifying. If little Jiang Shui was not at foundation building, she would have been crushed to death. Zhou Xuanji clenched his fists in his sleeves. He quickly rescued little Jiang Shui. Zhuang Huixing brought the handsome young man and Old Qing to the edge of the training field. They were dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. He raised his brow and asked, "She's just a little girl. What does she have to do with you?" Zhou Xuanji let little Jiang Shui lie on the ruins. He did not reply to Zhuang Huixing but examined her. He found that her right leg was fractured and swollen to an exaggerated degree. He immediately took out bottles of pills and placed them in little Jiang Shui's hands. "Sister, don't be afraid. I will avenge you," he said softly. After he finished speaking, he got up slowly. The Hell King sword appeared in his hand. His right hand gripped the Hell King sword tightly and trembled slightly. He turned around to look at Zhuang Huixing and roared furiously, "Zhuang Huixing, I will f***ck your mother." Chapter 40. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's cursing, Zhuang Huixing's expression darkened immediately. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Old Qing was even more furious. His body grew taller and his muscles bulged. His robe was on the verge of bursting. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "How dare you? How dare you insult the young lord like this? Do you want to die?" Even though Sword God Zhou had great talent, what was the point of raising a disobedient dog? "Xuanji, be careful," little Jiang Shui reminded. She had witnessed Zhuang Huixing's attack with her own eyes. He was like a demon. To her, Zhou Xuanji was far from being Zhuang Huixing's enemy. But she chose to believe in Zhou Xuanji. Her brother always worked miracles. Under the silver mask, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with fury and murderous intent. In this world, little Jiang Shui was the most important person to him. He had never scolded little Jiang Shui, let alone hit her. Seeing little Jiang Shui injured made him feel even worse than if he was injured himself. At this moment, he had forgotten his fear of the Gulan demon monarch. Even if he was no match for Zhuang Huixing, he still had to make a move. No matter who it was, if they dared to hurt little Jiang Shui, he would fight with his life. He raised his sword and walked towards Zhuang Huixing. The blade of the sword slid on the ground and made a piercing sound. Zhuang Huixing frowned. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to fall out with him because of a little girl. Could this girl be Sword God Zhou's daughter? He thought of many possibilities, but he still felt unhappy. His desire to cherish talents and his anger made him fall into a dilemma. At this moment old Qing walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "Stinking brat, I gave you a chance but you didn't want it. Since that's the case I'll send you to hell." Old Qing's face became hideous and terrifying. The appearance of an old demon was revealed, and 2 sharp fangs grew out of his mouth. On the training ground, Northern Sword Valiant looked at Zhou Xuanji and wanted to speak, but he no longer had the energy to. He knew how powerful Zhuang Huixing was. Zhou Xuanji might not stand a chance against him. So what if he defeated Zhuang Huixing? After offending the Gulan demon monarch, death was inevitable unless they hid in the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. The handsome young man who was immobilized beside Zhuang Huixing also stared at Zhou Xuanji. He thought back to Zhou Xuanji's powerful performance, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Not all the people lying around the martial arts arena were dead. There were many people who were still alive. Some were crushed under the rubble and some were lying on the street. At this moment they all placed their hopes on Zhou Xuanji. Old Qing and Zhou Xuanji were getting closer and closer. Zhou Xuanji fixed his gaze on Zhuang Huixing and ignored Old Qing. "Sword God Zhou. Defeat him," a weak voice came from under the collapsed beam. But Zhou Xuanji immediately stepped out with his right foot, which cracked the stone under his feet. He leaped toward Zhuang Huixing. Old Qing suddenly raised his right hand. His palm turned into a beast claw and rapidly enlarged. It was completely out of proportion to his body size. It was like a massive fan slamming toward Zhou Xuanji. This palm strike was so powerful that it could shatter a small mountain. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to be hit, he suddenly appeared behind Old Qing with the 8-step sword lunge. Bang! Old Qing's palm strike missed and landed on the ground, causing it to crumble. Cracks extended forward like a spider web. Before he could turn around, Zhou Xuanji activated the 8-step sword lunge again and moved swiftly toward Zhuang Huixing. Gripping the Hell King sword in his hand, he immediately entered the Trisource vein-severing sword intent state. Human heart into sword. He became one with the Hell King sword. Even so, in his eyes Zhuang Huixing was flawless. He pierced his sword toward Zhuang Huixing. A cold gleam flashed and the handsome young man closed his eyes. Humph! Zhuang Huixing snorted with disdain. His left palm was as fast as lightning. With a slap, a surge of demonic energy flowed from his palm. Boom! Zhou Xuanji could only feel a strong gust of wind coming toward him. His qi and blood were in a mess and a mouthful of blood flowed up his throat. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew over Old Qing's head and landed beside little Jiang Shui after flying dozens of meters. "Xuanji!" Little Jiang Shui cried out in surprise. She quickly supported herself with her hands and tried to stand up. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji jumped up like a carp. He swallowed the blood in his throat but did not spit it out. He still looked at Zhuang Huixing fiercely. Zhuang Huixing looked at him coldly and said, "Sword God Zhou, even if you are talented in the way of the sword and have the help of a high-grade enchanted artifact, you are still only at foundation building level 6. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Kneel down now, kowtow to me and admit your mistakes. I can spare both of your lives." If it were someone else he would have killed him with a slap. But Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was too outstanding. He could not bear to kill him. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and motioned for little Jiang Shui to stay away. He lowered his head and said softly, "Recuperate first. Leave the killing to me." Old Qing heard him and stomped his feet in anger. He said to Zhuang Huixing, "Young master, this brat is completely crazy. He even wants to kill you. Let me eat him." 100 meters away at the entrance of the alley, Xiao Qingfeng tilted his head to observe the battle. He frowned. He did not expect Zhuang Huixing to appear in Cloud Swallow City. This time Cloud Swallow City will face a catastrophe. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to challenge Zhuang Huixing, he cursed in his heart. What a brute. He still wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in, so he did not want him to die here. On the other side of the training ground, Zhang Ruyu hid behind a huge tree that was snapped in half. He looked ahead anxiously and mumbled to himself, "Why is father not here yet?" Cloud Swallow City was invaded by the demon young master. It was a great humiliation to the southern Snow Kingdom. But recently Zhang Tianjian had been guarding against Gulan demon monarch. He should be here soon. He hoped that Sword God Zhou could hold on until his father arrived. At this moment they were not the only ones staring at Zhou Xuanji. The injured civilians and cultivators were also looking at him. Those who stayed nearby were all severely injured and could not move. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was no match for Zhuang Huixing, they fell into despair. Damn. So painful. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and endured the pain all over his body to stand up straight. That slap just now broke a few of his ribs. His internal organs were in discomfort as though they were in an uproar. Zhuang Huixing frowned and said, "Forget it. Kill him." Cloud Swallow City was already in chaos. The news would soon reach the capital of the Southern Snow Kingdom. He had to leave with Princess Xuanya as soon as possible. Since this genius in the sword's way was not willing to submit to him, then he would kill him here. Okay. Old Qing grinned coldly. His face was hideous, and the evil look of a demon sent chills down people's spines. He immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. As he walked, he licked his lips and said coldly, "You are so talented, your flesh must be delicious." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He held the Hell King's sword in a reverse grip with his right hand and placed the blade in front of him. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Strands of black qi seeped out from the surface of his body and gradually formed the shadow of the Hell King, which attached itself to his body. Old Qing stopped and was slightly moved. "Old bastard, you want to eat me? Ask the sword in my hand first." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said coldly. Under the cold reflection of the blade, his eyes were extremely sharp. Chapter 41. Although the Nether King's phantom was blurry, it was filled with a terrifying baleful aura. Old Qing was frightened by the Netherworld King, so he asked, "Kid, what is this?" Zhuang Huixing looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. At this moment he could not see through Zhou Xuanji. The delicate youth's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Ruyu and Xiao Qingfeng, who were hiding in the dark, were also stunned. Those who were heavily injured all looked at Zhou Xuanji in a daze. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's aura, could it be that today's crisis had turned for the better? It was not her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji being possessed by the Hell King, but she was not sure if he could defeat Old Qing and Zhuang Huixing after being possessed by the Hell King. She didn't dare to make another sound and could only endure the pain to heal herself. After entering Hell King possession, Zhou Xuanji's confidence was greatly boosted. The corners of his mouth curled up. Beneath the silver mask, his eyes became crazed and conceited. Old Qing's heart trembled when he met his gaze. What kind of secret technique did this kid use? Just when he was about to continue asking, Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the 8-step sword lunge and rushed in front of him. The sword light appeared. Old Qing's pupils suddenly dilated. In his eyes, countless black sword auras rushed towards him. Puchi. Zhou Xuanji stopped behind Old Qing. His sword qi swept out, and the surrounding houses and ruins were reduced into countless wood shavings and gravel. Dust billowed into the air. Old Qing's entire body was covered in blood, and the blood splattered on the ground. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zhuang Huixing widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Zhou Xuanji was only at foundation building level 6. How could he injure Old Qing, who was at 4th rank level 9? The cultivation of the demon race was not as varied as that of the human race. It was directly divided into 9 levels. Each level corresponded to a great realm of human cultivation. Rank 4 Stage 9 was equivalent to Inner Pellet Stage 9. Crossing 2 realms to kill the enemy? Wait a minute. That sword. It was definitely an evil sword. Zhuang Huixing stared at the Hell King sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. There were countless weapons in the world, but some of them could be possessed by spirits. They could be gods, celestial spirits, or even evil spirits. The evil spirit temporarily boosted Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, which was why he had such power. Old Qing slowly knelt down. His body trembled and actually turned into a large squirrel. His body was covered in blood as he collapsed on the ground, his limbs twitching. "Impossible. What sword is that?" "Impossible?" Old Qing muttered in a trembling voice. His voice gradually became softer and softer, and in the end there was no sound. He breathed his last and breathed his last. On the martial arts practice field. Northern Sword Valiant's eyes widened and his body trembled as if he had just seen a peerless sword technique. This sword. This is the sword that I pursue. The sword gives birth to all things. Unparalleled in the world. He forgot about the pain and fell into an unprecedented joy. He would never forget that strike just now. Zhou Xuanji walked toward Zhuang Huixing with his sword in hand. The tip of the sword scraped the ground and made an ear-piercing sound. He stared at Zhuang Huixing and coldly said, "You dare to hurt her. I will make you pay." Zhuang Huixing did not lose his mind because of Old Qing's death. Instead, he frowned and shouted, "Aren't you afraid that you will go mad and fall into the demonic path by using such an evil sword?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Even if I become a demon, I will kill you." The childish voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell, filled with extreme killing intent. Boom. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, leaving a deep footprint. He leaped up with the Hell King sword in his right hand and pierced toward Zhuang Huixing. Trisource vein-severing sword will. At this moment in his eyes, Zhuang Huixing's weakness was revealed. Facing the aggressive Zhou Xuanji, Zhuang Huixing did not panic but swung his palm. His demonic energy transformed into a giant white tiger that roared out from his palm. Its might shook the entire city. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced through the giant white tiger and pointed straight at Zhuang Huixing's forehead. Zhuang Huixing opened his eyes wide in disbelief. But he was not hit. He grabbed the handsome young man and leaped backward, dodging the strike. Bomb. The ground beneath his feet caved in from the impact of the sword chi. Pebbles flew in all directions. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were like the gleam of a sword. He leaped up the moment he landed and chased after Zhuang Huixing. Zhuang Huixing was furious. This guy really wanted to kill him. His left hand suddenly turned into a tiger's claw and swung toward Zhou Xuanji. Streams of visible energy swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung the Hell King sword and dispersed the demonic chi. The swine-culling sword appeared under his feet suddenly. Standing on the swine-culling sword, he used the 8-step sword lunge and charged toward Zhuang Huixing. Clang! The Hell King sword clashed with Zhuang Huixing's tiger claw, creating sparks. The blade cut into his skin and hair and blood splattered. Zhuang Huixing's face contorted in pain. The handsome young man in his hand opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhou Xuanji, who was right in front of him. His eyes were cold and sharp, with absolute arrogance, as though there was nothing in the world that he could not cut. He was also a little crazy, as though he wanted to tear Zhuang Huixing into pieces. The handsome young man was mesmerized. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand, and the crimson dragon sword appeared in his hand. A dragon roar exploded, and he slashed at Zhuang Huixing. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that he retreated quickly again. Although the crimson dragon sword missed its target, a crimson dragon soul charged out with a roar. It grew larger quickly and attempted to swallow Zhuang Huixing. Zhuang Huixing's face suddenly turned into that of a white tiger. He roared furiously, and the sound wave became tangible, which shook the crimson dragon soul and reduced its speed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared above his head. His body spun, and the Hell King sword and crimson dragon sword swept up a strong gale, like a tornado toward Zhuang Huixing. Damn. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhuang Huixing was completely enraged. His eyes turned brown and 2 beams of white light shot out, sending Zhou Xuanji flying away. But before Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground, the swine-culling sword flew up. He stepped on it and leaped up, charging toward Zhuang Huixing. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Zhuang Huixing were exchanging blows, Northern Valiant Sword trembled in excitement. The injured who were lying on the ground saw hope too. Do your best, Sword God Zhou. Kill this devil. I beg of you. So powerful. He really is a sword god. You must win. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? They tried their best to cheer for Zhou Xuanji, but he could no longer hear them. He only had eyes for Zhuang Huixing. The more he looked at Zhuang Huixing, the angrier he became. An indescribable violence filled his heart. He must tear Zhuang Huixing into pieces. Far away, little Jiang Shui fixed her bones with her spirit energy while looking at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was possessed by the Hell King, looked like a demon, but in her eyes, he was still her pillar of support. So powerful. Zhuang Huixing is at 4th rank level 10. With his talent and his bloodline, he is almost invincible among the 4th rank cultivators. Xiao Qingfeng mumbled to himself. At this moment he was a little hesitant. Could he really rope in such a sword god Zhou? Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji's swords moved faster and faster, and his strength increased as well. He slashed and slashed at Zhuang Huixing like a mad demon. It looked like a mess, but he did not dispel the Trisource vein-severing sword will. Every slash that injured Zhuang Huixing would definitely destroy his meridians. How can it be? What kind of evil spell is this? Zhuang Huixing thought in horror as he defended himself. If this continued, things would not be good. Chapter 42. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Zhuang Huixing immediately had the intention to retreat. He carried the handsome young man and turned to escape. Zhou Xuanji's 2 swords slashed through thin air again. He leaped into the air, and a black wind gathered under his feet, carrying him and the handsome young man out of the city. Clouds follow the dragon, while the wind follows the tiger. Sword God Zhou, you killed my slave today. In the future I will surely slaughter everyone around you. Just you wait. Zhuang Huixing's furious roar resounded across the sky above Cloud Swallow City, which silenced the chaotic city in an instant. This great demon was defeated by Sword God Zhou? Since Zhuang Huixing wreaked havoc in Cloud Swallow City, it had only been less than half an hour. There were still hundreds of thousands of people in the city who had not escaped. At this moment, when they heard Zhuang Huixing's words, they all felt that it was unreal. You won't have the chance. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice resounded. An air-piercing sound swept across the sky above Cloud Swallow City. The Hell King's sword flew at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not catch up with. Zhuang Huixing's chest was pierced by the Hell King's sword, and the demonic wind around him dissipated. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the Hell King's sword that flew forward. His expression was dull. What sword technique is this? His body fell down and he loosened his right hand instinctively. The handsome young man also fell down. Compared to Zhuang Huixing, the handsome young man's face was full of fear. Was he going to fall to his death? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. His eyes were filled with hope. This senior sword god would surely save him. Sword god Zhou, who was benevolent and righteous, had heard of this saying before. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from the crimson dragon sword, stepped on Zhuang Huixing's back, and flew past the handsome young man. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji did not even look at him. He immediately lost all hope. Boom! Zhou Xuanji stepped on Zhuang Huixing and landed on the street. The impact shattered the ground and blood splattered all over the ground. The civilians and cultivators on the street were so frightened that they all backed away like a tide. In a split second, Zhou Xuanji beheaded Zhuang Huixing with his sword. Blood spurted out from his neck. The handsome young man was lucky. He landed on a big tree at the side and was not severely injured. Zhuang Huixing's right hand appeared to be of two, and the sword pierced into Zhuang Huixing's heart. Zhuang Huixing's legs twitched and he stopped moving. Zhou Xuanji stopped. After confirming that Zhuang Huixing was dead, he got up slowly. At this moment he was still in the possession of the Nether King. The Nether King absorbed Zhuang Huixing's aura, raised his arms and roared like a ferocious demon. Looking at Zhou Xuanji who was stepping on Zhuang Huixing's corpse, everyone on the street was dumbfounded. The great demon was dead? The Hell King's sword flew back quickly and stopped beside Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tore a piece of cloth from Zhuang Huixing's clothes and wiped the blood off the Frost Wave sword and Hell King's sword. He looked down at Zhuang Huixing, smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Just then, a white light flew out from Zhuang Huixing's corpse and quickly disappeared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not notice this. The cultivators and commoners thought that they were seeing things. They became excited and cheered Sword God Zhou's name. Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou. So cool. This great demon is no match for Sword God Zhou. He definitely did not use his full strength when he fought against Northern Sword Valiant. No wonder he dares to call himself Sword God. He is the hero of our Cloud Swallow City. So domineering. Did you see the look in his eyes just now? That's the spirit I'm after. The people could not hold back their excitement. Some even cried tears of joy. With Zhuang Huixing's death, they did not have to flee Cloud Swallow City. This was their home after all. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and searched Zhuang Huixing's body. In the end he found 2 storage rings and 3 storage bags. After storing them in the supreme storage, he flew back to where little Jianghu was on his sword. Looking at his back as he left, some elders even knelt down and kowtowed to him, as though they were worshipping a god. The handsome young man stared at him from the tree. He was in despair. Big brother, can you save me while you're at it? It was a pity that he could not speak and could not call out to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji quickly returned to little Jianghu's side. He deactivated the Hell King's possession and fell to the ground beside her. Are you okay? Little Jianghu asked anxiously with red eyes. Zhou Xuanji felt weak in his limbs. His spirit energy was depleted, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain. He smiled bitterly, the side effects are too severe. Little Jianghu quickly took out a pill and fed it to him. On the training ground, Northern Sword Valiant looked at Zhou Xuanji excitedly. Sword God Zhou really killed Zhuang Huixing and Old Qing. Unbelievable. Zhang Ruyu ran toward Zhou Xuanji excitedly. Little Jianghu quickly took out her flaming fan and stood in front of him. Zhang Ruyu stopped in front of her and waved his hand. It's me. We met at the Shady Mountain Stronghold. I mean no harm. Sir Sword God Zhou is now a powerful cultivator that I admire the most. I have a pill that can recover spirit energy. After that he took out 2 small white jade bottles. Little Jianghu looked doubtful and did not take it. Zhang Ruyu immediately threw the 2 bottles to her. His face was filled with excitement as though he was on drugs. Zhou Xuanji took the bottles and asked in his heart, "Sword spirit, is it poisonous?" "It's not poisonous. It's indeed a pill that can recover spirit energy. The quality is not bad for you." The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. Without a word, he opened one of the bottles and began to consume the pill. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked, "You trust him that much?" Zhang Ruyu looked at her with a smile, as though he had just broken through to the enlightening stage. Zhou Xuanji said, "Whether it's poisonous or not, I can tell with one look." Zhang Ruyu was impressed. "Sir is so powerful." Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji asked little Jiang Shui to eat it too. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng hid in the dark and hesitated if he should go forward. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a silhouette standing on top of the castellan's residence. "It's him?" Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes wide and quickly retreated in fear. The castellan's residence faced the training field. On the roof there was a proud and aloof silhouette. It was Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, and sighed in his heart. His revered teacher was really powerful. He estimated that in a few decades he would surpass him. He glanced at the alley where Xiao Qingfeng was and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately disappeared from the roof as though he was never there. A while later, more and more commoners and cultivators gathered. They did not dare to disturb Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, but they began to help the injured nearby. Even Northern Sword Valiant was saved. After all, he still had many admirers. After Zhou Xuanji recovered part of his spirit energy, his body was still in pain. He got up slowly and prepared to leave with little Jiang Shui. At this moment, Northern Sword Valiant suddenly pushed away the people who were supporting him and smashed his forehead on the ground. He roared with all his might, "Sword God Zhou, I'm willing to be your slave for life. Please take me in. Teach me sword techniques." Swoosh. Everyone turned around and looked. Countless gazes fell on Northern Sword Valiant. I will update the list of Zhou Xuanji's attributes and legendary swords from time to time. You can also search for the author Ren Wuxiao on my public account. That's my other pen name. You can go and take a look. After all, I can't always mention my name in the book, or else I might make things up. Chapter 43. Willing to be my slave for life? Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back. When he saw Northern Valiant Sword kowtowing, he was a little moved. Fresh blood flowed down Northern Sword Valiant's forehead like a blood flower blooming on the ground. Little Jiang Shui pouted and said, "Wasn't he very arrogant just now?" Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Actually, it was not a bad idea to keep Northern Valiant Sword. After all, he still had plans for revenge. After thinking about it, he said to Northern Sword Valiant, 10 days later, if I meet you at the main gate of the border, I will make you my slave." With that, he held little Jiang Shui's hand and left. Northern Sword Valiant was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly raised his head and shouted, "Thank you, master." All the meridians in his body had been severed, so it would not be easy for him to rush to the border in 10 days. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but left quickly with little Jiang Shui. The cultivators and commoners did not chase after him, in case they offended Sword God Zhou. Today's incident had taken a turn for the better. The matter of Northern Valiant Sword becoming Sword God Zhou's sword slave would surely become a legend. Zhang Ryu looked at Northern Valiant Sword, his eyes rolling. Seeing that Northern Sword Valiant had successfully boarded Sword God Zhou's ship, he was a little moved. However, becoming a sword slave would mean losing his freedom, so he wasn't that impulsive. Sword God Zhou only needed to respect him in his heart. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui walked quickly in the alley toward the city gate. "Are we really going to take him in?" Little Jiang Shui said unwillingly. She liked to be alone with Zhou Xuanji, and having the Northern Valiant Sword around would make her feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, let him guard the valley for us." Northern Sword Valiant's strength and talent were not bad. Although he couldn't threaten the Empress of Great Zhou, it would be good to have someone to run errands for her in the future. Hearing this, little Jiang Shui felt that it made sense. With Northern Valiant Sword strength, he would definitely be able to stand in front if they encountered danger in the future. All the way forward. After going around 2 streets, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with anger as he turned around and shouted, "Who's following me?" Hearing this, little Jiang Shui turned around anxiously. A beautiful woman dressed in black walked around the corner. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her long hair was coiled up on top of her head. Her eyebrows were slightly cold, and her entire person seemed cold and elegant. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. With one look, he could tell that this woman was only at foundation building stage 1 and was no match for him. The lady in black gritted her teeth and knelt down in front of Zhou Xuanji. Senior, we met at the Shady Mountain stronghold. I wanted to become your slave, but you did not agree. It's you? Little Jiang Shue's eyes widened. At that time, this girl's face was dirty. She did not expect her to be so pretty. The girl in black nodded and said, My name is Huang Lianxin. I hope Senior can accept me. I have nowhere else to go. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, Speak clearly. What is your motive? Since this woman was so insistent on becoming his slave, she must have some ulterior motives. Huang Lianxin lowered her head and took a deep breath. I want revenge. As expected. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. I have not taken my revenge yet, and you want me to help you? To be honest, I have a blood feud with the royal family. Huang Lianxin did not know what Zhou Xuanji was thinking and continued to speak. Great Zhou imperial family? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, Oh? Who is in the Great Zhou royal family? Huang Lianxin gritted her teeth and said, Zhou Yalong. Back then when I was still young, Zhou Yalong came to my city. He went berserk in his cultivation and massacred the entire city. My father hid me in a cellar and I survived. The whole city was filled with fire and corpses. I can't forget that scene. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhou Yalong went berserk? Why had he not heard of this before? But it made sense. If this matter were to be spread, it would surely affect Zhou Yalong's reputation. He reckoned that this matter had already been suppressed. There were so many cities in the Great Zhou Empire. Destroying one city would not cause too much of a commotion. That's Zhou Yalong. You want me to die? Zhou Xuanji pretended to be indifferent and asked. Little Jiang Shui looked at Huang Lianxin cautiously. Back then, when she was with the Yellow Gus 17 Fiends, she heard about Zhou Yalong's legend. He was someone even more powerful than the sword noble Xiao Jinghong. Most importantly, Zhou Yalong was likely to become the next emperor of Great Zhou and rule the entire Great Zhou. The emperor of Great Zhou was someone even more powerful than the Gulan demon monarch. Huang Lianxin looked up and said, Because of your talent. I can see that you are not even 10 years old and have not regained your youth. With your talent, you can compete with Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, How can you be so sure that I am not even 10 years old? Huang Lianxin said seriously, I have talent. Ever since I could understand, I could see through the human body's meridians and bones. According to my experience, your bone age is less than 10 years old. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Little Jiang Shui was shocked too. X-ray vision? Zhou Xuanji looked at Huang Lianxin enviously. This girl was really lucky. If she really had such talent, she was worth nurturing. He had already taken in a sword slave, so what if he took in another one? He was going to deal with the Empress in the future. Dealing with the Empress would naturally mean offending Zhou Yalong. By then, Huang Lianxin would surely be at the forefront. He muttered, Get up and follow us. With this, Huang Lianxin looked up in surprise. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. Somehow, she thought about how Zhou Xuanji would marry more than a dozen wives and concubines when he grew up. She immediately became furious and pinched his waist. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. With Huang Lianxin beside him, he did not dare to cry out in pain and could only endure it. And so, Huang Lianxin became Zhou Xuanji's servant. After leaving Cloud Swallow City, the three of them headed to other cities. Huang Lianxin took the initiative to buy a carriage for Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to recuperate in it. She was so sensible that she immediately gained little Jiang Shui's favor. This girl did not look so annoying after all. Looking at her chatting and laughing with Huang Lianxin, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Such a silly girl. It seemed that he had to keep a close eye on her in the future, in case she did not even know that she was sold. 2 days later they came to another city. Zhou Xuanji's injuries were healed as well. Little Jiang Shui's body was not as strong as his, so she still limped when she walked. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin was supporting her. After they entered the city, they began to buy all the things they needed, including food and materials. Zhou Xuanji had enough of barbecued meat without salt. 8 days later, the three of them came to the border. From afar, Zhou Xuanji could see Northern Sword Valiant standing at the city gate. Northern Sword Valiant saw them too and immediately became excited. Zhou Xuanji had already taken off his mask, but Northern Sword Valiant still remembered little Jiang Shui. He did not say anything but looked at Zhou Xuanji walking toward him in silence. TSK, have you heard? Sword God Zhou has entered Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Of course. He killed the old demon Qing Song and destroyed the body of the demon monarch's son. How can he not be famous? Yeah, even Senior Sword Valiant was impressed by him. After the battle at Cloud Swallow City, Sword God Zhou became famous in Great Zhou. I heard that Sword God Zhou has the body of a dwarf. Is that true? As they approached the city gate, the three of them heard the guards discussing Sword God Zhou. Chapter 44. What is Great Zhou's reputation ranking? Little Jianghu asked curiously. She had only heard of Great Zhou's hero ranking, because the genius on the ranking Yi Fifan was killed by Zhou Xuanji 7 years ago. Huang Lianxin said, it's a ranking published by the Great Zhou Empire. It records the most influential people every year. There are only 100 of them, which means that you have become this year's most influential person. Zhou Xuanji heard her and thought, I'm so famous now? He still underestimated Zhuang Huixing's fame. The son of the demon monarch massacred an entire city, but he was defeated by an unknown sword cultivator. It was really dramatic. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji passed by Northern Sword Valiant. Follow me, he said softly. Northern Sword Valiant held back his surprise and followed Zhou Xuanji. The soldiers guarding the pass widened their eyes, and their breathing quickened. So this kid is Sword God Zhou. Huang Lianxin left the carriage behind. It was up to fate who would accept it. Looking at the back of the four leaving, the guards were in an uproar. Sword God Zhou. So it's him. I remember him. Half a month ago when he entered the border, I was guarding. He looks younger than my son. TSK, don't overthink. He might even be older than your grandpa. Did you see that? The great Northern Sword Valiant is really like a slave behind Sword God Zhou. This is Sword God Zhou's spirit. The soldiers on guard duty discussed animatedly. They seemed very excited. Today's encounter was enough for them to talk about for a long time after their meals. After leaving the Southern Snow Kingdom's border custom, the four continued on their way. Northern Sword Valiant was nervous and dared not to speak much. Little Jianghu and Huang Lianxin were chatting happily. Oh yeah, do you like swords? Zhou Xuanji asked Huang Lianxin suddenly. It seemed casual, but it made Huang Lianxin's body tremble. She quickly replied, I like it. I also know a sword technique, but it's of a very low grade, barely yellow grade. Energy techniques, spells, and martial arts in the world all had different grades. Generally speaking, they were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The further grades were divided into top grade, high grade, intermediate grade, and low grade. Zhou Xuanji's white crane sword technique and fiery sword technique were only yellow grade. Only the trisource vein severing sword was at the top grade of black grade. Huang Lianxin looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was going to teach her sword techniques? Northern Sword Valiant looked at Huang Lianxin in surprise, his eyes filled with envy. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji looked back at Beixiao Wangjian and said, teach her a black grade sword technique and help her achieve great accomplishment. Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in shock. Huang Lianxin, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Mysterious rank sword arts were not something that could be found on the continent. In the dynasty, it was a family technique that was passed down through generations. Even in the Great Zhou dynasty it was expensive. It was definitely not something she could afford. Zhou Xuanji believed that Northern Valiant Sword must have a mysterious grade sword technique. If he did not, Zhou Xuanji would look down on him. Northern Sword Valiant took a deep breath and said, yes. Since he had already become Zhou Xuanji's sword slave, he did not dare to object. Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said, do you know what sword technique I used to defeat you? Northern Sword Valiant shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something and muttered, Master Swordsmanship back then was quite similar to the Swordmaster's triple vein severing sword. Zhou Xuanji said, that's right. It was the triple vein severing sword. Northern Sword Valiant opened his eyes wide, and Huang Lianxin was a little surprised too. The Swordmaster's reputation was much higher than Northern Sword Valiant's. He was in the top 3 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board and had been on Great Zhou's reputation ranking for a long time. He was a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword, whose name shook the world. Although the triple vein severing sword did not belong to the Swordmaster alone, his triple vein severing sword was the most powerful and was used the most frequently. Where did you get your triple vein severing sword? Northern Sword Valiant asked curiously. The Swordmaster challenged all sword cultivators in the world. Other than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he had never lost. He was one of the Swordmaster's defeated opponents. Hope was ignited in his heart. Could it be that Sword God Zhou really had the potential to defeat the Swordmaster? Little Jianghu could not hold back her laughter. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin looked at her in astonishment. What was so funny? Little Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji. After she saw him nod, she smiled and said, "The swordmaster Xiao Jinghong is his disciple. Back then he made a bet with Xiao Jinghong." She began to talk non-stop. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin were dumbfounded. Xiao Jinghong lost to Sword God Zhou in terms of sword techniques? Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji achieved the sword will of the triple vein severing sword within half a day? What level of attainment in the sword's way was this? At this moment the two of them really wanted to kneel down to him. Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji whistled suddenly. With the support of his spirit energy, his whistle traveled extremely far. Northern Sword Valiant's emotions surged like waves and could not calm down for a long time. The biggest rival he saw in his life was Sword God Zhou's disciple. At this moment he was overjoyed. Huang Lianxin was the same. With Xiao Jinghong's talent he would catch up to Zhou Yalong sooner or later. Together with Sword God Zhou, who was even more devilish, there was hope for her blood feud. Soon 2 dragon eagles flew over. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin knew about Sword God Zhou's dragon eagles, so they were not surprised. Zhou Xuanji and Northern Sword Valiant rode on big, while little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin rode on small air. The group flew toward the valley where Zhou Xuanji and Huang Lianxin stayed. When they returned to the valley, it was already late at night. At the entrance of the valley, Zhou Xuanji asked Northern Sword Valiant to build a hut outside. Northern Sword Valiant had no objections. He turned around and prepared to cut down trees to build a hut. Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were already familiar with each other. Under little Jiang Shui's request, Zhou Xuanji allowed her to enter the valley. Now Zhou Xuanji had 2 more companions in his life. The next morning Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 left the valley. Northern Sword Valiant was very efficient. He had already built a wooden hut that could shelter them from the wind and rain. When he heard footsteps, he woke up from his cultivation. "Let's begin. Today you will teach your sword techniques. I will watch from the side." Zhou Xuanji played with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his hand and said casually. Huang Lianxin stood behind him. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Little Jiang Shui sat on a rock not far away. Behind her were big and small air. The 2 dragon eagles looked sleepy. They nodded their heads and looked like they would fall asleep any time. "Okay." Northern Sword Valiant nodded. He was a little excited too. He understood that Sword God Zhou was testing him. And so, Northern Sword Valiant taught Huang Lianxin sword techniques every day. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui internalized qi at the side and cultivated. With Zhou Xuanji by the side, Northern Sword Valiant did not dare to relax. What was worth mentioning was that Huang Lianxin's talent in the way of the sword was not bad. At least it was not too strenuous for Northern Sword Valiant to teach her. Every month, Zhou Xuanji would bring them out to exterminate bandits. Even little Jiang Shui and the 2 dragon eagles would participate in the battle to hone their battle skills. Zhou Xuanji's target was no longer the foundation building bandit strongholds. He set his sights on the enlightening bandits. As they saved more and more people, their reputation grew. A year passed quickly. The name of Sword God Zhou had spread to all the kingdoms under the Great Zhou Empire. The dragon eagles roared across the sky. The Sword God killed the bandits and Sword Valiant followed. Chapter 45. The dragon eagle roars across the sky, the Sword God slays the bandits and the Sword King follows. I don't know which talented person said it. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a silver mask, nodded and smiled satisfactorily. In front of him were dozens of captive cultivators. All of them were extremely excited and some of them were kowtowing to him. Behind him, Northern Sword Valiant was fighting with the chief of the stronghold, while little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were fighting with the bandits. Big and small air were circling in the air. Their wingspans were 15 feet long, like the combat planes of modern civilization on Earth. Their screeching reverberated on the mountaintop, like the sound of death, urging the bandits to hurry up. A year had passed. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were no longer the same as before. They had rich battle experience. The 2 girls' cultivation had reached foundation building level 3. Little Jiang Shui, who was 14, had already begun to grow up. She was no longer the little girl from before. She was slim and graceful, with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her face was even more exquisite than Huang Lianxin's. In another 2 to 3 years she would surely be a beauty that could cause the downfall of kingdoms. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation broke through 3 levels and reached foundation building level 9. In a year he grew a dozen centimeters taller, but he was still a head shorter than little Jiang Shui, which made him feel defeated. The captives looked at the battle and cried out in surprise. That Sword God Zhou's sword slave, Northern Sword Valiant? He's so powerful. Sword God Zhou did not even need to attack and he could flatten this stronghold. The two girls are powerful too, especially the little girl. The grade of that magic fan is definitely not low. Too powerful. I really want to become Sword God Zhou's subordinate. You can compare to Northern Sword Valiant? Zhou Xuanji turned around to look at the battle. Hearing the discussions behind him, he smiled under the mask. Keep bragging, don't stop. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 10 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Silver, Residual Image Sword, Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation. The sword spirit's voice came suddenly, which brightened his eyes. Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation. He had already mastered the third stage of the Golden Body art, allowing him to unleash spiritual energy from his pores to attack his enemies. His physical strength had also reached 30,000 kilograms. If the Golden Body Incantation could be upgraded to Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation, he would be even more powerful, and his cultivation would be much faster. He first pulled up the Shadow Sword's information. Sword name, Residual Image Sword, Level, Silver, Description, created from special materials. When swung quickly, it will create afterimages to confuse the enemy. Each afterimage has a certain amount of lethality. Not bad. At least the special ability didn't overlap with the other divine swords. Zhou Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. The battle was not over yet. He directly inherited the Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation. Then, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. The Sword Energy Golden Body Incantation was the upgraded version of the Golden Body Incantation. There were a total of 5 levels. Sword Chi Birth, Jade Skin and Golden Bones, Sword Chi Sword, Diamond Indestructible and Flesh God Sword. The first 4 levels were similar to the Golden Body Incantation, but Zhou Xuanji had to start from scratch. After organizing his memories, he pulled up his attribute list. Sword Owner, Zhou Xuanji Race, Great Zhou Royal Bloodline Age, 10 Cultivation, 9th Stage Foundation Building Realm Cultivation Method, Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation Sword Art, White Crane Sword Art, Blazing Flame Sword Art, 8-Step Sword Steps, Trisource Vein Severing Sword, 100 Miles Flying Sword, Supernatural Power, None Talent, 2 Tasks at 1 Swords, Silver, Crimson Dragon Sword, Bronze Frost Wave Sword, Silver, Bloodbath Sword, Bronze Tiger Roar Sword, Bronze Wind Cutter Sword, Iron Swine Culling Sword, Silver Golden Rock Sword, Silver Heaven Sound Sword, Gold Hell King Sword, Silver Residual Image Sword. It's quite magnificent. Zhou Xuanji thought proudly. He flipped his right hand, and the Hell King Sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used ranged sword propelling and tossed it out. The chief, who was fighting intensely with Northern Sword Valiant, heard an air-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned his head instinctively, but his chest was still pierced by the Hell King Sword. Blood splattered across the sky. Northern Sword Valiant's eyes sharpened. He took the opportunity to use his most powerful sword move. His sword chi swept across and beheaded his enemy in an instant. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, and the Hell King Sword flew back into his hand. The captives behind him looked at him in awe. This is Sword God Zhou. He can end the battle with just one move. The captives ignored the fact that Zhou Xuanji launched a sneak attack. They only felt that he was so powerful. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable majesty. With the death of the chief, the remaining bandits fled in all directions in fear. They did not dare to fight anymore. After the battle ended, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin began to loot the stronghold without Zhou Xuanji's orders. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him with her hands on her waist and giggled. How was it? Did I become more powerful? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yes, you are the most powerful. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes, but she was still very happy. Today she killed a dozen bandits by herself. Before this, she had to rely on the flaming fan to kill the enemies. Looking at her excited look, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He remembered the first time little Jiang Shui killed an enemy. It was like slaughtering a pig and she was the pig. Her reluctant look made him feel amused. While Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin cleaned up, Zhou Xuanji took out the Residual Image Sword. The sword was black and shiny. The hilt and blade were the same color. There were no intricate carvings on it, but it emanated a powerful aura. Zhou Xuanji swung it around and realized that the sword was very light, second only to the Wind Cutter Sword. It was quite fitting. He flipped his right hand and stored the Residual Image Sword into the Supreme Storage. After a while, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin were done cleaning up. Zhou Xuanji took out the crimson dragon sword and leaped up. Little Jiang Shui jumped behind him and the two of them flew away on their swords. The two dragon eagles let out a long cry and chased after them. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin took out their own swords and flew away. Huang Lianxin's sword was a level 2 enchanted artifact. Enchanted artifacts were ranked from level 1 to level 9. Each level was further divided into low, medium, high, and super grade. This sword belonged to one of the chiefs, and it was enough for her to use. Zhou Xuanji would not give away a legendary sword from the Supreme Legendary Sword system to others, even if it was iron grade. Looking at their departure, the rescued captives sighed in amazement. A sword god was indeed a sword god. Even when he left, he was still so elegant. Next, Zhou Xuanji did not continue to challenge the strongholds but prepared to return home. After flying for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. A big and small air, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin did the same. Following their gaze, he saw a black dragon circling the ground at the end of the horizon. The black dragon was hundreds of meters long. Its black scales shone coldly under the sunlight like a mountain range. Even though it was a few thousand meters away, it was still terrifying. Such a huge evil dragon, it has at least the cultivation of rank 4 or even rank 5. Northern Sword Valiant said solemnly. Rank 4 was equivalent to Inner Pellet, while rank 5 was equivalent to Soul Fountain. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did he not encounter this evil dragon when he came? Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You look so majestic now. An old and cold voice came from the direction of the black dragon. Zhou Xuanji heard it and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 46. Master, be careful. Beishao Wangjian reminded with a deep voice. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Only she knew Zhou Xuanji's real name. Beishao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin only knew him as Sword God Zhou. She quickly glanced over and did not reveal any strange expression. Zhou Xuanji also pretended to be calm. He could not reveal his identity for now. Although he could kill inner pellet cultivators above his level, inner pellet cultivators were only considered above average in the Great Zhou dynasty. Once the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty found him, it would not be difficult to kill him. The four of them looked over and saw a figure landing on the head of the black dragon. It was an old man dressed in a loose black robe. His white hair was coiled under 2 silver hairpins, and his eyes were sunken. His gaze was cold and gloomy, and the corners of his mouth were curled up into an unruly smile. Little Jiang Shui asked softly, "What should we do? Go around it?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The other party evidently wanted to deal with him, so how could he go around them? Northern Sword Valiant's face was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid his cultivation is above the inner pellet realm." In other words, the other party was very likely an expert of the Spirit Spring stage. The Spirit Spring stage had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every one of them was like a demon. Not only was he powerful, but his mind was also incomparable to others. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Why don't we split up?" "No." She hugged Zhou Xuanji's waist tightly and said, "If we escape together. If we die together." From what he said, the black-robed old man's target was Zhou Xuanji, and they could escape. But how could she leave Zhou Xuanji alone? Zhou Xuanji turned around and their eyes met. Little Jiang Shui's eyes were so determined that he could not refuse. "Forget it." Huang Lianxin suddenly said, "This person is gravely injured." With this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' eyes lit up. Northern Sword Valiant already knew that she had the ability to see through bones and muscles. He murmured, "No wonder he didn't come straight at me." Huang Lianxin nodded and guessed, "The other party is calling for Prince Xuanji. There is no Prince Xuanji among us. He might be testing us." She and Beishao Wangjian had never heard of Prince Xuanji. If it was the son of Zhao Xian, perhaps they would know. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself that it was indeed so. The black-robed old man did not come over for a long time. He just stood on the black dragon's head and looked at them. It was really strange. He immediately decided, "Let's fly in another direction." After saying that, the four of them changed their direction and left. The black-robed elder and the black flood dragon did not chase after them. They continued to watch them from afar. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief but cursed in his heart. Damn it. So it was just a bluff. If he were to meet this bastard again in 10 years, he would definitely make him suffer the consequences. After the four left, about an incense stick's worth of time later, another group of cultivators passed by. "Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now." The black-robed old man suddenly shouted, scaring the group of cultivators so much that they trembled and almost fell off the magic artifact. When they turned around and saw the black flood dragon, they almost fainted. The group was like Zhou Xuanji and the others. They were terrified at first and did not dare to move. After sensing that something was wrong, they hurriedly ran away. From the beginning to the end, the black-robed old man still had an unruly smile on his face, as if he had the upper hand. It was almost dusk. The four of them returned to the valley. Northern Sword Valiant was still waiting outside. There were already 6 lofts in front of the valley entrance. Other than the 2 lofts used for living, the rest were used to store all kinds of materials and food. A big and small heir stayed outside the valley too because the valley was too small for them. Huang Lianxin moved out half a year ago. Zhou Xuanji did not like having a woman following him. It made him uncomfortable, and he was always worried that Huang Lianxin would peek at him bathing. Be careful. If there's any danger, let out a long whistle. Zhou Xuanji reminded. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin nodded. Looking at him and little Jianghu entering the valley, Huang Lianxin walked to an empty space nearby and began to practice her sword techniques. Northern Sword Valiant returned to his own house and began internalizing qi. The trees in this forest were not too dense, but they could cover the sky. It was considered quite secluded. That night, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu were very nervous and could not sleep. The night passed and the black-robed old man did not chase after them. Only then did they feel at ease. The next day the sun had just risen. On the swing, Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu lay on the bench. Little Jianghu insisted on wrapping her arms around his neck, which made his entire body sore. Little Jianghu opened her eyes wide and asked softly, "Xuanji, are you a prince?" She had never asked about Zhou Xuanji's background before, because she was afraid that he would be sad. But yesterday's incident made her feel a little disappointed. If Zhou Xuanji was really a prince, would she be able to get close to him? Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Yes. My mother was killed by the Empress. If I expose my identity, the Empress will not forgive me. Don't tell anyone else." His identity as a prince made him hide for 8 years. 8 years. A whole 8 years. The palpitation he felt when he faced the black-robed old man yesterday made him furious. After another year, when he broke through to the enlightening stage, he would depart for the Great Zhou Empire. "Which kingdom's prince are you from?" Little Jianghu asked curiously. There were many kingdoms under the Great Zhou Empire. No matter which kingdom, his status was much higher than hers. Zhou Xuanji flipped his body and changed into a more comfortable position with his back facing her. "Great Zhou," he said. "Great Zhou? Is there a Great Zhou Empire? Only the Great Zhou Empire?" Little Jianghu was stunned and asked further. The next second her eyes opened wide. The Great Zhou Empire. Zhou Xuanji was a prince of the Great Zhou Empire? Wait. Could it be? She heard from the Yellow Gus 17 fiends and the others that 8 years ago, the Great Zhou imperial concubine Lady Zhao Xian escaped from the palace with the little prince. Both mother and son died. Could Zhou Xuanji be that little prince? She quickly flipped him over and grabbed his face with both hands. "So you are a prince of Great Zhou. No wonder you are so devilish," she mumbled. "He killed people at the age of 2 and he even killed a demon at Inner Pellet. He became famous at the age of 9. How could an ordinary family give birth to such a devilish child?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "My little sister, shouldn't we be in a sad mood now?" Little Jianghu pulled him into her arms. She patted his head and comforted him. "Xuanji, don't cry. I will always be with you. It's okay even if we don't become princes." "Why am I crying?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He quickly pushed her away, got up and hid far away. "We're already 2 big kids. How can we hug and cuddle at the drop of a hat? What a scandal." Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had run away, little Jianghu did not give up. Instead, she chased after him. In an instant, the 2 of them played around in the valley again. Outside the valley, Beishao Wangjin was cultivating in his house, while Huang Lianxin woke up early in the morning to practice her sword techniques in front of a big and small heir. Morning was the best place to start a day. The spiritual qi in the morning was the cleanest and densest. What? At this moment, Huang Lianxin suddenly heard something falling from above the forest and landing on the grass behind her. She looked back and her face was immediately filled with horror. It was a head. It was the old man in black robes that she met yesterday. His face was covered in blood, but he still maintained his arrogant and hideous smile. Chapter 47. Enemy? Huang Lianxin exclaimed, and a big and small heir behind her quickly stood up. Northern Sword Valiant also rushed out and pulled out his own sword. He asked in a deep voice, "Where?" Huang Lianxin pointed at the head of the black-robed elder. Beishao Wangjin was also shocked and looked around subconsciously, just in case an enemy suddenly appeared. Soon Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui walked out of the valley. When they saw the black-robed old man's head, they were all shocked. Especially Zhou Xuanji, who was the most nervous. Previously, the black-robed elder had been searching for him. Now he had been killed and his head had been thrown in front of them. The meaning made his hair stand on end. To be able to kill an existence of the spirit spring stage, just how strong must one be? Everyone was vigilant of their surroundings, ready to fight at any time. Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now. Right at this moment, the black-robed old man's voice exploded out once more, frightening everyone to the point of hurriedly turning around. The black-robed old man's head was still in the grass, but his eyes were wide open as he looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others cautiously. Little Jiang Shui asked in fear, "He's not dead yet?" Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the wind-cutter sword pierced through the black-robed old man's forehead. Blood splattered across the grass. Northern Valiant Sword was even more ruthless. He immediately unleashed his sword chi and exploded his opponent's head. Red and white matter splattered out, looking extremely disgusting. Huang Lianxin said softly to Zhou Xuanji, "Master, should we leave this place?" The black-robed old man's head was so strange that it gave her goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Everyone pack up and prepare to leave." He immediately returned to the valley and brought the three-eyed drought rodent with him. The other treasures were all in his supreme storage, so he packed them up quickly. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui kept the clothes that were hanging on the clothes rack. After a while, everyone was ready. Little Jiang Shui looked back at the entrance of the valley and murmured, "Goodbye, our home." Zhou Xuanji pulled her and said, "Don't think too much, let's go." Little Jiang Shui nodded. Wherever Zhou Xuanji was, that was her home, so she was not too sad. The group quickly left. They didn't fly out of the forest but sneaked along it. A big and small air were too big, so they had to be careful. Northern Sword Valiant walked in front, while Zhou Xuanji, little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were in the middle. The three-eyed drought rodent shivered in Zhou Xuanji's arms and looked terrified. Sensing its uneasiness, Zhou Xuanji became even more anxious. The three-eyed drought rodent must have sensed danger, which was why it was behaving like this. After leaving the forest, they were still not attacked. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui rode on A Big, while Huang Lianxin rode on Small Air. Northern Sword Valiant flew on his own sword. They traveled at full speed and flew to the horizon. The world was boundless and the mountains and rivers were connected. As far as the eye could see, it made one feel relaxed and happy. Little Jiang Shui was confused. Where should she go next? Huang Lianxin had no one to rely on. She had already decided to follow Zhou Xuanji, so she did not think about this problem. Northern Valiant Sword had been with the sword all his life. He was not related to anyone, but he shared the same thoughts as her. Zhou Xuanji looked back and said, "Let's return to Green River Village first." After accompanying little Jiang Shui home for a visit, he prepared to leave for the Great Zhou dynasty. In 2 years, Great Zhou's heaven selection would begin. With the title of Sword God Zhou, it should not be difficult for him to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. If there was, then he should do more shocking things. The Great Zhou Empire would only welcome those who were famous and powerful. The group had no objections and immediately flew along the border of the southern Snow Kingdom. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the black-robed old man. Where did that guy come from and who killed him? And where was that black dragon? Zhou Xuanji felt a headache coming on. He always felt that he had fallen into someone's trap. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, A Big and Small Air were exhausted. Northern Sword Valiant also could not take it anymore, so they stopped by the river. Nearby was a stretch of rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. A pack of gray wolves was staring at them from the top of a hill, but the 2 dragon eagles were too powerful. Their demonic chi permeated the air, and the wolves did not dare to come close. Northern Sword Valiant was cleaning his beloved sword by the river, while Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were looking after the 2 dragon eagles. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and rubbed his chin. He was still thinking about the black-robed old man. If he did not figure it out, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran out from his clothes and quickly ran to the river. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and scolded, "Be careful that you don't drown, you little turtle." Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin heard him and could not help but chuckle. Even Northern Sword Valiant couldn't help but smile, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The three-eyed drought rodent ignored him and dipped its head into the river. It's little but was sticking out, which made Zhou Xuanji want to poke it with his finger. Poke it into the river and teach it a lesson. Zhou Xuanji thought evilly. No matter how long this little thing lived, it was still like a kitten, and its demonic energy did not improve much. Without them, Zhou Xuanji felt that it could not live for more than 3 days. The three-eyed drought rodent turned around suddenly and ran toward him with a small black snake in its mouth. The small black snake was only as thick as his finger. There were 2 slightly protruding keratin objects on its head. Seeing it, Zhou Xuanji thought of the black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. If it was not an enemy, Zhou Xuanji really felt that the black dragon was mighty. If it was a mount, it would not be inferior to the dragon eagle. The three-eyed drought rodent placed the small black snake in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Let go of me, smelly rat. If not for my severe injuries, I would have swallowed you whole and defecated until you became a speck of dung." The small black snake suddenly spoke human language and scolded. Because of its small size, its voice was very soft. But Zhou Xuanji and the other 3 heard it clearly. Little Jianghu opened her eyes wide and said in astonishment, "It can speak." Northern Sword Valiant stood up immediately and said, "This little thing must be a 5th-rank demon. I heard that some demons have the gift of nirvana rebirth. When their lives are in danger, they will return to their infant state, but their souls will still maintain the height of 5th rank." Zhou Xuanji stood up and asked in astonishment, "Why is it 5th rank?" Northern Sword Valiant said, "If it was at a higher stage, we would already be dead." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Is it in danger now?" Northern Sword Valiant shook his head and said, "Although its soul is powerful, its body is still young. Let me stomp it to death." The small black snake heard him and became furious. It opened its mouth and roared at the top of its lungs, "I am the hegemon-scaled black dragon. If you dare to stomp me to death, I will eat you 1,000,000 times in my next life. I will definitely..." Smack. Zhou Xuanji stepped on its body and covered its small body with his boots. He even twisted his right leg, wanting to stomp the hegemon-scaled black dragon to death. He turned his head and asked, "Do you guys think that this thing is the black dragon from that day?" Huang Lianxin muttered, "It's possible. If it really is, stomp it to death just like that? Isn't this young master a little too easygoing?" Zhou Xuanji lifted his leg and looked down. The small black snake was already flattened. Its skin and flesh were torn and its tongue fell out of its mouth. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Chapter 48. Seeing the miserable state of the hegemon-scaled black dragon, little Jianghu widened her eyes and asked, "Did you just stomp it to death?" This was a 5th-tier great demon. It was an existence that could destroy cities and countries. She had a surreal feeling. Not only her but Huang Lianxin also felt the same. Only Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief. He was in awe of Sword God Zhou indeed. He acted decisively and was not afraid of threats. The three-eyed drought rodent moved closer to the little black snake and sniffed it. Then it bit the little black snake's head and prepared to eat it. Zhou Xuanji kicked it away and squatted down. He stared at the little black snake and hesitated. He could feel that this guy wasn't completely dead yet. Should he kill or not? Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Northern Sword Valiant, "How long does a nirvana rebirth demon usually need to recover to its peak?" He wanted to ask the little black snake about the black-robed old man. Without a clear understanding of this matter, he was truly suffocating. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "It will take at least a few decades. After all, cultivation needs to be cultivated." His heart skipped a beat. He had just praised Sword God Zhou and Sword God Zhou was moved? Zhou Xuanji immediately took out a thin rope and called the three-eyed drought rodent over. He tied the little black snake's tail to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg. Then he used his spiritual energy to help the little black snake breathe. After a while, the little black snake opened its eyes slowly. The pain all over its body tormented it. It looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Ai, bah." Zhou Xuanji spat at it. For its size, it was like pouring a bucket of water on its head. The little black snake was so angry that it almost fainted from the indescribable disgust. "This old man is, bah. How dare you humiliate me like this, bah. Ah, bah." The little black snake fell into a pool of saliva, not daring to move. It was in complete despair. At this moment, it wished that it was already dead. Little Jianghu walked over and patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Zhou Xuanji grinned and said, "If I don't teach it a lesson, it will really think that it's the king." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin walked over as well. Seeing how Zhou Xuanji humiliated the little black snake, they did not know what to say. "Why did you suddenly want to spare its life?" Little Jianghu asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji's kick just now was really vicious, but the little black snake was lucky enough to survive. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Of course we want to ask about what happened that day." You don't want us to be followed by a mysterious enemy, right? The three of them nodded. Thinking back to the black-robed old man's head that day, they couldn't help but shiver. After that, Zhou Xuanji threw the little black snake into the river. Its tail was connected to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg, so as long as the rodent was not thrown into the river, it would not sink. After resting for 2 days, the group continued their journey. The little black snake's injuries recovered gradually, but it did not speak about the black-robed old man. Zhou Xuanji decided to starve it for a while. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Green River Village. Green River Village was still isolated from the rest of the world. The villagers lived and worked in peace. The villagers were very enthusiastic about Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shue's return. They still remembered them. Back then, after Xinhua's death, the Fang clan did not come to investigate. The villagers did not spread the news either, which showed that Xinhua was really just a nobody. When little Jiang Shui found out that her grandma never came back after she left, she could not help but feel disappointed. Zhou Xuanji decided to stay in Green River Village for another year. A year later he would head to the Great Zhou Empire. No one had any objections. For the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji began to teach Northern Sword Valiant the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. The Trisource Vein-Severing Sword did not only belong to Xiao Jinghong, but it was not presumptuous of him to teach it to others. Northern Sword Valiant was pleasantly surprised. He knew how powerful the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword was. That day, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin built 3 wooden houses. One for each of them and one for little Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji. On the 3rd day after they moved into Green River Village, the little black snake could not take it anymore. It laid on the ground and said weakly, "I admit defeat. Give me something to eat. I will tell you about Li Qimei." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out a small piece of jerky and placed it next to its mouth. Then he poured a cup of water. The little black snake began to eat with difficulty. After half an hour it finally finished eating. During this period, the three-eyed drought rodent kept disturbing it. If not for its lack of energy, it would have scolded the stinky rodent to death. "Tell me honestly, including where you came from." Zhou Xuanji lay on little Jiang Shue's thighs and said lazily, enjoying her shoulder massage. The little black snake raised its head and said, "My name is Hegemon-Scaled Black Dragon. I've been through life and death with Li Qimei. Back then we traveled to all corners of Great Zhou to Great Shang to 7 mountains. How carefree and happy we were. Get to the point." Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. The little black snake quickly changed the topic and said, 8 years ago, Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhou defected. Li Qimei received a mission from the Empress of Great Zhou to capture Zhao Xian's son alive. The search lasted for 8 years. However, before we could find Zhao Xian's son, we were cursed by the depths of Gulan Forest. Li Qimei went berserk and became crazy ever since. Not long ago, Li Qimei had his eyes on you and followed you all the way. In the end he encountered Xiao Jinghong. If he was not crazy, how could Xiao Jinghong kill him? At this point, the little black snake became angry. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and so was little Jiang Shui. Xiao Jinghong? Could it be that the sword noble had been protecting them in secret? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Good disciple. It was great to be in another world, unlike on Earth, where becoming a disciple was like playing house. Here, a teacher for a day was a father for life. Although Xiao Jinghong learned sword techniques from many people, only one person truly became his disciple, and that person was Zhou Xuanji. Disciple? The little black snake was stunned and did not understand. So, Li Qimei's death and your severe injuries were all caused by Xiao Jinghong? Zhou Xuanji asked. As he spoke, he pointed to his waist and signaled little Jiang Shui to massage it. That's right. The little black snake said indignantly. He wanted to fight Xiao Jinghong to the death. That's enough. From now on you will be my pet. Is that okay? Zhou Xuanji said lazily. How could he let go of a 5th-rank demon? When the little black snake recovered to its peak, Zhou Xuanji would surely be able to fight it. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "What if I can't?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Have you eaten deep-fried snake jerky before?" The little black snake shuddered and cursed in his heart. This kid is so evil. He must have been possessed by an evil demon. To survive, the little black snake could only yield. And now Zhou Xuanji's party had another 5th-rank demon. He still tied the little black snake and the three-eyed drought rodent together to prevent it from escaping. The days that followed were peaceful again. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 10. After passing the age of 10, his bone base matured, and his cultivation speed increased tremendously. It was the same for little Jianghu. 10 to 20 years old was the golden age for cultivation. It was an important period for building one's foundation. Another 4 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to the enlightening stage. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the enlightening stage. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold.